urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper.
Welcome in, everyone, to the final event of the year for the Morals Progressive Bundle Bash 2024 circuit that we have had. Our fourth event out of, I think, 11 now that we've put on throughout the years. It's a great time to be here, but also great to be in amazing company with Jixa, Bass, and Taco on the desk. Everyone, this is the most stacked event we have had yet, and it is only going to go up from here, starting with the Swiss stage and moving onwards.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready to see the chaos. I'm ready to see also, I want to say the most even teams we have had so far. I also don't know if we're necessarily representing that by starting off with a match that we have here today, as we might be putting on the two underdogs to kick off the entire event.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. We got to have the underdog showcase and do everything we can there. But I mean, Jixa, you were here for the draft yesterday. Who was your favorite personality that we had as far as the captains were?
Ooh, personality? Probably Spood. Spoodo was
great.
Pretty vibey. Just had a lot going on. I think he just had a great time whenever chatting
the
with us.
Christmas tree up and everything. I mean, that's all you really need to the Christmas spirit, even though it's not even Halloween or Thanksgiving or anything yet. Either way, though, Taco, welcome into the broadcast as well. You didn't get a chance to be on the show yesterday, but we do have some insane teams. If you've had a chance to take a look at them as well, I mean, which of these teams, aside from, the obvious RLCS roster we have here, are you most excited to see today?
Well, I mean, I really do like JamesBot's strategy of just choosing the names that are fast.
Yeah.
Personally, I was like, man, I'm getting Speed and Bolty. I don't know how that lined up like that, but I really do appreciate the thematicism of that. But other than that, I mean, I was looking through the other day because I'm thinking, yeah, obviously the last round pick is just fully 0-1, which is hilarious to me that just works out. But I feel like a sleeper roster for sure is going to be Leftmere 5 up in Profile. I just cast Profile earlier today in the Run It Back series. Shout out to all those collegiate teams that were playing up in Philadelphia. And they got to the grand final. Profile was putting in like legendary performance in that one. So I feel like even though he's near the tail end of round 2, they're like, how much damage can you do? Man is sick. He's goated on the sticks. I'm really excited for that team.
Well, let's talk about our format, prizing, and everything else before we get into our first matchup of the day. For those who aren't familiar, draft day was yesterday. You missed it. Definitely go back and watch it. It was a great time with 16 content creators. 15 of them showed up, of course. AlphaCap, come on. And 32 collegiate Rocket League players there as well in a snake-style draft. As you can see, the team structure pretty obvious from that. Now, today is where things get intense. It is a Swiss-style bracket. The RLCS system you're used to seeing it there with 5 rounds, best of 5 matches. Only the top 8 who go with 3 wins before they take 3 losses, move on into tomorrow. And Saturday and Sunday, all 8 teams play in best of 7 matches, no timeouts, in a single elimination bracket, where the top 4 will be playing on Sunday. But we got to talk about the prizing here. I went to you last time, Bass, but I'm going to you again on this one. This is what these players are competing for.
You just like me talking about the money. I get it. It is valid. It's understandable at a certain point. But at the same time, I'm more than happy to when we've got $7,500 on the line just for making the top 8, making it out of today and into the weekend. You're guaranteed at least $375 for your team. But if you really want to get into the Buku Bucks, you're looking for that top 4, $1,000 guaranteed as long as you can make it into our semifinals. But first place, $2,500. Yeah, I'm going to think that most of the team's going to be hunting for that.
A lot of teams trying to go the distance and having a arduous journey to get there. But let's talk about these captains and these players. We've talked a little bit about the rosters, and we'll go through that a lot more today. But as you can see on your screen, and you probably saw on social media, if not, follow the CCA Twitter, you can see that we have insane level of talents. I think every player, for the most part, has reached 2K MMR as far as the draftable players go. And then we still have some really high-level, high-skilled captains, and then some, casters here and there. So, I mean, looking at this list here, Chixa, who do you think is going to surprise us the most on the captain side of things today?
Ooh, I think I'm definitely looking at Mizu as someone who having a kind of first-time experience, but also was feeling pretty confident. Might be someone to look out for as kind of a dark horse captain in particular. I think he was giving off those vibes too, that not a lot of people are going to expect what he can bring to the table.
Taka, why don't you walk us through the Swiss bracket that we have here? We already know our first matchup, but let's talk about the rest of them that are on the board. Some very intense ones in the first round.
Yeah, I was going to say Coconut and Kazik are really nice. Chief Beef and Mizu is, in my mind, the matchup that's going to dictate a lot of how the rest of the Swiss is going to go. At the very least, because I believe both those squads are insane. Chief Beef might be one of the nicest people in all of Rocket League, but he's got a ferocious team. That team is going to do a lot of damage. Sky's also kind of like a Bundle Bash merchant, low-key, going through a lot, along with his teammate Luca, going through a lot of those different brackets. So, I mean, there's a lot of squads that I think when you look at lineups like this, we're always like, wow, everyone's so balanced, but Swiss has a funny way of kind of sifting everyone a little bit lower than you might have expected, just because sometimes it's really hard to form that chemistry with a brand new roster within 24 hours.
We can talk a little bit about these teams since we got some time looking at the Swiss stage bracket as well. So Chief Beef, that is Relating Wave and Skies, which again, an insane roster. We talk about Mizu as well with his team. He had the strategy of going for a second round swinger to try and have someone come out from the gate and really improve their performance and drafting everything as possible to get that second round pick that they wanted. So Picarel and TNT, as we see for Mizu, he's like always underestimated, so we'll see what happens then. But let's get into talking about our first matchup. We kind of alluded to it a little bit. It's Team Tryhouse versus Team Spaceman. This one probably more competitive than people would think based on the level of the captains, but also let's talk a little bit about these rosters, Bass. What is the big thing to look for with both these teams? And tell us who the players are that are facing off against each other.
Well, the big thing to focus on for both of these teams is going to be the higher end of the level. The players that are going to be really putting in the impact, like Knight and like Helix for Spaceman, and on the other side here for Hockey and Luby. And then the unfortunately lower part of the spectrum here, as we do have two players that unfortunately are not SSL level playing in this lobby. However, Taco, you actually would probably be a better expert here. You have some experience against these guys, do you not?
Yeah, I was solo queuing because my mantra is if I play, hit like a flip reset or hit something fun and free play or in ranked game before cast, it's going to be a good cast. And so we got on, it was going pretty well. And then randomly we get sifted into Tryhouse, actually queuing with Hockey and Luby in ranked. They were able to take I believe the OT victory in that one. So big sad for my end, but they looked pretty decent. A little shaky though. I asked them how they feel about it and they said shaking in their boots, very nervous. I don't know if they were just teasing or if genuinely they're just not sure how they're going to play, but either way, they got the dub there and we'll have to see whether or not they can get the dub here as well.
Let's talk about predictions here. We don't have a graphic for it, but you can also, I believe, use your channel points in chat. Currently, we have Team Tryhouse with 100% of the vote. It's not too surprised on that one, but Chixa will go down the line from you. Who do you think is going to take this best of 5?
I'm going to have to go with the chat vote in Team Tryhouse. Hockey and Luby, I mean, we did get to watch also Taco's match, so they looked pretty good. Hockey looked pretty good. My eyes are on Hockey to kind of not carry this team, but set the standard for them going into game number 1. And if he has good momentum, I think the team will have good momentum through the rest of it.
Very valid, very valid. Bass, I know you had apprehensions about this first matchup, but who do you think will take this apprehensive matchup?
Look, I'm going to root for the underdogs on this one here. They definitely are, but I'm giving this one to Spaceman on this. Not necessarily because I think that he has created a better team or that he's got the advantage or anything like that. I just believe in my boy Sean. I don't know. Something about him, I think he's going to show up on the day. I think he's got the abilities. And also because I tried to hype up Try yesterday, and he did everything in his power to not allow me to do so, despite making top 8 last event. So, Try, you're going to have to earn my hype back a little bit.
Okay, I respect it. So we have it split so far here. Taco, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with Tryhouse because I played against them. They look pretty decent, but the most important thing is that when these teams got announced, Spaceman just, I'm just going to try and rotate as best I can. I added Corelli, his longtime duo, said, hey, Corelli, what's the scouting report looks like that? And Corelli, in his own words, said, quote, he would be lucky to make contact with the ball in this lobby. So I feel like that's not boding well for him, but you know what? I'm up for an upset. I just don't know if it's going to happen against Tryhouse.
Okay, I respect that. And, based on that scouting report that we just so happened to get just now, I think I'm also going to go with Team Tryhouse on this one. So we have a little bit of faith in Team Spaceman, the underdog. We'll see if they can do it. I mean, they do have a stellar squad in their team of Knight and Helix, but it is going to be the one and only Tryhouse with Hockey and Luby. Luby's potential last event in Collegiate Rocket League got to make a difference, and this is the time to do it, time to shine and really showcase their skill in this matchup. But a team, Taco just lost 2 in ranked versus a team whose captain shines bright like a diamond. Only one can rise to the challenge to go 1-0. Will it be Team Tryhouse or Team Spaceman? It's time to find out here and now.
It is the final Bundle Bash of the 2024 year. And it is our final Swiss stage as well. It's spooky. It's interesting. It's 2 dark horses that we have for match number 1. Is someone going to surprise us, Bass? Is the real question, since I know you have your doubts.
Look, I just want to see Spaceman, put up a heck of a performance. I know he's got the capabilities, and on the other side, Taco was complimentary of the way Tryhouse played in the ranked game they played earlier. Said he was doing pretty well. If I'm not remembering incorrectly, I think that we were, at like the 2-minute mark, and then Taco goes, yeah, Try hasn't whiffed the ball yet, and then he proceeded to whiff. So both of these players, I think, have a lot to prove on the day. Try already trying to get involved just about 10 seconds in, and already we're starting to see his team on offense.
I mean, we heard from the captain in Tryhouse yesterday that his main goal was to not whiff, essentially. He wanted to work around his team as much as possible, and he told me, Chicksa, I'm not going to be the aggressive one. I'll let my team do that. But I think from what we've seen, his confidence has gotten better. Yes, we saw a snippet of Taco's ranked game, but I think Try already starting that shot off has a better understanding of what to do with this team, and it's going to be a little bit easier than he thinks to fit in. These are professional players. They will do their best to mend to their captain.
100%. That's how you have to play in a series like this, is finding your role, finding your places that you can get involved and really start to spread your wings a little bit. So far, Spaceman hasn't been able to do that. He does finally get a touch on the ball, though. So, Corelli, haha, you were unfortunately wrong. But his team has been on defense for, I think, the entirety of this first game. A minute gone, Spaceman not going to be able to touch the ball there, but Knight can bail him out. Looking for probably a reset at the end of this one. No! Taken away by Helix immediately into a flick. And, well, they might have spent a long time on defense, but very quickly into attack goes the Spaceman team.
Yeah, and speaking of Spaceman, I hope he scores because his picture is not himself, and I thought that was kind of funny. We'll see later if it ends up coming to fruition, but really excited to see the back and forth that we've gotten from both of these teams, both trying to go high, take that aerial space, and really control the air. I think it's going to work out to whoever feels more comfortable in the air throughout the day, because we know just how much the pros like to get their Spaceman opportunity to send it towards the side. Doesn't get contact with Helix, get that passing play off. Still searching for our first goal of our final Bundle Bash of the 2024 season. Really, really interesting to try to get there. I want it.
Well, you might get it here. Knight trying to get something set up. Spaceman's pass was well received, and the boost steal after should lock this team into their half for at least a moment. Tryhouse trying to break out, but a 50 in the corner will do him no favors. Maybe Hockey can find something, if not for the diving Knight. The aggression already starting to show itself here as everybody on Spaceman's team just trying to put these guys in a blender, keep them on their half, and keep the offense up, just like we saw through the first 2 minutes of this game. To the sidewall it goes. Helix not going to go for this one. Spaceman will, and will actually be the only one of the 3 players to commit to that ball to make any contact.
Oh, the little bit of pass
And the
play,
demo!
the demo! Helix ends up going through. Spaceman, you could have had that goal. Goes instead for the selfless demo. I think the pass would have worked just as well. But the result, nonetheless, the same. Team Spaceman on the board first.
They find the first goal, and I'm going to fully disagree with you. I think Spaceman made the right call. I think he's going for a demo to guarantee it, because no offense to Spaceman, there's probably a higher likelihood he misses the shot rather than him getting the demo. So I think I understand high percentage plays. He's going for what he can muster, and what he can do so far is be integral in the right moments. No defensive blunders. He's been able to make a couple of stops, plus being able to get involved in the offense. So far, everything going good here for the Spaceman side, despite the fact they were on defense for a majority of the start of this game. We're finally starting to get some offense, and man, they're doing a lot with it.
Yeah, my only concern for the Spaceman roster was the fact that Knight and Helix play similar roles on both of their competitive collegiate rosters. So it was interesting to see who would come and shine and decide to pull out the offense. We suspected Knight would be that person, but Helix has been just as much upfield with Knight himself. So it's been cool to see just how different the playstyle will be in this mismatched tournament instead of like a regular collegiate game.
I do think both of these guys are going to have to make some adaptations. And again, especially considering that they're very well aware they need to be sort of the catalyst of the offense on either side. No matter if they are the first or second man on the team, you're probably not going to get that sort of explosive play out of Tryhouse nor out of Spaceman. You will, however, get a goal finally back. A minute to go, and finally we find the equalizer.
Yeah, I think Hockey was going to be the expected person to take a majority of the shots in this one. Already 4 of 5 for his team. Manages the solo play by himself and puts us to an even ground, 1-1. We dare I say may see an overtime in our very first game of the day. But it's good that it's been so close, because we were worried it may have been a little one-sided.
Oh, who's we? You guys were worried it would be a little one-sided. Don't you dare say that for me. I'm voting for my boy Sean. I know I've got faith in him and his abilities. Really bad time for me to state that, as he completely whiffs the ball out at midfield, but maybe he'll redeem himself here. A couple of bumps on Luby should afford some space now for Knight to get involved. Air dribble being started, looking for the musty shot on target, and Luby barely makes the save. The one thing I will not recommend to any teams in this one. There's obviously going to be a lot more space afforded because this is not a full pro lobby. I'm not even going to try to conclude my point. This has nothing to do with it. This is just an own goal.
Yeah, I'm curious who actually gets the final touch on the own goal.
It's not Try. It's Luby.
It's Luby. Luby, who has 4 of the 6 saves, by the way, on Team Tryhouse. Hockey with the other 2. I think the defense for him was just too much to handle and too many times. So much more pressure coming from Team Spaceman. The shot count may be almost similar, but every time Team Spaceman is upfield, it just seems like it's that much better. Of course, that touch isn't going to do them any favors. It seems like everything's falling apart in the final seconds. That shot, that bump off target, saved away. And now, 2 seconds, all we need is it to touch the ground. Can Team Tryhouse keep it up? Oh no, they can't.
Spaceman going to take game 1, and I want everybody to pay attention to A, the fact that lovely Corelli picture that he does have equipped right now, and B, the fact Spaceman had the most amount of saves on his team. Look, you can say that that was the entire role that he played. Many a times the man was literally camped out in net, but that's the point. If Spaceman knows he can't necessarily be as integral in the offense, which, to be fair, is incorrect considering he basically has an assist on one of these goals, but he's doing what he needs to. You don't need to do too much. If you are trying to be the defensive rock for your team, all you have to do is exactly that, and he did it great. 3 saves, more than his entire, or actually about as much as his team combined. So, look, I think they're playing their roles well. I think they're doing well so far. Can't necessarily say Tryhouse played poorly, nor his team in that one, but unfortunate own goal will seal the deal.
Yeah, that's just how things ended up happening. And you know what? From our sidelines here, Spaceman 3 saves, only 8 total ball touches. So 3 of his 8 touches were saves that game.
Let's go.
So
Integral.
being where needed. And I mean, he was very open and honest about his skill level in the draft yesterday. He said he understands ball. He knows ball. He can't play ball, but that's fine because as long as he knows where to be at the most important parts, well, he can impact the game just like that. So, Team Spaceman, they get away a little bit with highway robbery with that own goal, but it's still a great showing by both teams in Game 1.
We got plenty of games left to play here for both of these squads. I know Tryhouse might believe that he's not going to get too far into this tournament, but I need to remind him he went to a full 5 out of 5 last time he played. So I think both these teams are going to find their flow as the day goes on. Only one of them, though, has found it quickly, and that's going to be Spaceman's squad. A Spaceman, great 50 in the corner, could set up his team for something special here. Knight, not able to find a good touch through the corner, but maybe the shot after to catch somebody off guard. A little bit lackluster on the defense here as we start off game number 2.
Midfield will be taken up by Luby. Ends up getting the touch over, actually on target. Knight's there to find the save, and hopefully midfield presence will stay in terms of one player or the other. A fake by Luby. Hockey able to get the touch. Can that one be placed well enough? Theatrics and midfield, but I kind of like it. The pressure was almost too much from Team Tryhouse, but they're able to go upfield, and Team Spaceman, they live the first couple of shots that come through this game.
Okay, I'm going to compare them to a team that I think a lot of our collegiate fans will be familiar with, and will probably understand this comparison after the performance they put out last week in CRL. They're playing like BPC, and what I mean by that is a team that not a lot of people have got good reads on, don't really know how to play against, and although it's not perfect play, that can actually confuse teams. When you're playing in unexpected ways, in moments that you, again, would expect somebody to challenge Luby there, it gives them space, it affords them a weird rotation, and it can really sort of discombobulate teams, if you will, especially when you're getting challenges like that, and no one's there for the follow. I'm going to continue to compare them to Bruton Parker College. I honestly think it's the most apt description we have.
I think that's a fair point. One that hopefully a lot of people understand, not too far of a reach, but we'll see if that becomes more true as the game continues to tick through. A couple of bumps we're seeing. I think that's going to be a large portion of what we saw. Game 1, the first goal was because of that demo from Spaceman, so maybe we'll see more of the bump and demo play end up coming on through. Aki goes underneath, and Helix just able to reach for it, deny the goal from Hockey being the only one who could score last game as well for Team Tryhouse. I think adaptations at this point need to be made, and we haven't seen anyone adjust too much just yet. Just a sloppy defense, a little bit.
It's definitely been rougher defenses than I expected. It has allowed us for some more awkward moments that I think one team is taking advantage of right now, and I think a lot of people would maybe be surprised if we were to say that it is Spaceman, but the big thing I'm seeing out of this team is full field rotations. They're playing in case of something going wrong versus, I think, a Tryhouse that maybe aren't exactly playing that way. They're just so desperate to get goals. They're so desperate to get touches on the ball that you keep seeing them dive in moments that maybe they shouldn't. But it's working out so far for them as they have not conceded a goal here in our second game. And they're back on offense. Hockey pop up high. Helix to touch it out to the corner where Knight is waiting. He's not going to get any possession on the ball. He's at least going to be able to interrupt Hockey, who's got no boost. And Spaceman finally to boom it off the half. Again, playing safe right now. No overlapping of the players. It just feels like all of the Spaceman squad right now are really playing just in case of the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at how low scoring and how quiet this game is. Normally in Bundle Bash, we see sometimes a little bit larger of a score line, but instead it's been a quiet, I'm not going to make a mistake if you don't make a mistake sort of gameplay, and everyone's waiting for that one mistake to happen since we know how good these players are at capitalizing mistakes. Helix, I've been a little bit concerned about. He's been out of position or low on booster, not having the greatest contact with the ball at times. But granted, same could be said, boost management has not been a strong point for either of these teams.
I don't exactly expect it to be, especially considering this is more or less a pickup game. These teams were formed yesterday, so I'm not exactly expecting perfect play. I'm, again, expecting teams to play safe and just make sure that they don't make mistakes in places they can't afford to. No mistake made there. Spaceman's team keeping that one out yet again. And now Helix got an open net, but he goes for the pass instead. I think he recognized the defenders would at least be able to get a wheel on the ball. It's not exactly going to end the offense, though. 50 seconds to go. Spaceman's team, I was going to say back into offense, but that's not the greatest touch out of Helix, and it'll just feed it out to Luby.
This one. Touch towards the back wall. No one's able to get there in time except Helix. Manages to recover, air dribble it out into midfield. Luby's there first. Not a great touch. Tryhouse will have to try to do his best, but Hockey needs to stay backline. That net's open. If only the ball could have been to Tryhouse or Luby instead. Luby back in midfield. Goes for the flip reset. Gets it. Can't extend his touch any further. Time is ticking, and we may not see a goal until overtime potentially.
Oh, almost a chance to eat your words there, as that pass could have been received in a shot on target, but instead goes the other way. Knight, no boost off the backboard, needs to be careful, gets bailed out by Helix. Is Hockey going to try to keep this up? He will. To the backboard it goes, and Helix feeds it out to midfield. And anybody been prepared for the rebound? Could have been a shot, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. Maybe not here. Game number 2 heading to overtime. A big one for Spaceman's team, because I will say, Tryhouse's squad starting to get a lot more informed. They look much more warm than game 1. If you want to send yourself on a series point, I think this is the best chance to do so.
Oh, such a close series to start off the day. Concerns on both, but also maybe nerves when it comes to being on stream and trying to prepare and trying their best to show off. A lot on the line with our prize pool. If we get to tomorrow, top 8 automatically in it. This one saved away by Hockey. Luby extending, gets the flip reset. What a pickup and what a shot by Luby across court.
Well, I tried to make this point earlier today, and then Luby owned goal. So we'll get into some redemption, as the extra space being afforded in this lobby right now is something neither team can afford. I get it. You don't want to overlap. You don't want to cut rotation and cut a teammate off. But when you've got Luby, of all players, cutting through midfield with completely uncontested space to work with, yeah, you're going to have to at least put a hand up. They don't do that, and there's the results. Tryouts team going to even out the series at 1 apiece.
This is a very typical scoreboard, I will say. Looking at it, I was shocked to see the numbers initially, but overall, Team Tryouts had the better pressure this game. That was a fantastic transition out of Luby to make the final play. And I think Hockey did really well being a little bit more defensive this game. He didn't want to allow Team Spaceman to get the quality of shots they had in the previous one. So adaptations made for Hockey. It resulted in a longer game, but it resulted in them to get the win. Great job by Luby to come out of his shell and make a play upfield.
They did great. I think that both of these teams are starting to find themselves, like you said, just a little bit more comfortability on the pitch. I do need somebody to help out Knight, though. Dude had 5 saves by himself. He cannot be the only defensive player for the team, especially considering we talked about how integral it was going to be for Spaceman in particular to play more defensively for his squad. He did get involved in offense a couple of times here, and I like to see the more advantageous play from him, but don't forget your role, my friend. You do still need to be probably more the third man for the team. If you start overexerting yourself, well, we're going to see the results. Game number 3 officially underway. Let's see if Helix maybe can find an early goal for his team.
Looking at Helix to certainly step up for Team Spaceman, and otherwise Team Tryhouse needs to keep working out the success that they've been getting. A 50 will result in going on to Team Tryhouse's side. Shot comes through from Helix. We ask him to step up and he delivers.
He does it immediately. It's not exactly off the first shot, but as much as I do want to give him credit here, can we also give credit to Knight? Not only a 50, but a pinch directly to the backboard. All Helix had to do was put that one on target, but good on him to read the drop-down pass and to immediately shoot. 20 seconds in, and finally, Spaceman's team's got a little bit of a barrier to work with.
Luby, though, has a lot of space to work with. A Spaceman back in time. He is going to get a second touch, and that touch goes in midfield. Granted, did Hockey save that by accident?
I'm not sure. There were enough players cutting on top of the ball that really I couldn't tell you to be for certain. I can tell you for certain what just happened here. 2 goals in not even a minute. It seems like Spaceman's team has figured out how to get into offense and do something with it.
I think it's the quick transitions nobody's ready for. What a beautiful drop-down pass. And the finish, just as perfect for Team Spaceman. It's bang, bang. I don't know if Spaceman gave a pep talk going into this one, but whatever it is, it certainly worked. Helix and Knight look like they're on a new level, and that being upfield offensive pressure level. It's been nice to see them be so dynamic to start off in our very first minute. As you mentioned, we've almost had as much goals as in an entire game in the first minute of gameplay.
It's been exciting so far, but it also does make me a little bit nervous because now this is going to require Spaceman's team maybe pulling back a little bit and playing a bit more defense, something that we have seen them struggle with, maybe not in the prior series of or prior games of the series, but man, every time I try to like compliment a team or like get a little analytical, something like this happens.
Yeah, this is a feels backflip moment, maybe air control. I don't know what to call that other than oopsies. And that's what that's what's gonna happen. Hopefully he can shake that one off. Oh no.
Wow. Okay.
That's not another oopsies.
I mean, we're starting to get more to the gameplay we were expecting out of the series. It took us two games to get there, but now we're starting to get to that. Well, how many own goals do we have here? 2? Is it 2 or 3 technically so far at this point? Either way, we're at 4 goals already in just about a minute gone in our 3rd game of the series, and I'll be real, I expect like 5 more. There's another.
Cha-ching. We asked for goals, and I will say they delivered. Tryhouse and Spaceman both with 10 points on the board, but their teams, they're racking up the points going into this one. That's 3 unanswered goals by Team Tryhouse. I don't know what else to say. This is unbelievably different from games 1 and games 2.
It's a game so far, and I thought we were about to get another goal there. We still might, to be fair. The defense hasn't exactly cleared the lines quite yet. Luby, time, space. We saw what we can do with this. Flip reset in the bag and a pass out center. Denied by Helix. Now they need to transition quickly. We've got a lot of time left in this game, but considering the results so far, I think it's going to require a couple more goals to guarantee yourself the win.
Hockey. Tryhouse, get the pinch. It almost goes on target, but Knight's there to get in the way. Pop out, Hockey's there and waiting, but he gets bumped. Helix, early pre-jump, and I don't know if we'll get there in time. Luby's already up for it. He doesn't find the touch, but he faked everyone out, and Hockey finds the finish.
I said we get a couple more, and we get them even before halftime. A 4th goal already, and that is 4 unanswered. Honestly, I think Luby made the right decision not taking the touch off the backboard. I don't know if it was intentional, I don't know if it was a fake, but it left the entire defense without any air in their tires, just looking around like, you've got the save? Not quite. We can see even more goals in this game. I think I called 5, and since then, we've already got 2. We are well on our way to meeting that mark.
Oh my. Knight, maybe an answer for Team Spaceman. Tries to do something crazy, but Hockey, brick wall on the defensive side, gets a flip reset, gets another one underneath Spaceman, and good thing Knight's back. Able to send it in his own corner and win the 50 as well. Popping in midfield, Luby there instead. Can Spaceman get to this one? Pitches it off his own post, and Knight to clear it away. Right now, Team Spaceman kind of fumbling when it comes down to it. Team Tryhouse looks so in control. Look at the bump. Almost finds the shot underneath, but man, do they look confident.
Helix, a chance maybe to respond here. He doesn't have a ton of boost, but he's got enough to at least get it over Hockey, not around Luby in the corner. I'm going to assume Try did not try to make that touch. I think that was unintentional, and it's now giving some offense to our orange side. Very short-lived, though, as a boomer downfield finds its way right into the hands of Knight. I think has enough time to get an air dribble. Hockey not going to give him the time to do so, and at least Hockey's starting to pick up on what is necessary in this lobby. Man, do we call that an own goal? What is this?
See about it. That is unfortunate. That's all we're gonna call that. I can't. Yeah. I can't throw shade. It's fine. It's all good. Team Hockey just. I mean, what? Team Tryhouse, right?
You think, not based on the scoreboard at this point. You think based on everything else, but yeah, no, this is Hockey's domain, and we're all just living in it right now. 4 goals, an assist, a save on 5 shots. This dude is a menace, and oh boy, don't give him another one. He might not even be able to get it though, because the defense doesn't even try him for a 50. Finally, a breakaway play for Spaceman squad. Now, is anybody prepared on offense to do something with it?
No, but you know who's prepared on defense? Our man Hockey is. He's been on the backboard and just been a backboard demon on defense the entire series thus far. He is so consistently placed, the ball always just seems to land in his lap. And then he's able to go upfield all on his own. I mean, that's just the power of those Northwood boys. They're just always so good.
I don't disagree with the point, but I'm kind of sad that you didn't say that's the power of friendship, because I did kind of hope that somebody was going to say that. Hey, there's the power of friendship. Helix is going to show it, and we have officially hit I think the 5-goal mark since I said that, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe this is the 4th goal. I don't know. Either way, the fact we even got close is terrifying.
Yeah, this game has my brain a little scrambled, but that's okay.
Same.
Because Bundle Bash, it's Spooky Bash. It's I don't know how to. Scrambled brains is spooky, maybe. Halloween. Anyways, that's how we're feeling right now. Cause this game, we're finally down to the last 30 seconds. We have really been living in the nature of chaotic energy. We are in chaotic good of this game. Maybe not good, probably evil. I'm
going to call it neutral. I don't know if this is necessarily beneficial to either side. I don't know if anybody's really going to be all too proud about what we've witnessed here in this game. They might be if they complete the comeback. There's the 5-goal mark. And on top of the 5-goal mark, there's 6 seconds left. There's no way we see an overtime, right?
You know, when you said comeback, I was like, no, Bass, you're joking. And then I realized there's only 6 seconds left and 1 goal difference. How did we get there? There was a canyon. It was a 3-goal swing. And now it's 1. Kickoff, fake, but not in the correct direction. That one wasn't as calculated as it needed to be.
Look, props to Spaceman's team going for the fake kickoff. How did no one go to the right corner? I'm very confused. That should have been probably an extension. We should be at least having the ball in the air right now and attempting to go into an overtime. I think we're getting close, but unfortunately for Spaceman's squad, close is not going to be enough. They fall just 1 goal short, and once again, it's the night show. Somebody's got to give him some backup here, because it's night versus hockey right now, which, you know, if you've been following CRL this season, that's not exactly a surprising storyline that we're developing here, but 4 goals, 1 assist, 1 save, and 6 shots for hockey versus Knight, who had 2 goals, 1 assist, 5 saves, and 4 shots. I mean, these two are just trading blows back and forth at this point.
Yeah, but Spaceman did beat Tryhouse individually.
That is true. How many of those points are just off of that pinch save that he had, though?
Fair. Also valid. If you get rid of the 50, then you know what? It's fine. Anyways, I think this game is showing how much first pick kind of matters, just as much as the second pick. Honestly, I think it shows how powerful, of course, our collegiate scene is, and how well they are doing at trying to adapt to their captains and still playing themselves. Like, you're still seeing the character of who Hockey is and who Luby is and who Knight and Helix are on the field, and how much they can just play with about anybody.
Well, the crazy thing is, chicks, as much as we have talked about, you know, it feels like the momentum's starting to swing in favor of Tryhouse. We're starting to see the team, you know, play a little bit better. I looked back at the score lines. We've had 3 1-goal ball games. All right, well, this is not helping the narrative I was about to paint, which is that we could easily get a game 5. In order to get there, we do need somebody on defense. This one's just unfortunately not a touch in a necessary moment.
Yeah, I don't know where the defense was. I think that's one of those unfortunate kickoff mishaps that happens. Everyone seems to extend so far out that no one is back in net. This one always too committing, cheating for that kickoff. Knight goes towards the backboard, trying to stay in control. Hockey wins the 50. Luby can just sneak it on through. That's some really good kickoff pressure from Team Tryhouse.
This is a great play and is an unfortunate one for Spaceman's side, as you can really see them scrambling to find some sort of escape. Helix is looking for bumps. Knight's trying to buy time on the defense, and Spaceman, honestly, right place, right time. Luby just kind of knew he was going to jump for that one, as you probably should off a kickoff. Slides it right underneath him, and it's 2-0. Let's see if we can get back to a little bit of normalcy here. A goal back would be great, and we might be able to find it. Knight not going to be able to dunk that through. Shot from Helix, though, into some traffic. Spaceman can keep this off the side. No, Helix going to cut rotation out at midfield and give another chance. Knight, redirect from the corner, not going to make it. Helix there. Where's the follow? Knight going to shoot it. It's denied. And I think Spaceman committed as well. That's all 3 players upfield, and they're still not going to back off.
That was all 3 players in the net as well for defense on the other end of the field for Team Tryhouse. Everyone went for that ball in an attempt to make that shot. And I mean, credit to Team Spaceman. They go down by 2 early on, trying to already gain that lead back. Granted, they have to tell themselves they have time. They can slow play this. They don't have to panic, because panicking isn't going to result in good. Tryhouse gets saved by Spaceman, but then Hockey cleans up the play.
Look, I honestly, I think this is just sort of like a grudge match here. Spaceman went, you know what? You can score on us. You can beat our team. I refuse to give Tryhouse a goal. I will be the one to deny him on the line, and he did exactly that. Credit to Spaceman, man. That's a phenomenal save. It's unfortunate it may not make much of a difference. There are 4 minutes left in this game, but a 3-goal lead at this point is looking almost insurmountable with the way that this team's gaining momentum.
Shot off the backboard for Helix. The initial attempt and pressure was looking good for Team Spaceman. This by Hockey goes into the corner. Another touch. Knight and Helix on top of each other. They need to space out. They have to try to work together because too many of these attempts by Team Spaceman are just so one note. It's always one player in particular trying to solo play. And the fact is you're not going to get past all Hockey, Luby, and Tryhouse with just one person. Hopefully the passing plays can connect the field for them. Helix doing his best, but again, it's a solo effort.
Trying to finally get his first goal on the board. He may not, but at least going to give some offense to his team. Hockey, carry back out to midfield. Luby should be there to receive it, but that's not the touch he was hoping for, as it's right into the hands of Knight. Pops it out center. Hockey in the way, but maybe now Spaceman's team can set up shop on offense. Or not. They give a lot of time to both Helix and Hockey on the air dribble. It's not really going to do much. We're starting to get into a little bit of a just midfield battle here, with both teams taking heavy touches on either end. Not beneficial to our orange side as we get to halftime, and they still do not have a goal on the board.
Hockey playing time, and it's fair. He's up by 3. No need to rush. Granted, a triple commit by Tryhouse, Luby, and Hockey give the ball right back towards the other end of the field. Helix taking his time, doesn't have much boost to work with, but still wins a very nice 50. Luby the clear out in midfield. Spaceman going up forward, doesn't find contact, so now Knight instead does his best to be in the way. Helix as well to picks up that 100 boost, maybe across field, but Tryhouse, what a pre-jump to get that one away from Helix.
And I think it's going to work out for a goal. Hockey, long ball downfield, shot on target, and it's 4-0. I don't even really blame Spaceman's team for not being prepared for this. This ball took 3 touches and traveled like 14 kilometers.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a crazy transition and a wonderful job by Team Tryhouse. Everyone made an impact in that play. I think that was the best team play that we have seen all series long, which means I think they kind of understand how to play now. They've gotten their feet wet. They look comfortable. Team Tryhouse in control. Hockey, over under 1,000 points. We're at 918 right now. I'm kind of curious.
He's got 100 seconds left. If you think Hockey's not going to do at least one more spectacular play before this series is over, I think you are mistaken. I know this guy's got something left, and oh, here it is. Gonna go for the reset? Nope, he's going for the pass. The perfect one at that. Not gonna get him to 1,000, but had that connected, it would have with another assist for Hockey. This team's just kind of in free play at this point. You know what? That's the value of warming up against Taco and beating him in ranked. He gives you a good preparation for the series ahead.
I was going to say, I hope we didn't overhype Taco and his ability to prep a team, but I think we safely did. With a minute remaining and 4 goals, I mean, we've seen some pretty incredible comebacks happen, but I think Hockey is just so in control at this point, as well as Luby and Tryhouse. So Tryhouse right now beating Luby in points, so this will be outstanding if he ends the game with just that. But it seems like Team Spaceman just cannot break the ball control of Team Tryhouse right now.
I gotta credit Tryhouse in particular as well for actually getting involved in the offense at this point. He's got 2 assists. He's got the most assists of any player on his team, and he's got assists on both of the players that are on his team as well. So, dude's finding his way into this trio perfectly. I do think that Tryhouse has finally found himself the role that he needs to be, and that's a more in-your-face player. I don't think he's shying away from challenges. I think he has found his confidence, and again, that's why I told you you should have some confidence, bro. You're gonna get a goal here. That's like the 98th own goal of the series. I'm not necessarily going to count this one to him, but that's why I said yesterday, you should give yourself a shot. I could see this team making top 8.
Hey, but it's an own goal coming off of Knight. You got to give him a little bit more credit. like that's harder, you know? If it was Spaceman, I would have been like, you know, yeah, whatever, happened.
Well, I think that, no. The 2 own goals we've seen so far from the team, I think, are Knight and Luby. If I'm not mistaken, the other own goal, or not from Luby, is from Helix. The other own goal, I think, is Helix redirecting it from the sidewall. So, regardless, Tryhouse's team is going to take it. It's a lot of own goals. It's not exactly the cleanest gameplay ever, but a win is a win, Chicksa. And for this team that I think yesterday didn't really have confidence in themselves, maybe they can build some confidence off of this.
It was fun. I gotta say, it was a lot of fun, and I think Tryhouse did a phenomenal job. I think that was Tryhouse's game to shine, to step up, to enjoy himself, and it's a dominant win. If they have anything to talk about right now, momentum-wise, it's just that they won 5-0. They made a statement in the final game of the series, and maybe this will propel them into feeling more confident later on.
I gotta hope so. Again, I don't think that this team is completely outmatched to the point where Try's talking about, oh, I'm just here to have fun. I just don't want to go, 0-3 because, dude, again, top 8 last time. He's proven that he can play in lobbies like this and get to the level to where he plays with his teammates. I don't think he should be looking at this one and being like, we barely stuck by. Dude, when they found momentum, they truly found momentum. So props to Try's team, props to the entirety of the series, and good luck to Spaceman there. Not exactly the showing I think that they were hoping for, especially that final game of the series, but I've still got some confidence they'll be able to turn this one around later in the day.
Yeah, I think they have a lot to think about, a lot to talk about. Again, this is the first round of the day, so everyone needs to understand who they're up against and how that competition is going to go. You can prep up all you want and competitive, but it doesn't still give you the same experience of being in the Swiss bracket.
It does not, and we've kind of talked enough about this series. Let's bring in the other analysts, and maybe they can give us something a little bit more educational on that one, because I'm not going to lie, I'm struggling for a couple of takeaways.
My takeaway is that Tryhouse did better than Spaceman, and that's what we saw in that last game as well. I mean, very much so looking at the points, but I think a lot of it came down to Helix trying to carry throughout the first 2 games, and afterwards it was a bit of a struggle since then on out. So looking towards the future, for a future of not 0-3 for the Spaceman team, Taco, what do they need as their secret sauce, their secret ingredient to move forward into a 1-1 potential second round?
I think the big awkward thing for Spaceman squad is that Spaceman said himself that he's going to struggle in these matchups just because it's going to be so high paced, it's going to be really frantic, and I think because of that, they need to kind of bounce around the idea that Spaceman is going to have to fundamentally play more reserved, and you don't necessarily have Helix and Knight carry, but they'll create danger. You can't expect every game to be super high scoring or to have a lot of offense involved, because ultimately that's just not really how it's going to work. Their first game that they did win, that first game, was 1-2, so clearly they can keep it close, but they can still have just enough offense. You just need Knight and Helix to get a shot off. But the problem is, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. 2-2 total goals when you look at both teams combined to the first 2 games. And then down the back half, it was 10-4. So really started to get off the rails, and defense was not getting the reads, no one reacting to anything. And that's where I feel like if you try to turn up the pace too much, everybody gets lost in the sauce.
Let's talk a little bit more about this team Tryhouse now. They got a 3-1 victory. They got to feel a lot more confident, as you were talking about, Bass. And tell us a little bit more about what they need to work on with continuing the good work that they put in this series to make that momentum enough to at least get another win in Swiss.
They just got to stay confident. I think that's the biggest thing, is that when we started to see Tryhouse not necessarily turtle himself up, similar to how I think both him and Spaceman started the series, going, you know what, I know I'm going to be the slowest person in this lobby. I got a hard third. I have to be the only defensive rock for the team. Nah, that's not how you have to play. You have to play as if you are just as good as the rest of the players in this lobby. And once he started doing that, he started getting involved in offense. 2 assists at the end of there. Should have probably had a goal as well on top of that, just due to the last second save that we saw out of Spaceman, which, credit to him, that still might be the highlight play of the entire series. I don't know how he managed it, but regardless, he played phenomenally. And I think that Tryhouse needs to stay confident, because obviously his 2 teammates are more than capable of playing lobbies like this. But if he believes that he can, I think they actually do have a good shot at this one.
We'll have a couple of updates in the bracket we'll get into in just a little bit, but looking on the horizon for the other teams that are doing pretty well for themselves, and now both Spaceman in the 0-1 and Tryhouse in the 1-0, I mean, what do you expect from the rest of the field competing against these 2 teams, Chicksa?
I think Team Spaceman need to find another strategy, or they're going to continue to struggle against the rest of the teams on the field. I think Team Tryhouse needs to not be so one note with hockey, and as long as they can find other people, Luby and Tryhouse themselves, to keep a threat level of themselves, then the other teams are going to have a harder time. Or else my priority would be pre-jump hockey, demo hockey, bump hockey, make sure Hockey's
True.
out of the way. If Hockey is stumbling back, you better hurry up. Like, that would be my thought process. So as long as they can keep Luby being offensive and Trios at times, then they'll have a good chance against the rest of everybody.
But let's take our first break of the day as the rest of the results come through for that first round of the Swiss. We still have a long way to go. 5 rounds total. We're only off the first leg, and we'll be back after this.
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see someone.
You have a turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be inside? There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew. Now, I got a video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
We don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
A half flip is a basic Rocket League mechanic that allows players to adjust the position of their car or turn around while maintaining their speed. Overall, this is a very useful mechanic, especially in 1v1s, and will allow the player to get back on defense faster, get to the ball quicker, and more. So how do you half flip? Start by doing some front flips on the ground. Now, when your car is upside down, halfway through the flip, pull backward to stop the flip motion. Do this a few times to get the feeling down. Finally, when your car's upside down, air roll in either direction to get your wheels back toward the ground. Many advanced players will bind air roll to a button to make this mechanic and others easier. Once you get the half flip down, try it going in the other direction. Here it is one more time, slow down. Now that you know what it takes to get started on learning the half flip, get out there and get some practice. I'll see you guys on the next one.
I think I need therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Go on myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpent, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and it feels so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I had. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the lights of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me. All I seek to find is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Following the They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks and nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks and nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks on nature. We're body freaks, body freaks.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now into round 2, and our matches have been generated. We have the results from the first round. We have round 2 matches here. So let's break down the bracket and see where we have gone and where we are going in these matchups. As you can see, Cosmic taking the win, T-Bates as well, Alpha Cap, Flitz, Vince, Tryhouse we just saw, Too Fast, and Chief Beef. Any big surprises here, chicks, as far as the results in this first round?
I think T-Bates doing a full-on sweep to Tenacity surprised me. I expected Team Tenacity to get at least one game of Tenacity as the deal and Frostbite. Vince as well getting a full sweep. I think I'm most impressed with teams that can pull off the sweep to start off the day. Not surprised with the Cosmic one, of course, but otherwise I think everything went as we expected it to.
I mean, we've got some great matches as well in this second round. The one we will be doing is T-Bates versus Alpha Cap, following a caster again. Just coincidence on that one. But apart from that matchup, what's the most interesting one that people should tune into these content creator streams here, Taco? Try and keep an eye on for the other matchups.
You know, it's so tough to be able to like look through these matchups because really there's a bunch of different teams that I didn't expect to be in lowers, or at the very least, like the ones I did expect to be close, like Chief Beef Mizu and Lethmir Flitz, are in fact kind of the duking it out types of games. So sometimes you look at a favorite team and say, nope, that's exactly the team that should be like a powerhouse team, and they live up to that. But this is where Swiss always gets really fun though, because I think first round it's kind of just getting used to your team, and then once you get to round, I would say 3, 4, 5, that's where you start to really determine the teams that actually can separate. So looking up at the 1-0, I don't really see any more surprises outside of Tryhouse trying to keep it going against an actual RLCS team.
Gosh. I didn't even realize that at first, that he's playing against the 0-1 roster.
Yeah, what a reward for getting your first
beat
win.
Spaceman. I feel like if they got a 3-0, they might have had a better matchup too, is the funny thing. So good luck, Tryhouse, on that one. Nonetheless, though, Cosmic will see how far they can go and if they have any trouble afterwards based on what we have seen. But we got to talk more about our current matchup that we have. Team T-Bates versus Team Alpha Cap. Bass, I'm going to you recently when it comes to these rosters. Tell me about these rosters for people who aren't familiar with the teams if they didn't pay attention to the draft yesterday.
Well, one of them's very easy to explain. T-Bates drafted Akron. That's it. End of the story at this point here. He grabbed 2/3, 2/3 of the Akron roster. 5UP is not on that roster. 5UP is actually participating on a different team here today. However, on the other side of it, Alpha Cap, do we even say he drafted his team? He just kind of put in notes and just like, yeah, he drafted it, but wasn't live. He just kind of went, hey, here's my list. Here's who I think is the best. Here's who you guys should be taking. And he got good picks out of it. He didn't do a bad job at all. Adam and Polar are both very talented players. We said it. Polar probably fell much lower in the list than really anybody expected. So this is going to be an interesting one. I think on one side, it's just straight up chemistry. And on the other side, it's just good players. Not really much else to say.
Yeah, I mean, good players all around from both of these teams. And that's the great thing about kind of a draft format is you get to see different rosters than you're used to seeing and then playing in different environments. Apart from, we do see that full RLCS roster we keep talking about. I mean, it's the elephant in the room for a reason for Cosmic's team, but also having 2/3 of Akron, that synergy, it's worked for some squads before, but it hasn't guaranteed a victory. So that's what I'm interested to see for this T-Bates team, how far they're going to be able to go with this roster. T-Bates, I mean, he's been styling on Asper, as we saw on Twitter earlier as well. So he's been keeping up on sticks as best as possible. Won a show match at Worlds. So against a former RLCS player, kind of works out pretty well with the way things have been going on that way. But even then, Chixa, let's talk a little bit about how we think this game is going to go. So predictions, best of 5. Do we think this is going the distance? Last one, we kind of, we're having fun with it, but this one, it's all serious business.
I do think this one does go the distance. We have two teams that were very successful in round 1 and two that also drafted near the end. Both 14th and 15th, they got both of their picks almost near at the same time. So they understand who they're playing with, how they want to attack the field. I mean, it's our first 1-0 matchup that we see during the day, and both of these teams won for a reason and in decently dominant fashion. So I'd be very surprised if this doesn't go farther into our series.
Makes a lot of sense. And we'll have to see if that is going to be the case for Taco. we saw how things went down before. We were all like, you know, Spaceman has a chance, but Tryhouse got this all the way. This one I feel like isn't as cut and dry on who might come out on top. So who are you feeling will take the cake this time?
See, the rough part is that Teammates has the advantage of having defending CRL Open champions on his team and just has to be able to play a solid third. And Teammates, people might not know because people think of Analysts as pretty low level. Teammates is a demon in twos. He plays a lot of twos. He's a very competent player. Obviously, AlphaCap is as well, rocking that RLCX tag within the lobby, one of the few blue tags available. And he obviously has a competent team, but I think it's really just going to come down to whether or not they have the chemistry. And I feel like 2/3 of Teammates' roster already has that chemistry. They play together all the time. So for Teammates, I feel like you just got to be the competent third and just watch them go to work.
And this is going to be interesting too, because it is a CRL veteran with a CRL roster, and then like AlphaCap, who's kind of the king of memes when it comes to like TikTok and things like that, from what we've seen in the stuff that he's been doing. So Bass, I mean, how do you feel like that's going to come into play, that experience from Team Teammates, but also just the pure not care power from Team AlphaCap?
I almost want to disagree. I don't know. I feel like people always meme on AlphaCap and say like, oh, it's AlphaCap, right? Dude, he just qualified for a ones tournament. He has made RLCS or not even like that long ago as a player. This dude is still very high level. I think a lot of people really do look at AlphaCap as just straight up, you know, a meme streamer. He is still extremely talented at this game. So as much as I do want to give credit to AlphaCap and be like, yeah, I think this team's just going to be in it for the fun. Dude, I don't know. AlphaCap shows up in events like this. He wants to win.
Well, he does have his own great player on his roster that did pretty well on Maryville now. Fisher for Adam, and Polar's also made some moves too. So I feel like they have a pretty solid shot to do some business. But this is the most recent CRL Open champion, so at least 2/3 of it. And T-Bates, who unfortunately didn't get a land win with LSU, but it's okay. He's still here and competing. I got to bring that up every once in a while just to give him a bit of a mess for that. But even then, I feel like this is going to go to T-Bates. The experience, but also the Akron roster can't be denied. We know how good the AlphaCap team is, but I'm going to say this is going the distance to 5 this time. It has to, instead of what we saw last time, some good skill on the field from both these teams and giving it their all. And I don't think we will see the safest driver in this lobby. By the way, Chief Beef currently leading the track there with 1,441.89 Unreal units. The safest driver currently in the stats and the running for that. But even then, this matchup is going to be one for the record books. A CRL veteran with the most recent CRL Open winners versus the meme master and one savant in AlphaCap with some additional help. This is going to go down in history for Bundle Bash, one of the most intense matches in the second round of the Swiss stage. So let's take the field.
Well, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. The real question for me, though, is can the old dogs keep up with the new puppies here? We've got the newer generation of Rocket League, these players in CRL, and 2 of the oldest heads we still have playing here. Teammates and Alpha still got to prove that they can play in these high-level lobbies, but in my opinion, Taco, I've got no doubt they can.
Yeah, they're not only just fighting against each other on the field, they're fighting against the UNC status from both their chats, as they're definitely going through this one, getting teased. Can he still hang with all the young players, all these CRL players? I think they can, and I think this is their great way to prove it, especially if T-Bates can be able to lead his team from the example of getting a double tap. Fortunately, not enough boost to be able to actually make that one go through.
Well, we're already starting off a little bit explosive here, which I don't really think either one of us are all too surprised by. Again, I know people like to act as if, you know, AlphaCap, he's a meme player. He's, you know, still pretty good, but is he good enough? Mance is doing 1v1 challenges for $500 a piece against some of the best pros in North America. He challenged Beast Mode last week. He's challenging First Killer this week. This man's out here ready to play and prove that he truly is at the very top. And honestly, I think T-Bates already did that with a win on LAN. However, he's got to do it again. AlphaCap opens up the scoring.
Really do like this. Everybody getting involved. Polar finding Adam upfield, and both of them on 0 boost, but AlphaCap, he's the one with all the boost. Gets a light little touch. I think it's actually better that he hit it like this one. I'm going to even dare to say that was on purpose so that you could slow it down, give a little change up to Bullseye, who simply cannot react from that close of a distance.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more than just that. The defense, while not playing poorly so far, is going to have to be prepared. All 3 of these players are shooters, and they're ready to shoot from anywhere and anytime. It's not exactly going to benefit them, though, here on defense, because right now, Bullseye looking for a double denied by AlphaCap. Patty out at midfield just has to contain it. a good first touch. Not as great a second touch as a 50 just ricochets out to AlphaCap, who does have the Unk status on proudly. That's the clan he's repping right now, so maybe us calling him Unk isn't exactly the, bad thing that we've painted it out to be.
I just thought he would be a Tar Heel fan, but I guess not. After all, his brother does operate the Ball State program there, so I'd have to think that they're doing fine. But they're not doing fine on getting those near post reads. As Patty gonna squeeze this one in. Bullseye gets a favorable 50, and Patty does the rest.
I did not expect this to turn into a goal, but honestly, I think it's just miscommunication. All 3 players on defense jump at the ball. All 3 of them theoretically could have been the one to make the save, but when none of them make any contact, that's about as free as they come. 90 seconds in, we've got a tied ball game. Let's see if maybe we can find something to break it off the kickoff.
Oh, and I think they actually might be able to. Patty gets too far forward, and even worse, it's going to deflect right into Kep. The newfound onesman not going to miss an open net.
I thought we were promised a cleaner series. I thought we were done with like the sloppy weirdness of series number 1. Apparently not, as we miss an open goal and then immediately transition the other way. We're back to a 1-goal lead in favor of AlphaCap's team. It's like nothing ever even happened in the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty of a lot of situations kind of like this is that you do have some quick adjustments you have to make. Poor Patty, I think he half flips on this, and then as soon as he jumps to flip, you realize, wait, why is Polar already behind me? Why is Polar up in the air right now for the double tap? Patty gonna get bailed out by the crossbar. Bullseye only able to tap it to the sidewall, but not even for that much longer. It's immediately 50'd straight down, and Kep just throws it on a high lob back into their attacking zone.
Patty, long ball downfield, hoping to get into the hands of Bullseye, but he is quickly dunked out, and more offense here for Orange side. Adam, pass down to, I believe, AlphaCap, who kind of puts a shot on target, but really just forces the double commit out of T-Bait's team. They're a bit too awkward right now. They need to find some sort of escape, and they won't find it yet. Adam, good touch, but to nobody. The long ball downfield, a redirect. T-Bait fakes it out, and Patty not prepared for that. I think he did intentionally fake that one, but unfortunately the defense was wiser to it.
That are just way too fast for him. Sometimes you get those deflections and it's all great, but other times you're driving forward really fast and then you realize you have to slap the brakes, and then you realize because you slap the brakes to actually get the read, you don't have the speed to get up to it. It's just kind of a cascading sequence of failures, so you gotta be a little bit mindful of that, especially on the build-up, and really that hasn't really been an issue from AlphaCap's squad. They've had a lot of nice setups, but mostly it's been uncontested reads that have gone on through. I don't know if necessarily that's lying in wait for T-Bait's team, but right now they can't even get that pass off because the demo from Team AlphaCap cleared the way.
Shot on target, not going to be nearly enough. Bullseye barely going to flinch at that one, and the offense continues here for our Orange side. Polar, that's not the touch he was looking for either. Might be able to clean it up, or at least get a pass out to Adam, who's going to now need to restart the offense from his own side. Couple commits in a row, but I think it will work out for the team as Adam first shot off the ceiling, but can't find it past T-Baits. T-Baits doing a good job on defense so far, but they need some offense at this point. 90 seconds to go, still down by a goal, but here comes Patty to start it from midfield.
We're going to miss that read, so T-Bait's trying to clean things up. Problem is, every single avenue of escape is covered, and now Adam trying to really finish things off, and one of the rare moments where a Flip Reset has all way too much power, and that's just going to go way over the bar for Patty. I would say to clean up, but more so just to delay potentially the inevitable. Here's another 1-2-3 pass. Adam tried to adjust, but even if he did, kept sent back to the scrap heap.
Oh, and another player sent to the scrap heap. T-Bait's hunting for everybody, and it's going to work! I think T-Bait's basically got a triple demo. He bumped the player in net, but that was literally just so they could survive.
Yeah, every single player is just trying to get away from it. Poor Kepi adjusted well, but Bullseye knew exactly what he needed to do. Slow the ball down, don't even touch it, take for a 50 if possible, but really not even needed. Really well done by T-Baits, and definitely a player that loves to go for demos. He will chase you all around the pitch, and that time he had a perfect lineup to get multiple players in his wrath.
I'm starting to believe that this man, he might have played at Louisiana, but I'm thinking he would have been oh so comfortable in Akron. My goodness, is he slotting into this team phenomenally, but job's not done yet. They still need at least one more if they want to avoid an overtime here in our first game of the series. That's not going to help them out whatsoever. 50 out to midfield, but somehow Bullseye and Patty in sync to keep this one in offense and give it to T-Bait for a flip reset that he will actually use. Dude was 18 yards away from this one and somehow read the dunk.
Love this flip reset, but then really save that one up. Poor Adam, he thought, okay, well, he's all the way in the middle. I'm just going to take that to the sideline, and T-Baits, I mean, he's got a big brain. That man's a lawyer. He'll be able to read that one quickly through and just be able to dunk that one home. Debilitating for Team AlphaCap, and now could get even worse if they're not careful in the final 30.
Polar trying to get something started, though. They'd at least like one goal to see in overtime, but Bullseye quickly to take that away through the corner, looking for the pinch, and will find it, forcing the team back into a retreat again, and now at a numbers disadvantage, but it might not matter. Shot just needed to be found, but it is quickly denied. More offense here. Drop down to Adam. Shot denied again, and the defense of this pseudo-Akron squad showing up big.
Bullseye can't reach Polar, but Patty should have it all fine as that one's going to hit the sidewall, or rather, just get into Adam. Teammates trying to spike it. Alpha Cap, that's that one's training. Perfectly balanced on the top rope. Adam's up for it and actually gets there. 0 second to go.
The defense wasn't quite enough. You might have been able to hold up the first time, but as soon as the boost starts to dwindle and no one's prepared for an aerial shot, that's what's going to happen. We see an OT here in game number 1, and it's the heroics of the AA duo doing it again.
And really, Alpha Cap is doing so much. He only has 500 points, but he's 7 shots, a goal, and the assist on the last one. Even a save, just to say he can do it on both ends. So Cap certainly showing he might have the UNC status, but he'd still play with the Young Bucks, and Adam certainly taking advantage of that one, getting his goal, and the most important one, you could argue, to be able to bring this one into OT, and maybe Polar can join on in, but going to be denied on the goal line.
I don't even blame Alpha Cap for not wanting to commit to that one. He probably thought, oh, this one's over. We've already gotten it. We've gotten past the entire defense, but a last-second save will keep us going. 30 seconds in, Polar looking for another offense. Adam, no boost in the tank, which means numbers advantage the other way. Alpha Cap gonna really have to show that one's prowess and buy some time for his team, which he does. But now, here comes our blue squad trying to get some offense started, or Polar will just get in the way and not give him any free touches. Well done on the disruption. Just about a minute into overtime here. It does feel like both teams are just looking for that first mistake.
Bullseye looked like he was going down for a catch and might have tripped up Polar a little bit as he wasn't getting the angle that he was looking for. Adam does, and that was going to be a foot race as Alpha Cap and Bullseye give each other a little kiss, but the ball is going to remain unloved in that situation. Same with this one from T-Bates. Cannot caress that one gently into the net. Instead, we're just going to keep ricocheting around. Increasingly chaotic and demo-heavy overtime we're getting into.
Yeah, it's been a very, very physical series so far here. Demos on either ends have been extremely integral just to either starting an offense or completely negating one altogether. It hasn't really benefited anybody too much here in OT. That probably is going to benefit T-Bates' team. He's got time to cook in the corner. What can you do? Not all too much. Just carries it across the backboard, but now this might be the slow burn effect. Taco stealing boost, just waiting for a chance.
Bullseye slowing it down. T-Bate's going to call him off, and I don't think Bullseye respected that as much, or maybe just didn't hear it in time. I really do like that idea. T-Bate's had the better angle, but either way, it will not click. But I can't really say the attack is all done and dusted. They're still going off the corner. T-Bate's looking for a bump on Polar, not nearly close enough. So Kep will be the target downfield to drop it straight down back into the passer. And some good defense from our blue side means we're going to keep on going.
I like the ideas that Alpha Cup here. He's really trying to facilitate. You mentioned it before. He's the assist leader for his team right now, and I think it's very intentional in doing so. He recognizes the two players he has on his teams are both hyper-mechanical and very solid in the offense, so if you can just dish it to him, they might be able to find some chances. Unfortunately, through an extra half game here in OT, they have not found one. Maybe here, miss off the backboard could give some space now. I was going to say for Adam to work with, but I don't think that's the touch Adam was looking for, and as a punishment, he'll get sent back into his own side.
Bullseye up for this one. He has the lighter touch as Adam actually lands underneath. Flat tires Bullseye, so no recovery possible. I think Bullseye wanted to bait in that first challenge on near post, then pass middle to Patty, but that's not going to work. Same with that aerial from T-Bates. Adam looking for the triple tap as that one goes off the ceiling and backboard. If he had a bit more boost, who knows if that would have found the back of the net.
Well, we still got chances here as overtime continues ticking away. A demo there, though, at the most crucial of times. I'm interested to see if T-Bates has an extermination at the end of this game, because my goodness, has he just been so in the face of his opponents. Now, though, he's got to do some defense, and he will. Touch to the ceiling. Where is the rebound? And it's right out to Patty. And I think that's all three players committing for Alpha Cap. That means all of them have to scramble back. And although Polar does get there in time, low boost could be a problem. Set up out at midfield is T-Bates' team. But that double commit might just end the offense.
Cap naturally slowing this one down eventually. You can't just keep hitting. It's almost like the captain has to put up hands and be like, okay, everybody, let's settle down a little bit. We can't just keep sprinting down using all of our boost in one go. Let's just try to think things through. Adam says, no, I want to speed it up. He's got a demo. He's got a redirect. Triple commit, and if not for that double from Bullseye, could have been much more dangerous than it appears. It's turning into high flick. Will again generate two players going, but Okay, and that third is there to be able to clean things mostly up as it's still lingering around.
Deep breath, everybody here on T-Bates' team. My goodness, if I haven't seen panic touch after panic touch and panic dive after panic dive, but there is a reason nobody on the team with really any boost to speak of, and they might have finally found a chance to at least gain some. Good demo from Bullseye, but T-Bates up using his entire tank. Adam does not get the shot, though. Bullseye boosted up, and I was going to say the same for Patty, but I think he had to use it all in order to escape on defense, and my goodness, if they are not barely escaping at that. Another flurry of shots, another second and another minute that somehow T-Bates' team survives.
Kep up to 9 shots, Adam up to 7. Speaking of, that's the entirety of the shot total from Team T-Bates. They only have 7 in total looking at the goal, but they have been high efficiency in their finishing, so that's all you can ask for. The next is not giving it away. That's gotta be in for Alpha Kep. Crossbar, it's off the line. Polar off the post. What are we looking at?
I don't know, but I kind of wish that I had not witnessed that. I think I would have been a better person for it. 5 minutes into overtime right now, and I am baffled at how we are still playing. Polar end this one here, and he will. Polar says, you know what? I've given you guys enough chances at goal. Let me take a shot now.
Oh my goodness, 22 shots. And we'll finally have our 4th after 5 extra minutes in game 1. This is still game 1 and 1-0 in a best of 5. We don't get anything bonus out of that one, but if this is any indication, I think we chose right for the on-stream matchup.
I would agree with you on that one. We might have also chosen the longest matchup possible, though, as that went an entire extra game in our first game of the entire series. We're like 2 games into this one, and I think the honestly most surprising part of this entire game is T-Bates at the top of his team with 6 total saves. We talked about it. He would probably have to be more of the defensive player for his team. He's not only doing exactly that, he's excelling at that. I almost feel bad for him. The dude is out here trying to put up every save, and it usually leads into a triple commit, which then means the defense falls apart. So for T-Bates' team right now, they're playing good defense. They just got to keep their heads on straight. They feel way too discombobulated in moments I don't think they need to be.
Yeah, it's a little tough as well because, honestly, my biggest issue that I usually run into when I'm looking at teams in Bundle Bash is how well they're going to sync up. Team Alpha Kep, it turns out if you just put good players on a team, they're going to play fine. And that's exactly what happened. I don't know really what they were doing or if they practiced at all, if they just know each other that well, but they all fit into this scheme like a glove. The shot total is psychotically high. Yes, we went an extra 5 minutes, but if you assume it's even half, that's still 11 shots. And even before we got really deep into overtime, they still had a lot on the board. So I think that's priority number 1 from Team T-Bates. Let's maybe figure out a way to play a little bit more competitively in the midfield because I don't know if you can endure that number of shots before giving up, inevitably some more goals.
I mean, the series, or excuse me, the game should have already been over on a 3-1 breakaway that we saw earlier, and I feel like there was a lot of those chances that were developed in favor of Alpha Kep's team, so they got to be careful here. I do agree with you. That midfield presence has to be a lot more steadfast, and 50s can't keep going in favor of Alpha Kep's team either. Immediately off to the races here with an offense within the first 15 seconds that has already had a chance at net.
So I'm just trying to take a gentle 50, but problem is no one has boost, so Kep, knowing that, is going to use the remainder of his to try to move on forward, but because there's such a gap, a little bit premature on that effort. Bullseye trying to find the early goal, and indeed he will. Patty, easy 1-2.
I just love this from Patty in every capacity because he knows that if he just shoots this straight on target, somebody's going to be ready. But Polar jumps early, so Patty goes, let me slow the play down and just try to slice it behind him. It's not about the amount of power you can shoot, it's about the finesse, and the perfect placement will earn his team a goal. 30 seconds in, and T-Bates' team has the lead.
Another aerial for Patty, trying to find Bullseye in the connection as this one rolls all the way up into the ceiling as he tried to get past Kep, but Kep seems to be a gateway keeper for a lot of these plays. He's getting in the way both offensively and defensively. Offensively, might get beat out by Patty, but doesn't mean the attack is over. Polar has no more boost, but that is a wide open aerial for Adam to try to keep alive off the backboard. Captain Kep trying to come across and not fast enough. He'll gladly take possession all the way back to his side.
Ooh, I don't know if he's going to get possession, though. Patty just getting in the way and getting a couple of bumps could give some space now for teammates' team to start an attack. or not. There's the midfield presence you were hoping for, and it almost results in a goal that, funny enough, that's basically how they won CRL this last weekend, was off of a play exactly like that. However, this is a different team, a different composition, and probably a different attack that they're going to have to get used to. So far, they are used to it, but can they now find another goal to maybe double their lead? Bullseye through the corner, not a bad 50, and T-Bates to back him up. There's the midfield, like you said, that needed to start suffocating this offense.
And it's starting to get a little bit suffocating when it comes to the Akron front boys, really trying to just advance downfield, find these little handoffs, and that one was maybe a little confusing as both players were equidistant from it, but now it's only one player up. Patty from the ceiling with a reset, with a double. That's going to be a miss. T-Bates hits it a bit too hard, I think, for Bullseye, and that one is going to be catapulted out of the half.
I like the idea, though. T-Bates trying to just put a little bit of a misdirection there. They're expecting the follow-up shot to come from Bullseye, but when he passes it to him a little bit early, sometimes that can catch them out of position. Right idea is just unfortunately not the right execution, something I think we've talked about with this T-Bates squad for a couple of moments throughout this series. But the good thing for them is they have definitely corrected their mistakes a lot more here in Game 2, and it has afforded them a lot more possession. So much possession that there is only one registered chop for this Alpha Cap team so far, through half of the game already being eclipsed.
Bullseye, reset.
Oh, no.
Get underneath Kep. He's trying to play for that 50. Very well done by Kep to be able to stay involved in that one and deflect it away, but can only do so much against the next attack coming in as Patty had the open double. Now Bullseye trying to do it by his lonesome again. Teammates might try to provide some support a bit late on that challenge, but certainly Team Alpha Cap respecting all of the aerial acrobatics of their opponents right now as they still try to hold on to this somewhat narrow lead.
In the corner, Bullseye got some more to work with. Can he get it around Polar? Absolutely, but only into the hands of Alpha Cap. But still not able to get past that midfield. T-Bates a great swing through to keep possession, and the 50 afterwards that should set up one of his teammates. Patty, to back off though. He knows nobody has boost on this Alpha Cap team, so they can desperately dive in offense, but I was gonna say, I don't think they can do much with it up until a little bit of, team bump, if you will. But T-Bates to bail his team out and not allow another offense. 90 seconds to go, and still Alpha Cap's team held to only 3 shots throughout this game, which would sound low if not for the fact that T-Bates' team only has 4. The only difference, they've got the singular goal in this game.
We'll see whether or not it will in fact be the only goal. As at this point, it's looking kind of like it, even though it's not as high scoring, just as close as we're coming to expect out of these two teams after, I would say, Game 1 functionally being Game 1 and 2. But no, this is still Game 2, and therefore, it's a chance for Team Alpha Cap to go on to match point. Polar, I know he would love that, definitely for the goal differential, but also for his own sanity's sake, going into that winner's round 3, such a relief to be able to potentially end your day early. Polar can't end this one early. He's going to be able to get shut down just in time.
Good chance from Bullseye there, but it's not going to be enough. The flip reset not going to lock in, but the defense of this semi-Akron squad, if you will, is not exactly holding up out either. It feels like a lot of times they are still going into those double and triple commits in moments they don't need to, and I'm fearful that they're going to have one of those moments at the end of this game because we've already seen the last-second heroics from this Alpha Cap squad. We know they are capable. An extra goal here would go a long way, and are they going to find it? No. Alpha Cap, a great stop. Now he leads his team in offense for what could be the final time here in Game 2.
Really like that cut from Patty, understanding it's kind of risky to cut it across the player, but it's from the blind side of the read, so catches Team Alpha Cap by surprise. They have to go back and get the ball from their half, scoop it forward, and then move on, but you've already seen they've clutched up before. Can Adam engineer some magic here from their own corner? It's not going in the right direction. It's going left to right. It needs to go north and south. T-Bates send it right back into the other half. Maybe a tap on top, and yes, that is the cherry on top of a delicious Game 2.
Well played from T-Bates here. I was about to criticize him and be like, why are you passing this one down? And then I realized, oh, Polar's got no boost. Bullseye does, and T-Bates wants a little bit of salt in the wounds. 2-0 here in game number 2, and I'm thinking T-Bates' team was not all too thrilled about giving up that first one.
No, and this is a nice little comeback from them. Granted, it's a little bit of a garbage time goal for that second one, but it's still a refutation of kind of the issues here. Team Alpha kept pouring on offense, but now everything's even. Shots a little bit lower. It's a lot more cagey through the midfield, and it's just Team T-Bates taking care of business, getting good offense, and most importantly, rotations looking really clean. I liked how they handled all these situations. It wasn't a lot of moments where I felt like they were all just freaking out and the comms are just straight up screaming.
I like it a lot more. I do agree with you on that, and I also think that part of the reason why they feel so confident is they're playing a full field game. In comparison to AlphaCap, that I think they're most comfortable when they are playing exclusively offense, and it's really evident here as this is the worst game of, I guess, the technical 3 that we have played so far, and they register 0 saves across the board. Unfortunately, they can't afford to do that. As much as I do think this team is going to be able to replicate that, G2 style of constant offense, you need to be able to play some defense, especially when the shots are high percentage and not coming all too frequently. So things have got to change in this third game here. I think AlphaCap's got the capabilities, but it does feel like T-Bait's team is cooking with the sauce. They have figured out how to counter their opponents, and they're doing a great job at that.
So we will be able to see another game kick off with a lot of questions in the air, a lot of situations in which we're saying, okay, well, how are these teams going to match up against each other? Apparently, very, very well. We saw T-Baits early on, and now it's Team AlphaCap taking their turn.
I have to give all the credit in the world to Adam here. Every touch he made was not only crucial, but it beat out a completely different player here of our blue team. The initial aerial, a touch off the backboard, the extra touch afterwards as a pass. Well played to Adam. AlphaCap will get credited with a goal, but it's Adam doing the heavy lifting for that first one.
And being able to get those goals through is just as important sometimes as being able to have this setup. A lot of times you see teams be able to give all these interesting air dribble bumps, these high flicks, these backboard lobs, and then there's no one there, and you start to think like, well, that's such a terrible buildup. It's like, no, it's fine. It's just you need to be able to fully commit and trust your team, and that's really the hardest part about playing in the Bundle Bash is that you don't know a lot of these players sometimes. You don't know their tendencies, or maybe you know of them, but you never actually tried to sit in comms and fix everything. So right now it seems like Team AlphaCap doing pretty well here, but even rough around the edges because it seems like Team T-Baits has everything locked in, much like Adam with a reset, little awkward one to that back post, luckily dealt with by T-Baits.
I really do like the way they're playing on offense right now. I think they're starting to get these lighter touches specifically just to try and throw off a defense that is already a little jumpy. We talked about the double and triple commits at many a moments here for our blue team, and I think these extra touches in spaces that are just a little too awkward to get a solid clear from are continually putting them into this offensive just sort of vice grip that keeps on squeezing. AlphaCap looking to finally find the dagger to get the second goal, but he will not. Polar to back him out at midfield, and the offense continues for our orange team.
Patty, low boost, and that's the problem because Adam is already there. What a tap down. I like the low shot from Kep, and gotta say, I'm pretty surprised actually Bullseye was able to read that one. Not only that, but get all the way down, as well as the fake for the 50. T-Baits off corner will not get that double. Bullseye's back for more, but will gladly pass things off to Patty, who will expertly read that little deflection coming in from Adam.
He needed to as well. No boost in the tank, and now the transition has given some, time for his teammates to get boosted up. Apparently not enough. Again, another very intricate passing play will find a goal for AlphaCap's team.
That second touch from Polar is deadly. You can see T-Baits baiting it out because he knows, Polar, where are you going to go for this? You're pushing it that low to the ground. Yeah, you might be air dribbling, but you only have so much boost. Polar says, that's fine. I just need a second touch to be able to lob that one a little bit higher, and here's the captain going to come on through. A second goal, leading his team so far in goals, and Polar might be able to join him. If not, for T-Baits making up for that last one. Nice goal line stop.
That is a beautiful shot and a heck of a save. Both teams really playing to the pinnacle of their performances, but there's still a lot left to be done in this game. Over half of it left, and I don't think T-Bait's team is going to get shut out forever. Eventually, they will find the offense that they've been looking for, but credit where it's due. AlphaCap's team are just not even giving them the options right now. 0 shots registered in comparison to the 9 from AlphaCap's team. It is quite literally a flip of the script in comparison to last game.
And they're just slotting shots right now. This one, not even that hard of a setup there from Adam, but the thing is, Polar's coming in. He's got to get it past a player on the backboard, player on the near post, and a player challenging, and he's able to do all 3 of those things by putting it in the top 90 far posts. That is the striking ability that you're looking for out of your draft picks, and right now it seems like they're really delivering. If we had any questions about Team AlphaCap, I don't think they've kind of all been answered at this point in Game 3.
I would have to agree with you on that one, and now it just leaves us with questions about T-Bait's team, who had such a phenomenal defense before and a really controlling midfield that allowed them so much offense. They have not been able to find that up until now. It's really the credit to the people getting the assist at this point. It's always these spectacular assists and just an extra tap in after.
I love that from T-Baits, being able to just look like, hey, I'm out of boost, I got nothing else, and then you just save a little bit just to make sure that first defender jumps, and as soon as they do, then you accelerate over top of it. One of the hardest things to stop if you're not angled correctly, and Adam going to learn about that. Granted, he's not really going to, I'm sure, beat himself up about it. After all, still a 2-goal lead for right now with maybe a capacity to grow it, trying to go for that kind of awkward low fake, and does not fool this semi-Akron squad.
Not quite yet, but it will afford them more offense up until that touch the T-Bates. Boomer downfield. Adam at least going to prevent the quick counterattack, but the offense will still blossom. They do anything with it. A couple of demos really awkward here as the collision between the only two players alive, and it still won't make a difference. Alpha Cap off the respawn back in time.
Not only that, but then going to not speed things back up. He's going to slow it down so it gets past Bullseye, but then an own goal means Patty has put them back within one.
Okay, I need to see, though, did Patty have the extra touch here if he had gotten to it? Because it looked like he almost did have the read. Look, I'm not going to blame the own goal, because I actually do think Patty would have at least been able to center that up for a teammate. Either way, though, it's going to cut the lead down to 1. 3 unanswered goals through the first half of this game, and then 2 goals within a minute. T-Base team is absolutely back into this one.
And now they just got to be a little bit careful because sometimes you get overeager. You say, no, we got the comeback, everything's going our way, and it's not necessarily that we haven't seen a lack of offense in that time from Team Alpha Cap, but just more so they've been met a little bit cleaner in the midfield as Adam actually going to tap one right in the path of Patty. Luckily, his landing path was not going to be in line with the ball, and that one is not going to be in line with anything. That should be wide open for Adam, and yet he can't take advantage.
No, in the pinch downfield, as long as T-Bates reads this right, this should be a goal, and he doesn't! He gets stuck on the ceiling of what was a clean breakaway, and unfortunately for T-Bates' team, that was their best chance at an equalizer, up until Bullseye, and T-Bates with the dunk! They make me eat my words not even 5 seconds after they come out of my mouth.
Polar, I feel so bad. This is quite the save and the follow-up, but Teammate says, absolutely not, young man. You need to sit down. That is going in the back of the net. Bullseye, assist in the day, off the ceiling, spikes it in, and requires 2 borderline miracle saves to even get close to going out. But no, we're not even close to seeing the conclusion of this game, it seems like, Bass, because it is all tied. Maybe not for long, though. Interference, Patty with the reset hat trick hero.
He does it again, and he does it uncontested. 4 goals in only about 2 minutes from this T-Bates squad. Maybe this is all they needed. They just needed to lull Alpha Cap's team into a false sense of security, and then they went, bet, give us the space on the ceiling, and we will do magical things with it.
Polar slowing this one down, how quickly things can change. But hey, I can say the same if not for T-Bates. We just said save of the day. How about that one? Off the far post this time. And Team Alpha Cap got to be shaking their heads. How are we still looking at a deficit?
Dude, I'm shaking my head wondering that as well. I've got my head in my hands, and I'm just sitting here like this should be another overtime. Right? But it's up to Alpha Cap's team. Everything getting denied on the line, and they don't have any boost to work with. Not even Adam, the approaching player from midfield, has anything in the tank. Alpha Cap boosted up. The ones player's got to show his ones prowess. Can he do anything with it? Not quite, but it'll stay alive. Polar looking for it off the backboard. T-Bates not going to spike it down. This one staying up much longer than it should, and will not stay up long enough. A 4-goal comeback in not even half a game gives T-Bates the lead and series point.
That is filthy from Team T-Bates. And not only that, but these are not janky goals. Even that technical one that I called an own goal was an understandable situation because I agree. I'm not sure because it was so fast on the replay that I could barely even process it. It looked like Patty might have been able to double tap. And if it wasn't on target, it'd probably be just off the near post or something that they could follow up immediately. So it was going in anyway. And every other goal, though, is just a nice lead block, nice little mechanical setup, flip reset, what have you. And Team Alpha Cup, I don't even think you can complain much about that. They just really got blitzed by really solid mechanics and ultimately robbed by one of the best saves I've ever seen out of T-Bates or really any other player in the Bundle Bash.
I gotta say, the other concern I'm still coming back to, though, is, again, Alpha Cap's team and the lack of priority on defense while outpouring unbelievable amounts of offense. We talked about it going into about the halfway point when there were no goals on the board for T-Bates' team. It was 9 shots to 0. After that point, it's even shots on both sides. 6 more registered for Alpha Cap's team and 6 total registered for T-Bates. The only different, T-Bates' team shot 4 for 6. Alpha Cap's team shot 0 for 6 after that moment. So this is a team that needs to be careful. It feels like they are giving a lot of high percentage plays to T-Bates' squad. And if you keep giving them those shots, they're gonna keep scoring. This has already been proven multiple times throughout this series.
And this is where things get really dicey, is that you're looking at that efficiency and you're saying, well, they can't keep that up forever. Well, you kind of already have seen them do that. That's several games now in which they've had a pretty low amount of shots, but every single one of them has a lot of venom behind it. It's high percentage. Their buildup is great. Kind of like this one is Adam. He is being haunted by the bar this series.
I don't even have words. I don't know what to say to them. I get it. It's in theme with Spooky Bash that somebody's going to get haunted by the woodwork, but truly, I did not think it would be this one-sided. AlphaCap surely, nope, still not going to get a goal. I don't understand. They can't buy one if they tried.
Or Bullseye, he was even late to that one. I think if AlphaCap shot anywhere else, that was going in, but right now they are getting fully stopped on the goal line as ball keeps just kind of tickling the goal line. They're just like, hey, it's so close, it's right there. You're so amazingly built up to these attacks, but you're not able to actually get the real read. So maybe just don't even go for one. You know what? Why not?
If you can't shoot on target, just don't shoot at all, and maybe it'll be enough to trick the defense into letting this one fly in, and it's a really good fake at that out of AlphaCap, and T-Bait's not able to get back in time. There we go. There's the hesitation. There are the head fakes. Instead of just shooting on target, just shoot from your back line, and maybe that'll be enough.
Actually, why it's one of my favorite abilities to be able to unleash on people is just going for the read in the last second. Just tell your team, I'm not going to touch this one. And then just watch the defense go, what? And then suddenly have to improvise something, because sometimes you need to be ready for those, just like you need to be ready for an errant pop-out. AlphaCap certainly was.
And this is a great play from everyone on AlphaCap's team because they don't rush this too early. You can see AlphaCap trying to get the read off the backboard, but he goes for placement over power as, not surprising considering the issues they've had with placement thus far, but perfectly slotting it in between two defenders is going to give his team a 2-0 lead. Now, normally I would say, all right, they've corrected their mistakes, and this is where they're going to change everything around. The issue, Taco, we've seen this before. I'm not guaranteeing anything until the final second of this game.
No, and that's why it's so nerve-wracking. I'm sure from Team AlphaCap's perspective as well, going into this match where it is match point, they're thinking, okay, it's fine to get goals, but we got to remember the other side too. And sometimes their best defense is just maintaining an offense. They're certainly testing that theory as they're going left and right all over this read. And even as much as Patty and Bullseye try to get out, it's coming at a premium. Bullseye finally does, but not immediately with a nice 50.
In the corner, T-Baits trying to get a setup for, I was going to say his teammates, but it almost was a setup for himself as he looks for the read through the corner. Maybe should have passed it off to somebody, though, because that means everybody committed and now scrambling into a defense. Bullseye, not a great touch, goes right to Polar and to the backboard. Patty, good read off of that, but he's not going to be able to clear the lines yet. Still struggling to find an offense. Up until now, Bullseye just puts it a bit too high.
I don't know if he needed that touch, to be honest. I think he probably could have let that drop, but it's one of those things where you feel like you need to go as fast as possible, so you try to accelerate it, and then on the replay, you might realize, okay, you're overcomplicating it. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Speaking of, Akron boys 50 each other will find its way to T-Baits, but not much further than that.
If you're trying to chef it up, you're up against the OG chef and Chef Bates. So I don't know if I'm necessarily agreeing that they have too many cooks in the kitchen as much as maybe let the head chef do a little bit more. Sous Chef's just got to sit back, man. T-Bates has been facilitating so well at this point. I need somebody to receive one of these passes that he continually gets through the corner. Another great example, though, as that one almost turns into a counterattack, but it was left in the final third for far too long. We've talked about efficient plays, but at a certain point, Taco, you got to take a risk.
Everyone is struggling to be able to get some contact on this one. His stats are not going fulfilled. T-Bait's currently under 50 points within this lobby, just trying to figure out a way to get their assists, get those saves, but ultimately it has been Patty and Bullseye mostly being in the way of a lot of these issues, so T-Baits will add yet another 2 points there with a high lob, which might be able to produce something in the middle, but turns out Patty a bit too far away. Going to be no problem to get that clear as we're under 2 minutes now, and I would say 2 up, but AlphaCap has a nose for the goal, and there's 3.
Perfect timing, too. I'm writing down the stats, being like, okay, I think I have an understanding of how this is going to go, and AlphaCap scores another one. And Adam gets another good assist through the corner. He's been phenomenal as a playmaker for his team, but the job's not done yet. I would say in almost any other series, any other game, like, yeah, they should be okay through the final 100 seconds, but we've seen what T-Baits can do once they start scoring, and I think they're going to. No, not quite yet. Last second save from AlphaCap will still keep them without a goal.
That's a nice tap down for Bullseye, and honestly, it's kind of difficult there. That is one of those things where you have to focus 100% on placement. This is not a bad pass, but the momentum of it is so difficult, except if you're able to then redirect it back across the path of the defenders.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying a word. I'm just going to let this one play out. 90 seconds to go. We have been here before, but will this be a little bit different? Alpha Kep's team just trying to survive. If they lose this game, the series is over. They will go to 1-1 on the day. And Patty, I think he'd like to send them there. To the backboard it goes. Is there a shot? Not found initially, and the rebound denied by Polar.
Teammates, though, will have that off ceiling. Polar actually went a little early, still able to use his flip appropriately, as Adam should have that power clear as Bullseye slows it down. Patty, absolutely no boost. He's just trying to stay relevant on the play. T-Bates from the side wall should have Polar's read. And really, as it continues, it doesn't seem like Polar and company are really too charitable with a lot of these reads. They're just going for everything, but notably making sure they lock up their boosts. Don't want any shenanigans in the final minute.
T-Bates looking for a bump. He will get it, but he won't get the demo, meaning Alpha Kep will still be back on defense. And there for, I was going to say, the boop downfield. Not exactly. Right back into the hands of T-Bates' team, but Alpha Kep makes up for his prior mistake with a touch out at midfield and gives his team another possession. They can hold on for another 30 seconds. We'll see a Game 5, and I think this is a Game 5 we all expected, but maybe not in the fashion that we got here.
Bullseye with a little bit of a feels flip. That's not the type of touch that you're looking for, but at this point, it seems like it's more or less a guarantee that we're going to be going to Champions Field, getting a Game 5 action, because I just don't see the ability of Team T-Bates to be able to chase down these reads. It's kind of just been trying to gather any semblance of possession. They had a well-worked goal, but outside of that, they have struggled. You can't say the same about Team Alpha Kep. The only struggle here is whether or not we're going to see one come out supremely victorious in our Game 5.
I would love to see another overtime, but honestly, with the way the two teams are playing right now, it feels like last-second acrobatics are going to be the main thing that get goals here. And T-Bates' team definitely getting more offense than we expected. They got a total of 8 shots in comparison to the 10 out of Alpha Kep, but again, there's not a team that likes to have a plethora of shots. They like to be efficient with theirs, and clearly in this game, things changed. Alpha Kep's team saving 7 of the 8 shots that they had goes to show they are prioritizing defense, and they did it at definitely the most crucial of times.
And being able to get all those saves, as you said, it really does come down to sometimes, yes, you do go through trials, namely the ongoing rivalry between Adam and the crossbar. But other times, there will be moments where you will get a bunch of saves, and then you'll have to come down to a moment where, okay, all you gotta do is just crash the net, keep these attacks alive, and then make also the simultaneous decision. Sometimes there are those moments where they dive in, and other times they're saying, we should really back off. And that's the only thing that prevents a goal from going in. I think Team Alpha kept focusing a lot more on defensive structuring and making sure their boost is under their control and not the opponent's, has actually favored them a lot going forward. I think Team T-Bates excels when there's a lot of demos and where they're playing as fast as possible. When they're forced to slow down and play the more methodical game, I don't know if that necessarily favors them. That's my biggest question going on to Champions Field.
Oh, we're about to have those questions answered. Game 5 in a best of 5. Guaranteed one of these two teams is moving on to 2-0. They will need only one more series win, guarantee themselves at least $375 in an appearance in tomorrow's single elimination bracket. Who's that going to be? We're about to find out. Game number 5 officially underway. Champions Field has arrived. Let's see who starts the scoring first.
Bullseye almost just watching that bouncing ball and then escorting it neatly into the top corner. That's not going to work. Oh, this can't work. His teammates trying to pinch it, I think, with Patty straight down. That would have been the wackiest freestyle I've ever seen in the Bundle Bash.
Oh, and it might cost them a goal. Alpha Kep, though, no more boost in the tank. He's not going to be able to take a shot on target, but it has at least led this team into a little bit of a defensive stand. T-Bates, though, great second touch out of midfield. Could give some offense to his team. If not, for Adam sending it to the backboard. Player there and able to take it out to midfield, but no further than that. Alpha Kep's team started to show shades of themselves in Game 1, where they were really in control of the offense and just kept them there the entire time.
Kept back post, or the most backest of posts, the corner, if anything, as he will get a boost steal all the way through, and all of Team T-Bates is still trying to move on forward. I haven't really seen them be able to escape their half in a bit, and I think that's by design. Tap down to Adam, not nearly enough to be able to get over top of that one. Problem is playing at fast offense. You need boost to maintain it. Pass into Alpha Kep, but he has already been sent to the Shadow Realm.
Smart out of T-Bates, though. Booms it quickly and forces the entire team into a retreat in which they've got no boost, and they're bumping each other all over the place. Still not going to get any boost, but Alpha Kep will at least get a 50 and buy some time for his teammates to grab some pads. Bullseye boosted up as ever, though. Muscles through the first 50. Can't get through the second. Another boost steal, and at this point, Alpha, the only player with any boost. They've got to escape. If they stay here for too long, surely this is a goal for Team T-Bates.
Bullseye, that's an incredible 50. Patty waiting for it, but so are Polar and Adam. You can see them both just saying you only have one option. We're going to try our hardest to take it away, but can they take away the next one? Adam trying to fake challenge on this one. Bullseye calling the bluff. That's wide open for Patty. Kep's got to get there, and he doesn't even need to. The shot placed too close to that post.
And unfortunately, that's going to give some time now for Adam to grab that 100 in the corner, lead this to midfield, and I think be the reprieve that this team was looking for. Boosted up and ready on defense. So, although the fact that this blue team can't continue on offense, they really need to take advantage of the shot and the awkwardness while it was around. They do stay here for a little bit longer, though, and another boosty on the corner leaves the two defenders with very low boost. Adam having to use all of it just to get out to that corner. Pass out center. Bullseye looking for the back pass. He will find it. 1v1 Polar. No boost in the tank. Grabs the corner. Can he do anything with it? Absolutely. And another offense thwarted against Team T-Bates.
Love that demo from Bullseye. Thing is, he is all spent, and I would say that's his last contribution, but look at that. Scoops underneath Polar. Gets that deflection on through. T-Bates, ground pinch, or rather off the Cuxer. Will set a Patty actually after a miss, so Bullseye then has a chance to get his contribution. Again, gonna be wide open, going for the double tap. Not able to make that contact. Back in the midfield we go. Still looking for our first goal, and maybe the only goal if this continues.
I think this is the longest we have gone without a goal throughout this series, but really not surprising that it's here in Game 5 that we see this more safe than sorry approach. Both teams really trying to play without double commits or any of this awkwardness on defense. If they do make a mistake, you can see it's well calmed, and the entire team is prepared for it. I don't know how you're prepared for this one, though. Ricochet out to the corner, and a demo leaving T-Bates in an awkward position, but he will bail them out. Sends it to the backboard and gets the pinch out, and T-Bates once again showing up as the defensive mastermind he had to be.
Patty going to just send that one up for Adam to, I would say catch, but really fumbles with it a little bit. T-Bates going to try to beat out Polar. Problem is Polar, much better angle to it. Adam lurking downfield. He's in Patty's blind spot, and yet Patty still races it towards him. Bullseye gets the pass picked off. That's a really awkward read. Kept trying to ace this one through, and he'll get the credit. The calamitous defense means Kep has the lead.
You can see it. It's the scramble back with no one back here. It's not a bad idea to touch this ball, but unfortunately, Patty definitely had the touch if necessary. T-Bates just a little too quick for his own good. Own goals it on target, and unfortunately, with so few goals here in Game 5, that could be the decider. 70 seconds to go. Does T-Bates have an ace up his sleeve that could potentially send us to overtime?
Patty's gonna miss, but that's like the perfect passes interference. How about that? A pinball on the goal line. Instant response.
T-Bates doing exactly as he needed to. He went, you know what? I'm done touching the ball. How about I just bump Alpha Kep and annoy him to the utter nonsense that is. He sends him to the ceiling, back to the ground, still bumping him, and then gets his team a 50 on the line that gives them the goal. Just as soon as we thought that single goal might be the decider, T-Bates answers back before we can blink.
I love the double dip on the demo attempt. Very much I got one more in me type energy, but at the end of the day, I think he's got a lot more if this series keeps on going, potentially into OT, but 50 seconds, very long time, Bass, particularly when you're still maintaining an offense like this. T-Bates in the middle, it's a roller. He didn't trust the read off Kep, and that might have potentially been a goal gone by the wayside.
I think he's trying to bait them in. We've seen this so many times with the awkwardness on defense that continues to be a problem here for Alpha Kep's team. It's a little bit too awkward to do anything with that one, as it is two players bumping, and a misread out of T-Bates. Polar downfield, Patty in the way, but this could give some offense that Alpha Kep's team desperately needs. 20 seconds to go. Adam not going to get the read. Neither will Alpha Kep. Where is Patty? Booms it downfield. Bullseye's bumping, but not enough. And a long ball downfield will give one last offense.
T-Bates unfortunately hits it to head no man's land. Only Adam can reach that one, but that's going to be a giveaway. Patty from the sidewall needs support in the middle. T-Bates got nothing in the tank. He just picked it up. That's a goal line save. 0 seconds. Bullseye gets it to go. Game 5 dub from Team T-Bates.
They said, hey, you guys can get 0-second goals. So can we. And a well-coordinated one at that. So clever out of both T-Bates and Patty to just kind of bait in the defenders. They know they're scrambling back. They know they're going to be opting for 50s. Patty just says, I don't need the side shot. T-Bates says, I don't need to rip a shot on. I just need to get somebody to commit. And as soon as they do, the lane is wide open for the final shot and the dagger. Game 5, 0-second winner. T-Bates moving on to 2-0.
That was an incredible series, and we have so many more to go, but the second round already showing that we got a lot of powerhouses. We said earlier on, we might have some variety in the captains. We definitely have a lot more newcomers in this one, but the one thing we can be certain of, the drafting pool is definitely the most stacked it has ever been. That's insanity that we saw this type of team. And functionally, I would love for this one to be a rematch in the playoffs based on how this one transpired. You know, Team Alpha, that one's got to sting just a little bit.
The unfortunate thing for Alpha Cap here is that I'm not going to say this is one of the easier matchups he would have had in the upper bracket, because there are no easy matchups in the upper bracket. But now this throws him back into the blender again against a lot of very good teams in that 1-1 round. So good luck to Alpha Cap here. I'm not going to say that he might have missed his window. I really do expect this team to make a top 8, but man, 2-0 to start the day would have given you such an extra buffer room that I think all of these teams desperately want.
Yeah, and granted, it's tough to be able to speak about that because the buffer room is really important, especially now that you're down at 1-1. Gets you a little uncertainty, but one thing I do know is that they have room to improve, plenty of rounds to go, and we have room to expand because we have the desk to bring back in as Von Chixa. I'd love to hear their reactions to that insanity of a series.
What a finish as well. It hurts in the last second to get scored on and see the goal go through, but also it's not T-Bates this time. Choking. It's Alpha Cap on the other end that we saw there at the end of the day. But you guys talked about it. What a great series. What a pick that we had. The longest lasting series as well. Only one more series went the distance to 5 in the background. Mizu and Hootie Hoo, gotta give a shout to that series as well. But talking about this one specifically, Chixa, not talking about the winners, but also talking about the losers specifically here. Team Alpha Cap, with Alpha Cap leading the charge, he was such an integral part throughout that entire series, it felt like, compared to other captains we've seen in the past.
Yeah, Alpha Cap was very impressive, especially offensively and upfield, often having the majority of shots for his team, setting up his team off the ceiling. I was very impressed with what he was able to do on the field, and he really did his best to involve his teammates when it came down to it. But Adam and Polar just, again, were sometimes off sync when it came to defensive plays, most notably, because they were almost always out shooting their opponent, and that was our biggest concern going into this series. We said, would the chemistry be there with Adam and Polar that they could outweigh the chemistry of 2/3 of an Akron roster that has been cooking lately? And Patty at times, I think, did look a little inconsistent for Team T-Bates, but ultimately T-Bates as well looked very good. Both captains, I mean, if you wiped away all the names on the screen and you just knew it was 3v3, it would be hard to tell who was really the captain and who were the collegiate players.
Yeah, it was a really great series on all ends of the pitch from both of these teams. But one thing I want to talk about here, Bass, it feels like this is a better T-Bates than we saw in CRL. Am I wrong here?
Oh my gosh, wow, you're just going straight for the heart on that one, huh?
Like, he's improved a lot is what I mean to say, like keeping up with these players who over the years have gotten better and better.
I agree with that. I do think that T-Bates is just a player that is just so resilient. That's save of the day, by the way. I still have no idea how he got back to that one, but I do agree with that. And I think part of the reason why is that T-Bates back on LSU really was the, I'm not going to say hard carry, but he had to do a lot for his team. It's nice when you have two players that you can not only rely on, but you know they're going to give you good passes, great shots, just all across the board, play to how they need to be the best of the best. And again, he literally recruited the best of the best. This team won CRL last week. I need to remind people that there couldn't have been a better recruit for T-Bates to pick, and he is slotting in beautifully.
I mean, I keep seeing people in the chat being like, T-Bates got to go for another degree here, Taco, and go back to Akron and just sign up for the roster. But looking on the horizon for those potential matchups, Cosmic, Vince, or Flitz, this team T-Bates, yes, they are top contenders, but do you think they have what it takes to take down the beast that is 0-1 or that Team Cosmic roster if they match up against them?
I mean, that's the worst case scenario, I think, for every team. I think if you're going through the Swiss bracket, you're saying, like, that is the one team, because that is the one team that has obviously all good players, but also, more importantly, has no issues with Chem, because they already scrimmed together. They already played tournaments together. That's why you must have been cackling as the 16th pick, saying, wow, they really left both my teammates on the board after first round. Okay, fine, we'll just do with that. So I do think that's the worst case scenario. I don't think any team's really going to be able to stand up to them immediately, but the option's already there. Granted, we're not just doing random players from anywhere. These are some of the best players on the continent at the collegiate level, so I definitely think there will be more than enough competition to throw their way, but after what I've seen from Team T-Bates, the one takeaway that I get from it is they're adapting so well to all the different trials and tribulations they're going through. That was a weird topsy-turvy series with a lot of one-sided moments, but they still were able to clutch out that victory in the end.
Well, what a victory we have there. We do have to generate that next round, so we don't want to take too much time for the players and captains to wait. So we'll be taking our second break, and after that, we'll be back with round 3.
Hey, look at this.
What?
Saved nearly $750.
With that kind of money, we could fly south.
Except we don't migrate.
No, I'm talking actually fly. Sit back, relax, maybe work on my novel, and I won't forget the little birds out there. Actually, yes, I will.
Wow, money changed you.
Just keeping it real. Do people still say that?
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up.
Kickoffs, one of the simplest parts of the game, but still one of the most heavily debated topics in Rocket League. Does left go? Does right go? Who goes? Well, today we'll be going in depth on the best ways to set you and your teammates up for success during kickoff. To start things off, let's talk about positioning. In standard 3v3s, there will always be one player out of the 3 closest to the ball. They will go to attack the kickoff. The other 2 players should go in 2 different directions, one going back for boost and positioning themselves as goalie, and the other will creep up behind the player going for the kickoff. This covers all of your bases before the kickoff even starts, and gives you a good hybrid of offensive and defensive play. Now the debate of the century. Does the person on the left always go? The most common answer you will hear from the community is yes, left goes for the ball. While this is an unwritten rule of Rocket League, some people like to make it challenging on their teammates and switch it up. Even if they aren't left, you will find your teammates saying, I got it, for the kickoff. Let them have it. It may not always work out, but if you compensate by getting back to goal and being ready to play defense, you still have a fighting chance at a successful kickoff. The next thing to focus on is strategy, to get to the ball quickly if you're the one attacking. You technically can drive straight to the kickoff, but in higher ranks, you will find yourself being beat to the ball. One good way to make sure you get to the ball as fast as possible is to do one diagonal flip left or right when heading to the kickoff. This will help you save boost as well as gain speed to get closer to the ball. Kickoffs can be a struggle if you don't communicate with your team, so be sure to use the in-game comms as well as talking in voice chat to figure out the best plan of attack. The next time you load into a match, be sure to remember these tips and tricks to give yourself and your team the best chance of coming out with a win. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you on the pitch.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a very intense Game 5 between Team T-Bates and Alpha Kep, and now we have our matches for round 3. This is where the eliminations start, and there's a couple unlucky teams who haven't been able to get a win just yet. But there's also some teams who will make their way and end their run 3-0 early on today and not have to play the rest of the night. This is going to be a very interesting round here. The 1-1 teams, of course, wanting redemption. So let's, without further ado, take a look at the bracket here. And as we saw in round 1, a lot of 3-0s as well. But even then, Bass, you have some interesting stats for us, I heard, on the teams who did really well in that first round and where we see them now.
Well, I think the more interesting is not even just the 0-0 round that we're looking at, but it's the 2-0. Every team that is currently in 2-0 started off the day with a 3-0 sweep. The only team that also got a 3-0 that is not there is Too Fast Team, which I'm going to be real with you. Too Fast Team just faced off against Flitz. I'm not going to really blame them for that one. I think they're probably still going to get pretty far into this competition. They're going to have to battle against Mizu in 1-1, but really, I do have to focus mostly on that 2-0. We've got Cosmic versus Flitz, a player that has said, hey, I've placed top 2 in every one of these. I'm coming back for another win. And Cosmic, who got his RLCS team versus Vince and T-Bates. T-Bates, we understand why he's here. Vince, though, I gotta give credit, man. He did his research. He was ready to play. He came in yesterday with a strategy, and so far, it's working out.
One thing I want to ask you here, Taco, on this as well, just kind of piggybacking off of Flitz, getting top 2 in every event. Speaking of top 2, in the last one of these that we did with content creators, Tenacity got top 2, and now he's 0-2. What's going on with kind of the run there? They haven't been able to get a game, but they still have a really solid roster.
The Cam effect. Sometimes you have a player on your roster that really can propel you that next level, and that is not happening this time around. So unfortunately, when you do look at a lot of rosters get put together, you're saying, okay, well, Zenil and Frostbite, it's going to be a solid combination, but sometimes it's just not really the X factor you need. It doesn't combine in the way you do. I also have to say, not necessarily because Tenacity or anyone is like dragging the team down, but this is also like a very, very good lineup of players. I feel like previously we've had kind of the back half of like the or the back half of the draft in second round. You're like, these players are pretty good. All these players are like B+ A players. Like it seems like at sometimes they're all players that have been like pretty high ranked. They're on top tier collegiate rosters. Like every single one of them is a respectably high SSL. So I don't really know if you're getting like a compromise player at the end of the day. I think it's really just everyone else has leveled up. So unfortunately, you picked last, and maybe Frostbite, Zenil, Tenacity, they just don't mesh the same way that previously we've seen them go super far in an event with relatively weaker field.
Chick, so we talked about some of the beef that these players had. Like the one player really that had beef with anyone was Chief Beef with 5UP, and they're facing up against each other in the 1-1 on that. I mean, what do you think is going to really go down if Chief Beef does overcome Team Lethamyr, makes it to the 2-1?
Oh, you're never going to hear the end of it. That's how it is going to be in this tournament. Chief Beef, you'll never hear that. And let's keep in mind, 5UP seemed to have... a lot of people had beef with 5UP. He was mentioned, I think, the most out of anybody on our draft day. Around 4 or 5 people were like, 5UP. And I'm like, whoa, what did 5UP do? We need to do some background research since people don't seem to like 5UP. And Lethamyr was very surprised about that. And I think Flitz as well didn't necessarily have beef, but he talked big about, not only warning us about Cosmic's team, he was the first one to be like, someone better stop him. He's going to get his RLCS team. And then he was also the first one to say, okay, I've been here. I've done that. I've been first. I've been second. I can rise to the challenge because I picked who I wanted to pick.
Speaking of picking who we wanted to pick, that is the match that we picked here. Cosmic versus Flitz. We will see if Flitz can take down this RLCS roster with his teammates. And that is what we got to talk about here again. And Taco, I mean, tell us a little bit about these rosters for those who might not be familiar and have lived under a rock a little bit when it comes to 0-1 and Team Flitz here.
Well, 0-1 has been kind of, I'm trying to think back, might be actually one of the longest continuously named with like a core duo of players like Bubble Team in the scene for NA. Like they've been around for a very long time. It has been Angel and Tool at the core of it, and they've kind of swapped around different players between Astro and I think Daunt at one point, and then eventually now have Cosmic as their third. And Cosmic as a captain got to the end of the round, realized Angel and Tool were not picked. He got their pro team, so that's, I feel like, at least for me, the event favorites. Like, they already have the chemistry. Obviously, they're incredible, like, rank X level players. But then you also have Flitz, who is, respectably, to his credit, rank S. He had just got promoted via council a couple months back. And he has Oath and Brock, who are both ridiculous players within the CRL scene, both at Ball State and Davenport, respectively. So they are rivals within CRL, but now they've been brought together. They're on a team. And if any team, in my humble opinion, is able to stand up to them, I feel like this is kind of like the best shot we have in the rest of this draft list.
Well, let's get through the predictions and get into the matchup itself. Cosmic and Flitz here, Bass. I mean, who do you think is going to take this one? Are we getting another game 5, or is it just going to be the domination from the RLCS roster?
I'm just going to be boring here and say Cosmic's taking this one. Look, I think that unfortunately, like, you let the cards fall where they may. These are the consequences. You let an RLCS team get formed in a draft event, you're going to lose to them. I have full faith that Flitz is going to not only make a top 8, but be one of the best contenders we have in this entire thing. I don't know if that's enough, though, to stop a team that literally made top 16 like 4 months ago. So good luck to everybody else. I still think Cosmic's taking this.
Okay. That's a bold statement and very likely to hold up in court, but we'll see if that happens in this matchup itself. Jixa, is there hope for Team Flitz, or is it all Cosmic domination?
I'm going to be also boring and say it's Cosmic, but I do think they're the only one to take games off of Cosmic today.
Okay.
I think this goes to 5. I think they play it close. I think they adapt enough. I just don't know. I don't think they adapt enough to win. So I think they take games, which will be the biggest win of the day for anybody against Team Cosmic.
Okay. I respect that too. I mean, looking at the journey that we did see for these players, I mean, Team Cosmic, they did have Team Tryhouse, so I don't think we kind of expected something there. And Team Coconut, they did have a chance, but this is the toughest matchup we can say for Team Cosmic. So maybe there's something that they're not as warmed up as they could be here, Taco, or is it still all hope is gone?
I think this is very much so a situation in which you know everyone's going to be warmed up. You know that your opponent, if you're on Team Flitz, that you know that your opponent is going to be really difficult to handle. So you just need to make sure that in game 1, you're saying, okay, what are we dealing with? Are they actually like pre-jumping each other in the perfect comms, getting pinches across field to people already up for redirects? Like, that's going to be really difficult. But if it's just like a standard kind of like 6-man's lobby, I think they can adjust. I think they definitely have a good option. My opinion is the same as Chix's. I think this is definitely going to be probably the only team in this competition, really the final chance for them to be able to take some games off of a seemingly untouchable Team Cosmic. And I definitely think it has the capacity to go to game 5. I think it might end in 4, though.
Okay. Capacity to go to game 5, I could see that too, ending 4. Well, I'm also going to be boring. I'm saying this is going to go to Team Cosmic on this one. So yeah, I mean, we've done this before on the CRL desk, and we'll see what happens this time as well. But again, I do think they'll take a game. I'll say 4 here as well. I'll be pleasantly surprised if it goes to 5. But if Team Flitz does take down Team Cosmic, make the Giants bleed, David versus Goliath, and this could be the chance for it. But I do think they have their work cut out for them. It's an RLCS team facing off against Flitz, the big man on campus. They have to do it. No one's been able to do it so far. Can anyone take a shot at the best and make them feel a little bit weaker, or will Team Cosmic go undefeated into the money? It's round 3 of a qualification spot on the line, so let's get into the match.
An unstoppable force against one Flitzy boy and his teammates. Whether or not one of the other comes out on top, we're not entirely sure. That's why we have the field on Manfield to kick off another best of 5 on the evening, Chixa. And we have to say, this is really the only obstacle between Team Cosmic and a nice first seed coming out of the upper bracket.
I mean, it's Spooky Bash. We cast or curse the deaths. We literally did our voodoo magic. Flitz now just needs to come out on top. I don't know if we have enough in us on the desk to do just that, but one way or another, we tried our best, and now Flitz needs to do his best on the field since he has one massive hurdle to go through.
Well, we know how precarious it has been within double elimination brackets for WVU, and this bracket, it kind of does have a WVU-ish team. If Akron is kind of maimed and formed within the confines of Team T-Bates, then I have to say this is kind of the WVU squad, and sometimes they've gotten a little squirrely. Who knows if this is really the true obstacle to their domination? I certainly do trust in Brock and company for being able to stand up, because we say this is a rank X average team on the other side. It's kind of the same pretty much on this orange side as well.
Yeah, we have so much talent on the field, and I know we've talked to it almost at length, but it's true. The players are just that much different. They understand how to play. They understand how to be threatening. And we just ended ourselves with a phenomenal series between Alpha Cap and T-Bates. It's been really hard because that's just how close the teams have been fighting against one another.
Cosmic, that's a really solid 50 with a tap down to Angel as well. Tool's going to go for the demo. Unfortunately, he didn't think that Angel is going to miss that touch. So Flitz and Oath trying not to replicate that. They're trying to take their touches super careful, and yet Cosmic kind of be watching that one like a hawk. Immediate 50 to be able to shut that down, followed up by Tool, sending one player to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, good on Brock for actually cutting Flitz there to find the touch, just disrupt that play, make it a little bit more unpredictable. That's going to be your best way to go against a team like Cosmic, who, again, we've mentioned at length, plays a lot together. They just need to do the unexpected, make plays to throw off Cosmic, and they might just be doing that. The touches have been quite slow and methodical, but I will say Tool is either on his third or fourth demo to start, and that's not going to help a team like Flitz, who literally just formed yesterday.
No, but the thing is, that's why I kind of phrased it like this. Feels like almost like a six-man's lobby that you just get put together. I don't think necessarily the skill is going to be an issue. It really does just come down to whether or not you can communicate. As really Tool, he needed some communication, more so help me. 0 boost on that near post. None really needed as that shot was an angle to be scored. Maybe this follow-up could be as Brock tries to trip up Angel on near post again and will not find his way through.
Team Flitz so methodical upfield, getting a couple of pot shots on target, one only credited, but at least have been in the offensive zone for a little bit time now. Angel missing that initial touch will just leave it for Tool, who's out of boost. Cosmic will have to come in, take over. Oath out of boost as well, gets bumped, but Brock able to send it upfield. Tool last man back, can Brock find the shot, puts it underneath, and on the scoreboard first is Team Flitz.
And that's the type of lobby it is, where someone could go for Musty and you have no choice but to respect it. Not getting the power he's looking for. Poor Tool pre-jumps it and gets completely bamboozled.
Great showing, great start for Team Flitz. All it takes is one one-on-one play, and Brock will find a way to come through. Double demo and a bump as well. Brock to pick up the ball first. Can he get over the last defender in Cosmic? No, denied. But now they're fumbling, they're scrambling. Team Flitz in the heads of this Team Cosmic roster. And just now, you can see the damage that Flitz can do. We mentioned this is his 8th bundle bash. Flitz as well with a first place and a second place finish this year. He knows how to play in events just like this, and he's doing so well at it to start.
Some people that are just built for these kind of randomizer challenges, like, hey, just do whatever you need to. On top of the fact that Flitz really prides himself on the game knowledge of all these different players that get drafted, but he knows also, therefore, his opponents very well. Angel nearly pulling off a vintage Angel moment on that close angle double, but maybe too fast to be able to truly get that read.
Brock bumped, can't follow up on the play, so Angel to pick it up on the side of Team Cosmic. Brock sends it straight down. Tool only can get it to nobody, because nobody there to step up on Team Cosmic. This one towards the backboard. Great read by Tool defensively. Back towards midfield. Brock is there, backboard again. Cosmic now reads. Phenomenal defensive job, but the offense keeps on coming. Flitz shot on target that saved. Brock as well coming through. Team Flitz doing their best forward, trying to find the aggression, but yet denial by Team Cosmic.
And I like a lot of this coming through from Team Flitz, as they're just getting these kind of annoying touches in. They're not always winning them cleanly, but it's just cutting on in, getting a quick little deflection, slows down Team Cosmic and force them to have to keep reevaluating their approach, especially when you are saying, okay, I'm going to take a 50 or I'm just going to lob it over, and oh, nope, someone popped in. Okay, no, well, I'm going to get this flick. Nope, never mind, I got bumped right afterwards. It's just these tiny disruptions that I think Team Flitz are doing really well, and they don't have to be doing it for too much longer, at least in game one. Brock seems to be enjoying himself, setting up a ball into the midfield that both Angel and Tool were not 100% sure how to deal with.
Flitz being patient there. The 50 ends up going straight into Angel's shot. Displaced. Brock towards the other end. Very patient gameplay by Team Flitz. They understand the clock just needs to tick down, and they can take a game off the monsters themselves. Still in the air, potential time. Can they keep it up? Blitz being a nuisance, trying to let it touch the ground off the sidewall, and down it goes. Team Blitz take game 1 off the beasts of Team Cosmic.
Well, we said on desk, we think this is the team that is going to be able to deliver their first loss of the day to Team Cosmic, and that's really going to be the tail of the tape as we look at this one, outside the fact that it's a low-shooting affair, most of this time spent in midfield, and somewhat as expected. I wouldn't necessarily think that this would be a team that would be allowing you too much space. Half the time, you're using your boost just to be able to get to an aerial in general, much less actually have an open shot.
And I will note, Team Cosmic ended that game with more shots than 7-4 of Team Blitz, but 5 of those shots came in almost the first minute of gameplay. So they weren't able to generate that offensive pressure past the first minute, maybe minute and a half of gameplay. Then it was all Team Blitz very much in control, being patient, and I think not playing to Team Cosmic's game. They had to think a lot more than just kind of play ball as they've had today, be the team that they know, understand their chemistry. Now they're gonna have to adapt. They're gonna have to understand this is not the same teams that we have versed today. This is a whole nother level, and they have to rise to that occasion that Team Blitz is bringing.
And particularly one thing that Team Blitz is definitely rising to the occasion on is being able to get these defensive saves. Granted, not a lot of shots, but nearly every single one of those shots from Team Cosmic was met with a save. So clearly the defense holding firm, and I think that's the number one thing that you need to focus on in any of these games is making sure you are not going a little too squirrely with it, because the moment you start to get a little too aggressive, the moment you start pouring out in, especially between games, that's where you might meet your demise. So Verbin Temple will see whether Team Cosmic can find their way back into the series more convincingly, or if it's just going to be more of the flip show.
Blitz on the initial 50 right off kickoff, double commits with Oath and Cosmic, only to send it away into Brock. Won't be able to find an extra touch. Oath just pops it up. Tool and Angel, double commit. Not what we'd like to see. Angel still with the ball though. No one can test that pop. Tool the shot, and Oath in the way to find the save. Great early denial by Team Blitz.
Blitz trying to get the wave dash as well, but can only slide so far. Same with Cosmic, he can only fly so far, as this ball is still just rebounding over and over, high up off the backboard, and that is by design. Really smart by Team Cosmic, knowing that they have the boost advantage, just continuously throwing it as high as possible, forcing boost usage, and that's why you're starting to see sloppy play. They can't get it out of their half. Luckily, Brock places angles to perfection, and not only gets a clear, but maybe a counterattack for Oath. Now a deflection back to Oath, a lob near post, a little bit of a panic, but Tool seemingly has it covered up until there's a demo. Brock open shot, and what a save by the captain.
Still pressure continues. Flitz waiting in midfield. Tool doesn't have any boost to work with, but Flitz doesn't know that, so it'll skirt above his head. Pop up here for Oath. Brock just faking it. Doesn't have boost still. Oath needs to find the touch and safely puts it into the corner. Brock's still out of boost. Outplaying. It's demoed for his efforts. Angel Flitz one-on-one, and Flitz to find the save again. Early effort by Team Flitz defensively, working out in their favor. They're able to keep this game tied. They're able to transition upfield. Granted, the boost game has been heavily in favor of Team Cosmic, and it's why they keep getting these plays. That's a triple commit defensively by Team Blitz. They need to be able to pick up the pieces of themselves, because slowly this defensive rotation is somewhat fumbling.
Oh, I love that look from Oath, and that is just a clinical striker's finish right there from the Ball State frontman. Brock finds him in space. He wastes no time, not only shooting that, but slots it the only place Tool can't reach.
Yeah, incredible. Just when I thought that defense was falling, a domino effort, they catch as well the over-aggressiveness of Team Cosmic. They wanted so badly to get a goal upfield. They have yet to score, of course, Team Cosmic, and now 7 minutes and change of gameplay. So that's pretty outstanding. Not only have Team Blitz been able to take the only win against them today, they've been able to not allow them to score yet. Cosmic doing work on the goal line, but still it seems like Team Blitz has the advantage. If only Blitz could find the save.
And you're going to look a little bit off camera on this one, but unfortunately Flitz taken in the scenic route, taking a little bit wider of a path, thinking Brock has that challenge in the sidewall. And the buildup was, Oath had the challenge on the sidewall, but it was going pretty well, it felt like, for them. They're getting these nice passes, and they got a shot just barely denied on the goal line, but then it's just one little counterattack. So no more perfect sweep at the very least. That's been taken off the board, which would be unbelievable in a matchup like this, but definitely something that is going to energize Team Cosmic, knowing, okay, we got our open look, we got our goal, and that's all that matters. And I just gotta hope Flitz doesn't have one, and unfortunately, he very much does.
Have to look at both the captains in this one. Of course, they're just as good as any other player out here, and Flitz showing what he can do best. Tool up top, Cosmic below, but cannot make moves for the placement of that shot being on the right side of the net. Phenomenal job by Team Flitz. I think our voodoo magic may have just worked on the desk.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, all we wanted is just some games off from either. I don't really care who wins this one, because I definitely think when we were chatting about, okay, which are these matchups on broadcast would probably play the best, in my mind, I was like, this is going to be a really solid matchup, despite really the stats and I would say the narrative favoring Team Cosmic on this one, and for good reason. Little fake on the open shot, and yet Cosmic not going to be able to lead by example in the way you might have intended.
Oh, that's a missed opportunity, and one that could cost them later on. Flitz now coming through, finds the bump on Cosmic! Flitz, the captain, stepping up big time!
And the perseverance to push this one forward, but then more importantly, looking ahead. That is not an easy read to have. Cosmic is traveling so fast. He's got to be able to perform all these calculations in his head, and he makes it count. The best, you just kind of hug the ball in midair, and you'll be able to get that contact. Flitz, what a stepping up play from him, shooting 66%, and he might get another one as that dropped down, simply unreadable.
Hat trick for Flitz. You can't make it any louder than this captain. We mentioned earlier how Cosmic missing an opportunity to be that person for his team, and right back at him, Flitz decides to show up, show out. Such an impressive performance. Wow, not what we were expecting at all on the desk. I think when it came to just dominance from Flitz in particular, Team Cosmic, you better make some changes pretty quick, because you're about to be on a match point if you don't do so fast.
Yeah, the scary part about it is that typically when we use the word domination, I feel like it's like, well, the stats don't really show that, but can you look at the gameplay right now? They are just unbeatable right now. Team Flitz, they're matching every single read. Even these clears from Tool has Angel up at support. Brock just immediately calls the bluff. Both players involved in that passing play at 0 boost.
Outstanding. Like, this is some intense gameplay. Very coordinated gameplay by Team Flitz. Brock with the lowest man stats-wise, but still with 3 assists on the board. Every goal has been assisted on the side of Team Flitz. They are working so cohesively on the field, and it's been hard for Team Cosmic to step in front of all the passing plays that they have made. Flitz picking this one up on transition, gets the double tap read, just can't squeak it underneath the bar, but the threatening nature of each and every play is just so much for them to handle.
Well, it turns out when you do get Oath and Flitz, two of the best players we have in all of the eastern side of CRL, then really it's going to be no surprise the team is quality. Granted, you could say the exact same thing about all 3 players coming in on the side of Team Cosmic, and yet Flitz is just not allowing them to have any fun. I thought that's guaranteed. Instead, we had to wait a measly 4 seconds, and now Tool has the goal.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal 50 by Tool. Has it with Oath here and just skirts it underneath him. And Oath needed to find more of the car there to 50. The Tool finally gets a piece of the puzzle, is able to get 1 for the road. Can Angel answer right off kickoff? Takes too much time, gets 50. Not enough time on the clock for Team Cosmic to answer. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of Team Flitz to start a 2-0 upper part of our Swiss bracket. Team Flitz looking to sweep the giants of this tournament so far.
And granted, I will say, that narrative is kind of on us on the desk, low-key, because we were saying, you know, how do you contend with a team that literally has matching clan tags? All the team badges in 0 to 1 are on these teams. Clearly, they have the chemistry, but we forget that sometimes you just get thrown a curveball you're not expecting. The biggest thing I'm seeing from Team Flitz is no double commits, keeping it simple, and most importantly, just overwhelming amount of creativity. There's shots, all these combinations, all these slight taps. Our opening goal there was literally just Oath waiting for a clear, looking upfield and realizing, hey, I don't know if you can get back to that, and being able to slap that one down, perfectly taking advantage of the space.
I mean, you said it. They're playing simple, clean Rocket League. Nothing's been overly flashy. They've been, again, passing as they need to. They have been clinical when it comes to defensive rotations, being there and challenging the ball. They are making Team Cosmic uncomfortable. And another narrative we said is maybe Team Cosmic just wasn't ready for the level of play that Team Flitz is bringing. They faced two teams today that are still good, but not to the level that Team Flitz was able to draft, and Flitz being the captain himself. So having to wake up really quick in this series is a need at this point. This roster has chemistry. They've scrimmed together. They've played together so much before. Team Cosmic needs to tap into that chemistry, and they can't give Team Flitz any momentum to start off in this game 3, or else a sweep may just be in the books.
Well, it's a spooky Halloween bundle bash. The haunted horror that they have to navigate now on Team Cosmic is a reverse sweep, and that's one thing that'll open some light through those haunted house windows. A double tap, clear as day from Angel.
That is such a beautiful play executed by Angel. One of the hardest angles that he could have made in a double tap, and executes it exactly how needed. What an answer for Team Cosmic after losing those first 2 games. Could Brock, though, find a piece of this one? Cosmic goes up with no boost. Angel off the backboard, losing control. Tool will have to contest as well against Oath, and finds the ball to do so. Brock in front of Oath gets the first initial touch. Flitz sending it up in the air. Does Brock have enough boost? But no, Oath comes in instead, places it bottom right, but Cosmic, the denier on the goal line, sends it out and away. Still in midfield, Team Flitz controlling, but it seems like Team Cosmic have woken up to the reality of who they're facing.
Yeah, getting that first goal is not necessarily a gift, but it's one of those things that just kind of takes pressure off, because then the issue is not necessarily, okay, now we have to mount this huge comeback. It's just, okay, just defend. Defend well, keep playing our game, not give up anything silly, and we'll go from there. Granted, a lot harder of a task than that, especially when your first player is bumped and nobody has boost. Oath from downtown yet again.
Tool and Angel overcommitted upfield. Some of the woes that we've seen for them as teammates now showing up in this roster as well. The defensive rotation's tough. I think Team Cosmic prefers and is more comfortable upfield on the offensive side of things, but they haven't been up often. I was afraid Angel missed an opportunity, but good thing Tool's there to clean it up right off kickoff.
Oh, kickoff goals. We love and we hate you. And I'm sure if your Team Flitz, you really do hate this one. As Brock coming in, thinks the first shot's going to go in. You can see him dive in, 0 boost, realize, oh, well, that was just a leave to the next player, and that means the next goal is going to be wide open. A wide open net is always going to go punished in this type of lobby. So we're not going to see any revenge kickoff goals, or at least it doesn't seem like it from Team Flitz. So I guess we are just resetting things back to more or less status quo since that Angel double tap with a narrow lead for our blue side.
Cosmic gets beat here. Flitz bar down almost. Angel in the way from getting that shot on target. Oath over to Brock. Brock can only send it back to him. It's too slow to actually get there. Angel in the way again. Flitz now backboard. Oath out of boost. Can Angel get it over his head? No. Brock the turn. Flitz can't find a piece of it either. And this one, wow, look at Brock buying time for his team to rotate. Such a simple maneuver may work out in their favor if it's only not the post demon again.
I honestly don't know if that needed another touch. That would look close enough. I think it had the pace. I don't blame Flitz for wanting to accelerate that one, but is that going to be something he's going to look back on? Maybe not if he's able to redeem himself. How about a lead block? Brock, delayed flick into the 50, and speaking of 50, that is flawlessly taken by Team Cosmic.
Oh, Cosmic back the other end in rotation. Flitz in the way to save it. Quick shot. Flitz back in the air, sends this one to the backboard. Angel has the read. Looking at 50, Oath, and will win it. Cosmic to pick up that 50 as soon as it's happened. This one off the side corner. Flitz in the way of the shot. Now again, Angel coming a little bit too late. And back again. In midfield-ish we go, except Brock's off the backboard. Oh, the shot down, Angel in the way. The saves by Team Cosmic have been so important and almost go end to end on transition.
Honestly, that's one of the biggest signifiers. You're in the highest level lobby possible within NA. That was all 3 players more or less inside the goal on the blue side, and yet they're still able to recover and get the save. I thought that was guaranteed for a brief second that was going to be 3-1, but instead on we play, everything possible, but for how much longer? Tool gets a demo, gets the redirect, and Cosmic required to dunk it home.
This is such a beautiful execution of the play. Initially, after that demo happens, everyone's able to send it upfield. Tool gets the perfect redirect, and Cosmic knows it's going to be saved, but that's such a difficult angle that he has the 50 advantage. He takes the 70-30, wins it easily, and extends their lead further. Now 2 goals up. They have 1:30 to withstand, and they'll take a game off of Team Blitz, who has been in the front row seat to start off this series, but is now showing some signs that they're not unbeatable either.
There's one getting, not necessarily out of hand, but honestly in a lobby like this, the moment you start to get to 2 goals, that's where you have to really start sending everybody up on some attacks, because it's not going to be easy to get any shot past the goalkeepers, even when you're playing this fast and frantic. The amount of mechanics, the amount of trust in these reads in this lobby, off the charts for really any mere mortal, but these are not just any player, and it's not just any team they're contending with. The pinch attempt almost finding its target.
Back transition for Brock and Flitz. Flitz ending up finding contact on Tool. That's an open net to work with because of it. Oath punches it through, and now a 1-goal difference with 48 seconds left. There's still time.
And I really do like that play from Flitz going for the bump, but more importantly, arguably, you could say Oath making sure that they hold that flick. A lot of players, when they have a lead block, they'll just send it toward goal anyway, but the issue is that the demo attempt is forcing a player to lock in place. If the player shoots it immediately, sometimes the defender jumps and the player going for a demo suddenly has to deal with the juking player getting out of the way because the ball's already on its task. Honestly, when I do see plays like this, it makes me amazed how quickly the chemistry is starting to lock in from all these players, making it a 1-goal game yet again. And you know, Team Blitz, they have the capacity to get that 3rd goal, if not for getting stopped again on that near post.
Tool, a great clear out, but only into midfield. Oh! Double demo, Tool on Brock, Oath on Cosmic, Tool on Oath again, twice in a row, reads the respawn. Angel can only get it so far. This one sent down. Brock, Flitz trying to be in front. Oath, still sidewall, back wall. Tool, will he fake it? It'll touch the ground, and Team Cosmic take game 3 to extend the series further.
I'm not entirely sure if the director cam caught it on broadcast, but on that play, there was a demo on the backfield, but simultaneously, the only player capable of going for that open net was also demoed. It happened legitimately within a quarter of a second from each other. So the amount of high-level thinking required to prevent some attacks and also create them is on full display here. Only natural. It does not end in a sweep, but can it go past 4? I suppose if you ask Cosmic, at least for right now, they seem confident.
Yeah, I enjoyed them adjusting to Team Flitz. They didn't allow them as much dominance upfield when it came to all the aggression. Cosmic as well. He's only credited with 1 save, but he's had so much more effort defensively. Angel had some phenomenal last-second saves in this one as well. The defense has amped up on both sides, which makes scoring that much more difficult, and why our series, the game score got so much closer.
Yeah, and being able to also watch how often these players are just coming down to bumping plays and creative chasing downs. I mean, one of those goals earlier was literally just Flitz just barking like a dog and running after a player and just trying to bump him, even after just getting a controlling touch. And that's how much these rotations rely on everyone being in the right position and obviously not being knocked out of that position. So going into Utopia here, I have no idea what's going to happen in this next game, and yet that's my favorite type of game or series to watch and cast in the Bundle Bash, because you know chaos will 100% come to the forefront, especially now that it's in the spooky time of the year.
I think one thing for certain is first goal matters. Whoever sets the tone really seems to excel throughout the series. So hopefully, for Cosmic's sake, he's able to get that first goal and extend this into a game 5, since that's what I'd like to see. This one off target initially, off the post again. 2 back-to-back attempts by Team Cosmic off the mark. Do they stay in the offensive zone? Flitz not the greatest touch, so Brock will have to bail him out. Puts it into the other corner. Tool can't get the read, and Angel gets beat. So they'll have to rotate back into midfield or defensively. Flitz in control, misses the read, gets the pinch on the ground, but not enough power in order to allow it in.
Nice pre-flip into Cosmic. That's going to be barred down and out. Angel, uncontested, looking for the close angle double. Better than he missed it, as it completely fools both goalkeepers. An open shot for Tool.
Phenomenal finish by Team Cosmic. I think they were just, in a sense, hungry for that goal, so they kept pushing and pushing and pushing for it. Cosmic on target, Angel on target, Tool on target. They kept up that pressure, and it results them in getting that first goal, which I think sets the tone, sets the standard. They look so much more comfortable when they can stay upfield, and now because of it, they look to be upfield, at least for a little while, to start off kickoff.
Blitz, heavy ricochet. Tool able to handle it well, as Angel not going to get this one, so instead it's Cosmic having to get an equally weird read, especially on the slow drop down. Brock tries to play for the 50, will not be successful in that venture. One thing certainly I'm paying attention to, or really just trying to listen out for, is the amount of demos. Cosmic nearly got another one to open up the goal yet again, but the one thing that definitely Team Flitz is being outpaced on is the physical side. They are getting bullied at some of these games.
Could be a good strategy. Always harder to adjust when you're 2v3 for those short periods of time. Pop up here, Flitz to it first, sends it in midfield. Tool is there, Brock 0 boost in the tank. Sends it back up towards midfield. Cosmic over to Angel, Flitz get in the way. Brock there first, Cosmic the pop, can Brock come again? This one off backboard, follow up for Oath, it's on target and good! Slots it bottom right corner and the equalizer is made.
Any pass is scoreable if you get to it quick enough. Brock does his best to be able to get that one high, and Tool has the hardest read of all. He's trying to make sure he stays in the goal to prevent the shot, but the moment it's off target, he has to react, and he waits just a quarter of a second too long. That's why Oath is able to pounce on top of this one. Good follow-up by Team Flitz, and now we'll see whether or not their luck continues, especially with this infield pass. Flitz has a pinch middle. Oath is sitting around just in case. Doesn't have the power to reach him on that back post.
Ooh, what's chaos on the side wall? Flitz looking for the double, gets denied. Brock denied as well on that goal line. Oath now to try from that same corner, beats one, looks for the body block, but can't find contact with any car. Back over towards the other end, Oath beat by Angel. Angel the double tap a read, but Flitz back on rotation, saves this one. Goes now the other way, back on transition. Back and forth we go. Both teams doing their best to puncture the defense that we've seen.
That's got to be wide open. Angel open shot, but he can't speed it in time. Flitz on the recovery, uses all of his boost. He needs second to help, and that's exactly why Brock is there. Cosmic taking their time, not wanting to rush anything, trying to buy time for his teammates by doing it all himself. No reset. Both understood that early on. And the early challenges and reads continuing to be what dictates a lot of this game, as Flitz continuing with those heavy reads off the aerial deflection.
Back wall. Oath there to pick it up after it drops. Flitz on the jump. 50 in midfield. Cosmic instead gets it away from him. He puts it behind. Brock controls it throughout the air, and now Team Cosmic with the lead back.
Really like the solo play from Team Cosmic. Jumps up, and then it looks like he's just trying to push it as far as possible. As soon as Brock commits, he's doing exactly what he should. He's trying to protect against that far post pass. He doesn't know if there's a player there, and suddenly it's flicked right behind him. Team Cosmic, a vintage type of 1v1 style play, and now we'll see if they're able to carry that advantage forward. Not necessarily grow it quite yet. I was looking for the follow-through from Tool, but he decided against it. Probably best to be able to play that defense.
Oh, Flitz without a read. So Angel gets an almost uncontested touch, the double commit. Horror, as no one is able to contest him properly.
Yeah, that's a really tough touch from Angel to be able to understand who to go up for it. Fundamentally, when there is an air dribble, you have to be able to mark up two different aspects. You have to get on ball to force them to go underneath or above, and then you have another player to clean up. And sometimes when you're dealing with a limited amount of time, I think you're just going to have to send both players, and that's what causes kind of the vintage double commit coming in there. And even worse now, it's double the trouble in terms of the lead. Team Cosmic starting to pull away here, and this is the potential that they were scared of on Team Flitz. This is looking like potentially a reverse sweep attempt actually coming to fruition if they keep this up.
You never say never. Could happen, could not happen. All I know is Team Flit's doing their best to try to deny that inevitable end of this one. Maybe trying a little too hard, overextended upfield. Cosmic gets them on the back end. I think they secured their Game 4 win to send us to Game 5.
Well, if you ever need an indication that they're in their own heads, 2 players with 0 boost, both go as fast as possible to that read, and all of Team Cosmic just kind of staring them down, saying, fine, we'll just collect the open net at the end of it. 38 seconds, more or less what seems like a formality based on how this game has been going. Unless a kickoff goal goes in, and based on how this one has started, I don't think that's going to be the case. I definitely think Team Flitz needs to be aware, and honestly, wondering how the comms are feeling, what the mood is like after this one. Do they feel like they know the solution if they're just throwing these games away, or is the other team simply just too good? Angel, insane, but apparently not enough to get that angle.
Yeah, it's a close opportunity. For me, I wanted Team Flitz to get a goal at the end of this for a momentum goal, just to pick up the pieces of their struggles from this one. Try as they may, they can't seem to get in the back of the net. They retreat. They understand this one's all but done. A pinch actually landing on target. Brock credited with one final save in game number 4, and we indeed are going to a game number 5 with reverse sweep potential.
I never doubted Team Cosmic, but there was a moment where I'm thinking, man, did we really curse them that hard by like putting that much weight behind him? We were saying they're the team to beat, and now it looks like they're getting beat down. And then it's 2 straight games where it's not only just like a dub, but like it's getting better and better. It was a little bit close, and now 4-1, really starting to pull away. 13 shots, I believe a series high for them.
Yeah, 13-5 was my big shot differential moment. That kind of woke me up. Team Cosmic was just hungry for each and every goal they got. They kept on pressuring. They kept making things dangerous with the pressure when it came to bumps and demos. As we mentioned, you said Team Flitz is being beat out by that. They absolutely are. Every game, they've won by demos, by an onslaught. And I think that pressure has been adding to it, because you're seeing Team Flitz get in their heads. They feel more rushed. They're running out of boost. So the double commits are coming out way more often, and they don't have enough boost to get back, or either to find a more successful challenge against Team Cosmic time after time.
Yeah, and mostly I'm seeing it on the exit rotations from Team Cosmic. They're going all the way upfield, and then it's almost like they just kind of ignore the path of the ball, and they're saying, I'm just going to get whoever's in the midfield for Team Flitz. I think it's a good strategy because it's very hard to be able to maintain this offense when everyone has to start back in their own corners. But we have to start with some good series here in Bundle Bash, and it seems like we have chosen fairly well. 2nd straight series going the distance.
I'm very excited to see how this one will go. The captain and Flitz almost finding the early goal in game 5. Again, I believe each game has gone the way of whoever scores first. So that'll be a monumental moment for whenever it happens. Tool already credited with yet another demo in this series. I'd be curious to see his total count by the end of it. He's been getting the majority of them for Team Cosmic. Cosmic not the greatest touch, so they'll have to give the ball away to Flitz, who's in control, gets the read in midfield. Can Brock find the shot? It ends up being an own goal off the post and down.
Yeah, but really, look at the setup here from Flitz. Getting that one pass Tool. He gets a deflection, but not enough, and even better, Brock knows he just needs to put it near target as that one was going bar, potentially in. Cosmic got a touch, but either way, I don't blame him for diving at that one. It's a close angle. You really have no chance to actually read. You just have to hope and pray when you hit the jump button.
Incredible. Team Flitz able to score against the Beasts that have been coming back for their reverse sweep revenge. Oath, an open shot to work with. It's on target. Angel away, but Cosmic able to find the save. Brock back in it again. Flitz bumping his teammate. I mean, you said my internal head thoughts. They're still aggressive though. Brock with the shot. Oath still with boost. This one here, off the sidewall, maybe again, they can find it, and no, that dissipates all the offensive pressure they had.
So we'll see whether or not they can redeem themselves. Poor thing, I think that might have been a 2-0, but Flitz, in his attempt to get out of the way, I think accidentally, it's kind of like when you're walking in a hallway and you both choose to go left and then you try to go right, and then it's just kind of that awkward moment where everyone's bumping into each other. No one knows where to go, and right now Angel knows he just needs to go one way. He needs to go back to help out Tool because he is all by his lonesome. Close angle miss. Follow-up shot is going to be blocked. Brock into the middle for Oath. A high lob for Brock to try to get that dish, or at the very least, get Tool. He will get neither.
Flitz still there, pops one right in front of the net, but isn't able to do much more than that. Oath steals that 100 boost, but the 50 isn't in his favor. Brock to send it down. A misread, but maybe Tool can pick it up. Has some time, beats Oath on the sidewall, only for it to 50 back towards the other way. Oath shot blocked. Can Cosmic find the clear? Flits a miss. This one up in the air by Brock. Back wall, easily contested by Tool. Oath back there again. Back wall, this one misread. And now a huge clear out relieves some pressure, at least temporarily.
Ooh, Cosmic trying to drop on that one. Oath immediately saw that he was not able to get that angle. So instead, here comes lightning quick down the corner. And now across the goal face, or at least I thought it might have been Oath trying to find that pocket. Instead, Cosmic with 0 boost, runs the sprint, gets the corner, and maybe kickstarts something for his squad. They're trying to play for these 50s, and Flitz, he is not buying.
Flitz still chasing. It would only send it into the opposing corner. Still chasing Angel, though, and gets him off the ball and actually misses that one. Brock able to get past another. Tool last man back, just buying time. Does so well. Flitz to come in, gets bumped away. Angel, high air, initial first touch. Might have had a flip reset too, but he's able to get back to that ball. Under 2 minutes remains. It is a single goal ball game. Team Flitz may have the edge for now, but we've seen what Team Cosmic can do. And if they find the answer, this game becomes entirely different way too fast.
Tool up early. He's able to find a pre-jump defender in his way and be utterly shocked that that was the case. But again, this is really the Team Flitz that we've been seeing all series long. They're able to navigate themselves out of some weirdly sticky situations, even with stuff like this, going backward over the shoulder. Flitz pinching that one away from the middle, then meeting his 50 yet again. And this really does feel like that one goal could be enough, but Team Cosmic far from being out of this one yet.
Cosmic missing that one, but giving it up to Tool. I'm sure very well communicated. Another just long clear by Team Flitz. They want to keep this ball on the side of Team Cosmic for as long as possible. Angel in the air. We've seen him make plays. This one underneath off target. Finished by Tool. Top right corner. There's the equalizer. 46 seconds and we're all tied up.
No hyperbole on that one, Chicks. Top right corner indeed. Look at the placement by the West Virginian starter. That could not be any better if he tried. And honestly, for Team Flitz, gotta be deflating. You have the lead, you're under a minute to go, and then suddenly you allow only a singular open shot, and it is your undoing.
Oh my goodness. That's all I can think. Oh my goodness. The comeback's real. Angel coming through. Just patiently waiting for this ball to be gifted to him from a pitch by the opposing team. All that much in their own heads at this point. How quickly the tables have turned, and now Team Cosmic in the lead with even less time on the clock.
I'll say they're deflated. I don't know what comes after that one. At this point, they are just drying up. It's going to be a rough situation for Team Flitz to get out of, especially now that, again, it is a reverse sweep potential here for Team Cosmic. The one team we thought would be untouchable has proven to be somewhat fallible, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if they're getting that dub. It will qualify them as the #1 seed to go into day 2, depending on how our other upper bracket matches are going. This one coming to a close. Brock off the corner. Oath, it's a little too far away, but Flitz guaranteeing it's in 2 seconds. A clutch moment again.
What just happened? I wasn't sure Oath would find the touch. I don't even know if Flitz needed to touch it, but nonetheless gets it past the final defender. And we're 2 seconds left. Do we see a different kickoff? We don't. Overtime in game 5 to decide who moves in to tomorrow.
How many times have we seen a goal under 5 seconds? This might be a Bundle Bash record for day 1s in terms of how many clutch goals we have seen. It's honestly absurd at this point, but it also could be absurd if that one went in. Flitz looking for a double back post, and of course, not gonna be that simple. We gotta keep on going. Maybe Brock to follow it up. Also gonna find it a little too north of the crossbar.
Oath leaving this one for Flitz. Flitz looking to make a one-on-one play. It is put off towards the corner. Cosmic leaving it for Tool. Tool can't really get past the defense. Cosmic back up. Brock, though, to to beat. Angel slotting it, potentially gets a bump though. Can Tool find the placement? Brock's still in the way. Finds it. Oath picking it up. Cosmic barely at a boost. Luckily turns correctly. Sends it towards the corner. Oath with some demo pressure. This one sent the other way and right on back.
That's a heavy touch as Brock should have that pass middle. Problem is it's behind Flitz. Pass back to Brock. He's trying to dribble it. Doesn't get the bump, but you knew Angel knew that was on the table if he was not careful. And now it's a chance to end it with a 1v1. Looking for the bump. He's going to lob it too high. Not like this.
Oh, that was almost perfect. Even finding a demo on the way out, but no finish was made. 50 by Brock could go in favor. A difficult bounce to read. Tool will be up first. Oath lurking down at the bottom, can't find the touch. Cosmic up, looking for the 50. Double commit by Team Flitz, may have an opening. Cosmic looking, Angel there first, can't do anything about it. Tool now in control, losing his card, trying to get a bump on it, and still finds nothing. Overtime lingers on farther. Who's gonna end this chaos? And it won't be Angel just yet.
I think I've counted like 6 opportunities in which it comes down to a microsecond decision to challenge a ball and get a save. And that is the margins we're dealing with two of the best teams we have here in the Bundle Bash period, especially with one of the most storied players to be able to play. Flitz, with his recent success this year, can he make sure he leads his team to the promised land? I suppose that's completely up to Team Cosmic if they want to let them out of this half. Bounce down to Tool. Open shot. It's Oath in the way.
Angel still continuing, gets the pressure, gets the simple touch. Cosmic on the pre-jump, but doesn't get the power behind it. Out of boost right now is Team Flitz. They're literally picking up the small pads in front of their net, trying their best to get out of the half, but they haven't. Cosmic chasing that demo, stealing the boost on the way out as well. Stuck on their half right now is Team Flitz. Can they withhold any more offensive pressure from Team Cosmic? Another demo comes through. This one by Angel will end it all. The reverse sweep comes on through.
The demos to clear the way. It's Cosmic. He had 6 in a game earlier in the series. None more important than that. The desk's faith rewarded. Team Cosmic had to do it the scenic route. Reverse sweep, Game 5 OT. My goodness, what a day of action we've had today on the Bundle Bash.
What a series. I wish I understood Team Flitz's demos. 8 this game gives Team Cosmic in that series a total of 31 demos across 5 games. They're averaging, 6.2 demos a game. As for Team Flitz, up to this point, they were at 11. Probably maybe 2 or 3. So 31 to 13 is my guess for the amount of demos in that differential.
It's really just difficult to understand like how important that is for just being also a thorn in the side, obviously, of your opponents, getting all those 50s and, or rather these 50s and slowing down the play, but then getting demoed over and over and over and over. It just really, you could see the impact over time. Because it started, if you look at early in the series, it's like 4 demos a game. And then after a while, it got to like 7, 8, 9 demos a game. You're starting to realize, oh, this is really going to start causing an impact. But they chose their moments. They had Team Flitz trapped in that overtime for about what seemed like a full minute without any boost. You mentioned grabbing pads, which means you have about 20 per challenge until you have to use it all up again. Really well done by Team Cosmic at the end, but throughout that series, both teams put up an incredible fight.
Well, I called the game 5, so I'm happy about that one, but why don't we bring back in Vod and Bass so they can hear their thoughts about this wonderful series as well. That's literally my face. I'm so glad I'm not live during during those goals because that's how crazy I felt.
Oh man, it's gonna hurt so much. It's gonna hurt so much for Team Flitz, and yeah, that's basically what we're saying to them by you could have won it. You brought it all the way to game 5, and then you didn't have any boost. But also, I feel like Bass, you and I were like, there was this one non-commit from both defenders. Oath could have gone for it. The only one who had boost panicked, and then it was just demise from then on out. They couldn't recover afterwards, even though they were holding on for such a long time. It's so frustrating for Team Flitz. They almost did it. The only team to take any games against Team Cosmic, and definitely to go into that overtime in game 5, play of the day for now. but they got to just be thinking, what if we had one more opportunity? They could have taken it to Team Cosmic, but who knows? They might be able to do it in the bracket stage instead. They still got to get there, and I fear for any team that has to face this Team Flitz best.
I mean, look, Flitz's team played phenomenally throughout that one, but you're like, if they had one more opportunity, one of what, 18 million? Like, they had so many chances to end that series, and I got a feel for Flitz because some of them I think were just miscommunication with the team, unfortunately, again, being formed only a day ago. They're just not going to be able to take every opportunity perfectly. A couple of them I just kind of look at and go, guys, shoot the ball! Somebody, please, just put a shot on target. And I feel like too many times that was the concern. So as much as this team did play phenomenally, I need them to get in a little bit more sync because we all know this. Cosmic's the raid boss at this point, dude. He is the ultimate goal at the end of this entire thing. If you can't get past him, you're not going to be able to win this thing. And for Flitz's team at the moment, while they are playing phenomenally, they're still probably going to have to deal with this team in the bracket. So small things definitely need to be cleaned up.
It felt like after the first two games that Team Cosmic just kind of fine-tuned and locked in afterwards, and I fear for any team that faces them in the bracket stage.
Yeah, I really think they had to make adjustments. Again, no shade to Coconut or Tryhouse, but I think they're a little bit easier opponents than that of Flitz. So they had to wake up. They had to have their wake-up call moment. They needed to understand they can't make mistakes, and they need to play very aggressive and almost near perfect Rocket League. And as soon as those demos started coming on through, as soon as they played the chaotic evil side of the game, that we're literally kind of naming them and being the raid boss, they managed as they should be. Was there still opportunities for Team Flitz to win that series? Absolutely. They still had a chance. They just let Team Cosmic and those demos get to them. It's hard to dodge a demo, but it's also not impossible to play around a style like that.
So rough for them too, because I'm sure tons of those demos came in at overtime. They had no boost starved the entire way. And looking to the future horizons for the other matchups that we'll be having here, Taco, for Team Flitz, how do they bounce back and secure their next victory?
Understand that I feel like it actually can only get easier from here.
That is so true. That
in
is
my
so
opinion,
true.
of like that, you've reached the mountaintop. That is like the one team we're all terrified of. And hey, it took a reverse sweep to beat you. I feel like at that point, you don't get complacent, but you have to think like, okay, well, whatever that was frustrating. But all we got to do is just lock on in. It helps that you have 2 more lives functionally coming from the tippity toppest of the highest echelon of Swiss. But it's also a little bit deflating, I'm sure, to be like, we're so close. But now, well, we got extended at least to like another 30, 45 minutes.
It's also insane to think about here too, is that, well, this is had to play Lethamyr, went to game 5 in round 1, played Too Fast, 3-1, and then Team Cosmic here. And Lethamyr and Too Fast both won their 1-on-1 matches. So all 3 of the teams are in the 2-1 in this next round that Flitz, including themselves, have played against. So that's just going to be insane for any team who has made it on into that 2-1. And Team Flitz, I mean, hey, they are guaranteed an easier matchup technically than any of the ones that they've had before. It's either going to be Spoon or Coconut at this point. So we'll see how that goes. But regardless, we do have 2 more rounds to go. Our first eliminations did come out, but we'll talk about that after this break.
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see some more.
You have a turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be inside? There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew. Now, I got a video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
We don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
A wave dash is a basic Rocket League mechanic that allows players to maintain or increase their speed without using boost. There are tons of advantages to including a wave dash into your arsenal. Maintaining momentum from the wall to the ground, achieving supersonic speed without having boost, and more. So how do you actually wave dash? Essentially, you are flipping into the ground. The energy from the flip translates into a burst of speed. Check out this example. As soon as your back 2 wheels touch the ground, perform a flip in the direction you are moving to complete a wave dash. Once you have the wave dash down, you can start learning more advanced mechanics like sideways wave dashes and chain dashes that allow you to reach supersonic with no boost at all. Now that you know what it takes to get started on learning the next wave dash, get out there and get some practice. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to speed run this so that some people can get through things. But actually, no, we're going through the bracket quickly and then into the match itself. So let's talk about the bracket and these matchups that we have for us in round 4. The teams we have said goodbye to and also hello into the bracket stage for the top 8. We have some interesting ones that we saw happen just recently. Team Cosmic with the reverse sweep over Team Flitz, but also Team T-Bates going 3-0. I mean, did we really expect that to happen there, Taco? Not 3, yeah, 3-0 on the day, excuse me. 3-1 in the series.
I mean, I think what we saw from them in that second round against Alpha Cap, I mean, the Alpha Cap's team is also kind of a sleeper team. I think people might, I agree 100% with Bass in that I think a lot of people think of Alpha Cap as like, oh, you're just washed. You're just like a goofy player. He's still like a high, obviously very high level player. He's on a ones grind, which means the mechanics are starting to refine, and he's got 2 really good players next to him. So I think that team will be great, but the fact that T-Bates not only gets that win and then goes on to the 2-0 and then immediately gets a nice 3-1 convincingly into the next day, that's fantastic from him. I definitely think that's a team you don't want to count out, because also I think T-Bates gets the meme treatment a little bit. Still a very phenomenal player.
Talked about it. Great matchups that we saw before. Now we get to see them go into it. We've had some great series on stream today too. I mean, 2 of them going to 5, T-Bates, Alpha Cap, and then Cosmic Blitz. But after seeing that Alpha Cap performance, losing in game 5 again, that's gotta hurt Chixa.
Yeah, they're such a good team. They've seen them before do well. They're just not getting over that last hurdle. Adam and Polar are phenomenal players, but it seems like both of them are just kind of unlucky sometimes, and that's what they're getting in this tournament. They're just getting unlucky, and they're not able to push finally through. I mean, it's a similar situation in the series we just saw. You need one final push. You need to be consistent more often than not. If you can't pull off all the stops, then you're gonna end up getting beat.
Well, Akron with 2 players at least on that roster continuing their journey forward. And speaking of that, we do have team with 5 up with Lethamir and Profile facing off against Too Fast in our next matchup. Too Fast, I mean, with Kamiga Baby, they've got their work cut out for them, because apparently they have to speed run so Baby can actually play their game in the facility before it closes down. So they have to 3-0 this series before something happens. I don't know if that's actually true. That's just what we're being told in the background. And with that out of the way, though, I mean, these 2 rosters, pretty monumental. We talked about them, Bass, during the actual draft itself. Very solid teams. I mean, who do you think might have a potential edge in this one?
I really don't want to say this because I feel like I'm going to be so wrong. Every single time that we have tried to even say that potentially a team comes into this as looking like the better team on paper, we've been dead wrong. And in my opinion, I truly do believe that Lethamir comes into this one with just a slight edge, and a very slight edge at that, just because I really do think that Lethamir has been on his grind lately. He's been talking about how good he is, and Too Fast, I love you. I don't really know how much of a grinder he is anymore. Mans is a coach now. He's transitioned. He's not exactly the same level. And considering I think the other 2 players on both teams are about equal, I might say that Lethamir takes this one just slightly. But again, that's on paper. We've seen a lot of the on-paper teams not exactly perform here today.
Okay. Well, with that, we have a little bit of time before we get into this one. So let's talk a bit about the results that we have. I didn't have a chance to mention our unfortunate teams who did not make it through the 0-2 matchup rounds. That's Team Hootie Hoo, Team Spaceman. Both teams gave it their all, fought pretty hard. I mean, Team Hootie Hoo, I was watching on the side, had an insane overtime performance that lost at the end before going to that potential game 5. So I got to give them a shout out. Thank you to the teams who have participated up to this point in time. But looking at those 1 and 2 matchups, Alpha Jamespot, Chief Beef Tenacity, Trihouse, and Mizu. I mean, who are we most surprised here, Chicks, that is still trying to make their way into that top spot in that 1 and 2 spot instead of the 2 and 1?
I would say definitely Mizu has been struggling kind of hardcore today. I think he has an opportunity against Trihouse to certainly take the win and move forward into a very difficult 2 and 2 that we still have in front of us, but hasn't had the success that we thought he may see after he seemed so confident yesterday.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So we'll see if they can take the win over Team Trihouse. Team Trihouse, though, here, famously, that we were talking about earlier, Taco, was a team that upset people to make it into top 8 before. Do we think there is that potential in that specific matchup?
Taco?
Yeah.
That's kind of my answer. That's kind of my response. You just put that one down. Just in the subtitles, just put asterisk, doubtful face, and that's about it. I don't see it happening. I mean, we say anything is possible. I don't physically think that's possible unless there's like some DC issues. They're just not quite leveling up at this point, and that's fine because after all, there's no shame in losing against some rosters this stacked.
That's very true. That's very true. I mean, looking forward at some of those other matchups as well. Unfortunate for Team Spood to face off against Team Flitz here, but Vince and Coconut, these are two teams that we haven't been able to see just yet. One of them guaranteed to make it into that bracket side a little bit earlier than some others for round 5. So how are we feeling like those two teams, based on the results here, Bass, will face up against the rest of the competition so far?
I think they both have a chance of making top 8, at least in my personal opinion right now. I think Vince is basically a shoo-in right now. I think based on the way that he drafted yesterday, combined with who he actually ended up getting, I think this dude's almost a guarantee that he's going to be making top 8. For Coconut, I gotta say, I'm impressed by how he has played throughout the day. Again, losing Cosmic in the first round is nothing to be ashamed of. He then takes a win over Spaceman in the second, and that's not really all too telling. The win over Alpha Cap is where I start to get some faith in Coconut and think that maybe he just has that special sauce. And at the same time, I also do believe that he got a pretty good third player here. Obviously, he gets Crispy as the #1 pick, which is an incredible one, but a lot of people probably looking at Nando and going, who? No, trust me, this kid's good. He knows how to play, and if he can at least adapt to a lobby of this level, it's not surprising to see them doing well. I don't know if they're going to take down Vince, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Coconut make a top 8.
Yeah, we talked about Vince a little bit in the back room, and we're just saying, like, you know, having that chemistry with players that you've played with before is definitely a big benefit and might be why that they were doing so well against different rosters here and there. So now seeing Team Vince able to do the way that they performed to get into the 2-1, took a game off of Team T-Bates, who also looked really good against Team Alpha Cap. Very interesting storyline for that matchup as well. And of course, Flitz and Spood. I mean, Spood has been through a journey themselves throughout these matchups here and there. But let's talk about predictions here. Enough waiting around. Taco, who is taking this series between Too Fast and Lethamir?
I kind of have to favor the logic used by Bass, and that I do feel like Lethamir might be a little bit more prepared for this one. However, the one thing that keeps creeping back in my mind on this one that makes me want to give the edge to Too Fast on this one is that Lethamir is a very fundamental player. You just kind of plug him in, and he plays around whoever he has. Whereas Too Fast, I don't know if he's at his peak, but I trust that it's like riding a bike for him. Very mechanical, hyper fast, UNT hard carry for years along with D-Bank. So I really do feel like they will have the edge in this one. I mean, it's wishful thinking in a way because we've had two phenomenal series back to back, but I feel like this one could go the distance, or at the very least something that might just come down to individual moments. Because remember, Mizu's also a really competent team. This Too Fast team, they 3-0'd that squad to be able to get into this round.
Yeah, big win there as well. Mizu getting that Game 5 victory over Team Hootie Hoo, and also going to Game 5 against Team Chief Beef. So having that kind of a statement can't be understated itself. And with that, Bass, do you agree? Do you disagree? I mean, Taco basically took a little bit of your homework, so maybe you're coming to the same conclusion here.
He's copying the notes. He's scribbling it down, but I'm coming to a different conclusion on this one here instead. I still do think that's going to be Lethamir. I think Lethamir is going to take this one, and honestly, part of the reason I'm doing that is because I do feel like the rest of the desk is going to lean toward Too Fast, because we all love Too Fast, and Too Fast needs to get out of here as quickly as possible, so I'm doing anything I can to break that curse. I'm picking Lethamir.
Okay, I just need an answer from you, Chicks, because we got to get into this match as quickly as we can. Who's it going to be?
Give me Leth.
Okay, Lethamir. I'll also go Lethamir on this one. I mean, I love when the desk does this, so we'll see if it is going to be Lethamir taking this or not, or if Too Fast is going to be fast enough to get the victory in a couple of games. But it all comes down to this: can Team Too Fast win this fast enough for them to stay in the facility? Two teams who lost Team Flitz now facing off against each other to claim a spot in the top 8. A Mac Maker or Extraordinaire versus a pro CRL coach.
Two very different sides of the coin, both former players. One, a legend of CRL, another one, a former RLCS pro and a name of old. The question is, who can rise to their former glory? Chicks, this is for a spot in tomorrow's top 8, guaranteed money if you can just win this one.
There is a lot on the line, and there is major talent in this one. Yes, Too Fast has Cam. We have mentioned the Cam effect multiple times today. The other side, 5 Up, who people seem to have a ton of beef with, but is a reigning champion in CRL in the past Open that we just had. So a lot of momentum there. Lathimir, I mean, such a huge name. So happy that he's here in his first Bundle Bash tournament. I think he's been having a grand old time. A lot could happen, but all I know is we've had some pretty good Rocket League, and do I dare say we get some more good Rocket League? I think so.
I have to hope we get some more back and forth game 5s. The only person who's probably not hoping that is Gababy. Apparently, he's on a little bit of a time crunch right now, so he's hopeful that they can just sweep their way through, and he's doing his best job to get there right now. Good save on the line will keep us scoreless through the first minute here. Or maybe not quite yet. Here comes some more offense. 5 up, pass out center. Is anybody there? Shot on target and in.
A little bit of a double commit, but you know what? If it goes in, that double commit doesn't matter at all. Great setup from 5 up, wins the 50 in the corner, and Left and Profiler are basically wondering who can get to that ball fast enough to find the shot.
It's a good start there for the team. It's unfortunately, like we said, not the start I think Too Fast team is hoping for, but plenty of time here in game number 1, and Cam can just equal it out right now off the ceiling. Not going to get the reset, but at least gets a touch to keep it in front of the net, and force Profile to get a pretty good air dribble to get it off the half. That he will, and Too Fast will take over. Good touch to the back wall, and was going to be a pass out to Cam, but it's intercepted. Cam trying to make up for that with a touch out at midfield, and cannot, as everybody gets a little bit faked out by 5 up in his touches. But right now, offense fully in control here for our orange team. I don't even know if we've seen a real shot yet out of Too Fast team.
No, they haven't had any offensive pressure at all. Gababy's credited with all 3 of their saves, and 5 up. Little extra style on that one. Gets the second goal for Team Lathimir.
Maybe this is why everybody's hating on 5 up right now, because if you get him on your team, it's kind of like a cheat code. Man, reads that off the backboard without a second thought, and it is 2-0. This is going about as opposite as Too Fast team could have been hoped for.
Yeah, incredible start for Team Lathimir. It seems like they've been unstoppable when it comes to the forces upfield. Not a shot credited yet. The team Too Fast. This one as close as they've gotten towards that back end wall, and yet they can't do much more than that. Too Fast, I'm not sure if he wanted to touch that one or not, but gets it out at least temporarily. If the shot comes back on target, Cam credited with this save, but still the onslaught of pressure will not stop from Team Left.
No, they're just continually living in this final third. Offense, 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 the name of the game for the team right now. And unfortunately for their opponents, they haven't really had much to say in response. They've got 4 saves. That'll be the first registered shot after almost half the game has gone by. So, Too Fast team starting to cook a little bit, but unfortunately for them, they are still living in their own half.
This one goes out to midfield. Left is there, but doesn't get the touch that he needs to make on it. A follow-up, though, will go straight to Profile. Gababy back with 0 boost in the tank, but able to be credited with that save. Cam in midfield looking for the powerful pitch, and it goes on in.
That might just be play of the day. That is ridiculous. How on earth did this not only get the power, but the coordination? Well played from all players, including Gababy, who may not be credited there, but he's bumping players. He dives at 5 up, makes him jump early, gives the time for his 2 teammates to set it up, and it's a rocket on target. That's a heck of a way to respond after half a game shut out.
I was not expecting that shot in the least, and I don't think Team Left was either. Now, with renewed energy, Team Too Fast getting more and more shots on target, or at least more aggression upfield. It's nice not to live in your half in these games. The field isn't that big. Cam, though, missing that touch, could have had control. Instead, it goes back towards the other way. Baby will get this save. Needed to do just that, and Cam, with time, has boost in the tank as well. Takes it to the ceiling, gets him bumped down. Can he pass up to Gababy? He can. Beautiful play from one end of the field to the other.
You can just see how much time Cam buys for his teammate here, and unfortunately for 5 up and Left, I think it's just a little bit of crossed wires. Both of them are basically both coming from the exact same angle. The thing they're not expecting, though, is Gababy just flying over their heads for the extra touch. The redirect ties us up, and it's kind of crazy to think that we were at the halfway point, not a single shot registered. Not even a minute later, and we are back to 2-2.
Yeah, impressive. I think just warm up for the side of Too Fast. They had to get things going, blood pumping, and that seems to be working. It's a minute and a half. A lot could happen in a very short period of time. 5 up the corner almost finds an extra touch. Profile sends it on target. It's yet another save for Gababy, who currently has 6 registered saves on that scoreboard. He has been stopping the majority of shots, and I think that's allowing them to stay in this game. Granted, They're looking for some more offensive pressure. Team Left knocking on the door of getting a goal, but hasn't been able to cross that final finish line.
Now, it's been a while since we've seen Lethamir's team with any true offense, in my opinion. They still do have the majority of shots in this game, but we've seen this narrative too many times here today. It's not about how many shots you register, it's the efficiency with them. In comparison, 9-3, so Too Fast team currently shooting 66% from the field. So you give them maybe one more chance, this game might just be over. They're not going to find it here, but maybe on the transition. Pop up high, Gababy there, off the backboard, Leth awkward and can still get the touch. They might just be setting up shop for the final 30 seconds here as they go into one more offense.
Always good to be in the pole position. Left just in the way. Gababy the turn. Cam is lurking, but can't get a follow-up touch. Too Fast. Picked up some boost. Sends it, I think, a little bit too far. Profile gets it, but it's put in the midfield. Cam, the pop. Profile up quick. Just enough boost to get to the ball and put it out in the corner. I think we may just have overtime.
Well, Too Fast, you're the only person that can disagree with us here, and you didn't exactly touch that well into the corner. So indeed, we will go to OT game number 1. A lot of overtimes here, a lot of overtimes to start the series on broadcast at this point. Let's see if this one's going to go the distance just like the other OTs that we've watched so far, or will it be a quick end? Lethamir's team would like to hope so. This is the best offense we've seen from them in a minute.
Double commit on that save. Luckily doesn't go on through, and they're able to get it out pretty far upfield. Gababy up to it early. Could only send it into 5-up. Sends it back towards the other direction. Cam, back wall, in control, over another. Profile, last back is the remaining blocker. Prevents this overtime from ending in quick fashion.
They're still going to keep the offense going, though. Too Fast, looking for outlet center, won't find it, but Cam, good control. Can't get around Lethamir, but can at least force a double commit on the line, so no boost for anybody here for Lethamir's team as they scramble to escape. Oh boy, Scramble might not even be doing it justice. This one free as ever, as long as the shot doesn't get blocked by the last remaining defender. 5-up somehow dances around the offense. Surely this is it, right? Leth no boost in the tank, and still, somehow they survive for at least another shot.
5-up managed to pick the other 100 on their other corner. So enough boost in the tank to get it out in midfield, but perfectly placed. It's Too Fast team to keep it in. Cam towards the sky, off the ceiling, but Leth, what a great read with 0 boost in the tank. Use that ceiling to his advantage and his extra flip. Now Profile, a missed opportunity. Leth only able to just stall for a little bit. Stays in midfield, and 5-up, the first clear and the first release of pressure temporarily for Team Left.
I don't know if it's going to do all too much, though. They're still not winning the battle out of midfield, and here comes Too Fast to re-engage it all over again. He'd like a reset. He's not going to find it. 5-up to take it away from him, but no boost to continue the play, or they'll just send it to the backboard for free. Where's the shot? Never found, and gotta say, Lethamir, you're getting your best chance all game, or at least all overtime, and you don't really do anything with it.
No, they honestly look timid. They look scared. And that's not a position you want to be in. You have to play confidently, even if you're not so confident in yourself. If you allow Too Fast to live rent-free in your head and that entire team, they are going to make you pay for it. Finally, another clear out, touch towards midfield, an extra challenge. Can 5-up find the beat? He does! Is it actually on target? It ends up bouncing on and in, and 5-up ends this overtime.
I mean, I would say 5-up might have ended it officially, but it's really Lethamir here. Fakes out like he's going for the touch, does not get it, and all it does is discombobulate the defense. An extra half game is going against the narrative that Too Fast is looking for here. We said they needed a sweep for time constraints. Unfortunately, that's not possible.
Yeah, sometimes these sports facilities just don't allow 24/7, so I hope he gets an extension on that time. Valiant effort, though, by Gababy himself. 7 of the 10 saves. They're outshot 13-7, almost double. And even with all that defense, aren't able to come away with the victory.
Unfortunately, the narrative that we painted coming into this one isn't quite living up to expectations. We talked about the battle between Leth and Too Fast, who would be a little bit more prepared for a series like this. I hinged my bets on Leth, thinking that, continues to be a high-level player, and Taco said Too Fast might be able to, it's like riding a bike. Once he gets back on, he's going to just be ready to go. this was not that game for Too Fast, if I'm being honest. He's got an assist and a save, which is not bad, except for he's got 0 shots. And in comparison to the other team where everybody is registering shots and getting involved in offense, that's not exactly equivalent. We need to see Too Fast team as a trio playing well, because I think you and I can both agree, surprisingly, that was the Gababy show.
Yeah, and I think I was going to make that point in the fact of Gababy being a second-round pick and a pretty late pick as well. Cam, normally, again, at the top of the draft, I said I was surprised he was 7th this time around. Normally has been even first pick in the past. So the fact that Gababy goes all the way around on a Syracuse roster that most people don't know about and played a phenomenal game against some very good talent. I mean, 5UP did as we thought he would, but Gababy's showing that he is a lot more than meets the eye.
There is a ton in store in this series, and unfortunately for Gababy, that might mean that we go the distance. We're not quite there yet, but we are into game number 2, and so far it's the same old offense entirely in favor of our blue team. Can they do anything with it? Oh, not only can they not, it's going to get sent right back into their own half.
So I like the attempt. That's the first part. Can you get things go? What?
Is that not a goal? This is a goal, right? Okay.
I don't know what happened. The save into the touch, into the ceiling, into the finish. That was just unpredictable.
You're being very kind in saying the words unpredictable. If I really said what I wanted to say, I think these players would be a little bit mad at me for that one. But unfortunately, that's kind of the trend right now. Too Fast team, they're playing well, but it really does feel like if Gababy is not at the forefront of their defense, they are struggling to find good coordination. Unfortunately, that entire play starts off with, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Cam's just going to solo the entire team. Who cares how they play on defense if this is the offense they respond with?
The Cam effect. Skirt against 5UP. Pop over left. I mean, that's going to be your personal real moment when you're able to beat 2 people like that and 1 being left. So Cam, I'm sure more confidence going to ooze out of him after that one, and rightfully so. That gets them back in this game, and maybe can Too Fast do something himself. Again, a little too strong on the touch. Needs to play for that 50 more.
He's looking a little bit shaky right now. I don't want to single him out, but it definitely does feel like Too Fast out of all players is the one struggling the most. Meanwhile, Cam is doing stuff like this, and Gababy, the rebound well coordinated, but Too Fast dove in as well, meaning no chance at a shot. Maybe they can get it here off the backboard. Where is Too Fast shot? Not even on target, and unfortunately, I think the bicycle wheels are a little bit rusty still.
He put his training wheels back on, so we're going through that journey, and that's okay. We did ask him, is he going to coach? And then he said no, he really doesn't coach these series. And I said, will you be coached? And he said maybe. So maybe taking a couple pointers for Cam, for better or for worse. You know, we'll see if it ends up affecting him by the end of this one. Hopefully they're able to get more coordinated, since right now, although they're having successful plays, a lot of the time it just seems like mess between all of them on the field.
Even when they are getting good shots, it's still being blocked out by 5UP. We didn't mention his name all too much, but really I don't think we've had to has been the big difference maker. He's been very quiet, but in the moments that he needs to show up, he has shown up big. He had the overtime goal in the last one to end this all, and right here he's making saves at the most crucial of moments. Speaking of which, we're about to hit the halfway point here, and I don't think we've seen a real shot on target in a second. It does feel like both teams are starting to generate offense, but when it comes to these touches off the backboard, shots like that are required. Finally, Too Fast starting to hit the training packs. Mans is booming them on target eventually.
Granted, running out of boost right now is Team Left. Nothing in the tank, and Profile just have to 50 this one away. Left, you see that bubble, it's quite small because he also doesn't have much boost. 5UP with the only boost on the team, but that's all they may need if they can get it out past the midfield line. Too Fast off the backboard. 5UP doing something with no boost, but again, they're stuck in their half. Could the offense come through? Profile comes in. Again, low on boost, but making the most of it. That clear gives them time to redistribute the boost across the team.
They're just playing such good defense right now. The only concern I do have is it's more and more offense starting to get generated for Too Fast Team. At the same time, Too Fast Team hasn't been able to take too many quality shots on target. They have a plethora of them at 10 total in this game in comparison to only the 3 that Let the Mirror team has mustered, but it's not exactly the same quality of shots. Again, the boomers on target are just now starting to be found after a lot of lackluster shots have been taken over and over again. With 90 seconds to go, all they need to do is hold on to offense and get one more chance. Could it be this? Cam, reset in the back. He's got an opening, and immediately it is taken away by Leth.
Profile, some time and some boost. Looking to go underneath Kababy there, though, to 55 up. Now it's an opportunity to send it back towards the other way. Too fast the read, but it is in the center. Kababy sends it back in mid. Cam is there, has a blocker and Too Fast. Everyone sky high. And the finish by Kababy will be on it through. They have the lead for now with just under a minute left.
Too Fast doing the most that he can here. He went, you know what? My shooting hasn't exactly been on. You know what is? My demo game. He gets bumps in net. He gets the demo afterwards. Not a single soul to be found on defense. And that might just win him it. But the minute to go, we have seen this. It's still possible for Lethamir's team to turn this around. All they need is one good shot. They're not going to find it here, though. This one needs to be saved, and barely it will be.
Popped up, Kababy. May have an open net to work with again. He'll get credited with yet another goal. And he's on top of the scoreboard again for Team Too Fast, putting in some major work, and his team now has been enabling him to do just that.
Maybe this is all Kababy needs. He just needs to be under a time crunch, because as soon as he is showing up in big ways. He's the lead scorer for his team. In this game, he's got the lead saves again for his team. And then the last one, he had what was a generational performance. Let's see if he can even get an assist here. Pass out to Cam. Shot on target, and 5 up again somehow makes the save.
Oh, keeping this one close is Team Left. All it takes is one opportunity, and we've seen how easy teams can falter defensively. Too Fast popping it up. Cam is there to send towards the backboard. Doesn't have the read for 5 up, but he does get the bump. Kababy last back. Been doing well defensively, but this one comes away from him. Left towards the back wall. Gets the touch. Sends it there, but it is poked away. 10 seconds left. 5 up. Doesn't have boost in the tank. Too fast in the way. I think they have run out of time. Team Left will fall in game 2, and this series will get back to being 1-1 tied up.
Props where they are due. Not only do we continue to see the Kababy show, as we saw in game number 1, but we're also starting to see Cam truly get involved in these plays. Mance has 100% in goal participation here in the second game, and we saw it. The solo play that just diced through the defense, as well as the 2 assists to Kababy. And yeah, I know we talked about, the defense was so good last game, and they really had to have a lot of saves at that. Not required this time. 8 saves to Lethamir's team. Meanwhile, only 2 saves to Too Fast team as a whole, and they are all Kababy.
Yeah, he is doing, again, incredibly well. Maybe it's the factor that he's gonna get kicked out, that he's just pulling out all the stops, but he's doing, again, amazingly on the pitch, and I think it's a testament to, again, how underrated Kababy is. If there's one thing we love to see in these tournaments, we know a lot of the time the captains are good. We know a bunch of our first round picks are good, but seeing underrated picks do really well in the second round is something I truly treasure. So again, wonderful job, Kababy, keeping kind of backpacking his team, and that's, not what you would have expected, to say the least.
Look, Kababy is more than capable. It's almost one of those things where we've talked about the Syracuse program that he's involved in multiple times. The unfortunate thing for them is that Kababy's the big recruit right now. They still need to build up a lot more at this point, but we're not quite done yet. We've got a lot more left, and maybe he can prove to all of the Syracuse fans at home that, hey, you put faith in me for a reason. I might not be able to replicate this in every event, but here today, I'm going to do us proud. He's done so already, but we've got a lot more of this series to play. A guaranteed best of 3 from here on out. This one to determine who moves on a series point.
Cam and Skies gets a flip reset, does get contested. 5 up. Back the other way, this one sent towards the corner. Cam back on it. Offensive pressure early from Team Too Fast. Backboard denied. Back again. Kababy coming through. Early pressure from Team Too Fast. They start right out the gates, putting on shots. None credited to them, but it's nice to see how quickly this game has turned and how pressure and opportunities have become that much more fruitful.
Baby trying to find another one here. Touch out center, not going to be enough, but Cam there to rebound and put it up for nobody. Too fast, a little bit late to the ball. He will muscle through the 50 and go for the challenge afterwards. So he's making up for it. He might not have been there for the first play, but he's there to at least keep the offense going.
50 here. We'll go towards the opposing corner. Baby and Cam both looking for demos, kind of demo hunting at this point to open up the defense. Cam back up, gets a bump, left though. High in the sky is running out of boost and Baby gets in the way. Tons of pressure going either way, but often not as continuous as teams that play 5 up, doing the same thing that Cam did earlier. Patience pays off and he's able to get through the defense.
This is just clever out of him. He baits out Too Fast as the initial challenge, knows Cam doesn't really have any boost, otherwise he probably would have gone for it a little bit earlier, and in that split second, he is able to find an opening, shoot it on target, and find the first goal. 3 minutes to go. There's technically time for a comeback, but we haven't really seen Les Team get some offense in a while. Do not let them get started.
Woo! 5 up, back to back, and this is what we expect out of him. Beats the first player in Cam and puts a phenomenal double tap, top shelf, executed so well. It's just a wonderful job. Back to back, 5 up stepping up for his team this time, which I'm not necessarily surprised about, to say the least.
Too Fast, trying to get, oh, that's gonna go in, isn't it? Nope, not exactly, but it's gonna get close. Lethamir on the follow-up. Also trying to get something started. Kind of feels like we're just saying that a lot right now. Lethamir's team trying to get something started, then we see a mistake, and immediately they score afterwards. Too Fast team is kind of the opposite. Again, we talked about it. This is a team that isn't exactly looking for high priority on their shots. They are just trying to unload as many as possible, and unfortunately, they're not really doing anything with it. Halfway through this game, still does feel like there is time for Too Fast to turn this around, but they are getting more and more limited in their chances.
Yeah, it seems like whatever special sauce they had has kind of fizzled out, and they need to get that back. Too Fast, it feels backflip moment, can left put it on. Just a little bit too hard on the shot. It'll go above on the scoreboard. Now back towards the other side of the field. Profile there, pops it in midfield. Left, does he find the beat? Too Fast in the way. Profile just keeping it in midfield. What a cut by Left. Beats out two. Too Fast back again to deny. The captain's beefing it out on defense and offense.
Too Fast trying to also get some more offense to work with. He doesn't get the bump on Left, though, and it's not going to be enough. Back pass, though, will keep them possession. Cam trying to get around Profile. Immediately met with a 50 and 5 up on the follow. Booms it downfield. The corner it goes. Is their defense? Yes, again, Gababy getting in the way, but they need some offense here. 100 seconds to go. They have got to hustle if they want a chance. And honestly, again, the chances are just so limited right now for Too Fast team.
Yeah, this one, though, extends the field. Left in the way. What an early pre-jump and read, and even the 50 allows Profile to follow up and actually get a shot on target. Gababy beats out one. Left back, but look at the jump by Cam. Gets in front of it and puts a shot on target.
There is a chance. They have found the light at the end of the tunnel, but the job is not done yet, especially considering this is one of the more free chances they have had. Talked about it, not a lot of shots on target, but when there's a breakaway at midfield, if you can just catch the defense as they are rotating back, that's going to be your best opportunity. They find one there. Can they find it again with only 80 to go?
Ooh, what a 50 by Too Fast. Left pokes it away, but only into Cam, who takes it high. Doesn't have a flip reset, so this one will go down to Profile. Put it back in the other direction. Profile still in control. Has to 50 with Cam. And this one sent out. Left the misread. Can Cam get to it first? He does. Back-to-back Cam goals ties this game back up.
Oh, this is starting to feel all too familiar. We've seen this before, teams that just get the ignition and do not stop. The gas just fully hammered down at this point, as that's 2 goals in quick succession, and they are both from Cam and Gababy as a combo. With a minute to go, I would not be surprised if they strike again, and oh boy, they kind of have to be careful here. I think if you give Lethamir's team one more offense, though, they're controlling that until the game is ended.
Too Fast playing this one fast, though. Wins the 50. 5 up and Gababy. Push it out into the corner. Cam there in the corner sees Too Fast. Can he get past one defender? No. Is anybody back? Too Fast chasing, but this one on target by Left. And just like that, Team Lethamir back on top with 35 seconds left.
I understand where Too Fast is. What happened to Gababy? I have no idea where he is, and honestly, I think the defense probably thought the same thing, going, yeah, it's a long ball downfield, but no way this makes it in. Right? Well, it did, and it's now giving you the lead with 30 to go. Cam trying to get it back. Same with Too Fast. A good 50 in front of net. Where is the shot? Not found, but Too Fast. Gonna make it difficult for any sort of clear.
Maybe a little bit too far, close up as well. Not having the appropriate spacing. Granted, this one up to Too Fast is pretty nice. Do we get a follow-up touch? Too Fast still on it. Cam as well, juggling midfield, gets it underneath, just needs to play out profile up top, but who's there? 5 up to defend any phenomenal 50 to send this the other way. Time has run out in this game. Lethamyr takes it. They're on match point, and now you have to wonder what the game could have been if things had happened differently.
I mean, there's a lot of could have, should have, but the main thing I will say is that if Too Fast team wants a chance at this one, they have got to find a way to get going before like the 1 minute mark left in the game. This keeps happening. This team, they'll find this ignition. They will find this fire underneath them, but it will only be at the dying moments of this game. They can't afford to do that. Lethamyr are finding consistency throughout these games, and even though they started off the scoring in this one, that was really the explosion they needed, they close it out better as well. Good defense, good offense all around, and I will be honest, there's not a lot of defense going around here. 4 total saves between the two teams. This has turned into a bit of a shootout. It's just more low scoring than I expected.
Yeah, I think a lot of times haven't been as coordinated as it needed to for the shot to end up being finished. And also we have a lot of shots that are actually off target. We've had so many post hits today that the post is ending up being the best defender in all of Rocket League, and you just can't have those accuracy differences. Not sure what happened there. It didn't look like Cam actually moved off the kickoff, and that could be a concern.
I'm thinking that's a DC a little bit here. I'm not really sure how we're going to play on from there, but the 1 goal has already been scored. That's a bit unfortunate, and I got to hope that maybe we get pause here. Not exactly sure. Looks like we're playing on. Not going to be enough. 5 seconds into this game, and I guess Too Fast team is going to start off 1-0 or 0-1.
Yeah, that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles, and they're going to have to live through that. What a bump by 5 up, but Gababy get another save to add on to the list that he's made this game. Profile, sidewall, Gababy up towards the other direction, and that clear will end up going out. 5 up, a little bit of a touch. Almost gets it, but left backflips. Is someone there on the chase? Where was the entire Too Fast roster?
I just don't think they expected that. I think they thought Leth was going to boom it right back into the half, so they started retreating and getting prepared for that one on the backboard and in defense, and it never arrived. So nobody prepared for it, and unfortunate to say the least here as we continue on 1-0. Cam looking for some revenge. Profile downfield, just needs to let this bounce, and Cam somehow gets the touch, and it gets out to Gababy.
Yeah, that was wild to say the least. I almost thought he was going to own goal that one, but doesn't end up doing so. Granted, 5 up, a gorgeous air dribble towards the other end. Almost finds it on target. Cam controlling now sidewall. Trying to cut it inward. Get the pass in midfield. Does get it in front of net. Gababy just able to pinch it on through. The tying goal comes through for Team Too Fast.
Yeah, they will get it back. It will make no difference whether that first goal came through or not. Great play out of Gababy here as well to recognize the awkwardness from the corner. Just kind of muscles up, puts his body in the way, and that'll be more than enough. 90 seconds gone here in what could be our last game. Unless Too Fast team can continue the scoring.
Profile on the cut, left there, lurking, trying to find the 50 against Gababy, but if there's anyone I wouldn't want to have on the defensive end right now, I don't want to be against Gababy. He has been unbeatable when it comes to all the saves he's made today. Cam turning, trying to get this ball out of his team's half. Gababy and Too Fast double commit, may give an opportunity for 5 up. Does get the flip reset, potentially a double. Gababy in the way again, and he still cannot be beat. Cam though, one-on-one, pops it over. That one's easy for him as it can get 2-1 lead now for Team Too Fast.
This is just, again, Cam and Gababy as a duo just playing so incredibly well. Gababy just comes through. He knows that Cam probably can still get a flick off, can play this in a 1v1, but causing that lead blocker is going to be more than enough. Huge plays there all around, and it's going to give them the lead. We could see a game 5, but 5 up is only seeing destruction and demise. My goodness, double demo might give his team some offense.
This one's sidewall, too fast off the corner. Bounced it back up. Good baby there first, trying to take it towards that back wall. Too fast. Gives this one away to left. Does he have another crossfield goal? No! It's off the post to get it out, and Cam can pick it up. Granted, he's out of boost. Is someone there to save it? It's Gababy again, who has, again, a savior medal. All 3 saves for Team Too Fast right now, halfway through this very vital game.
Profile, no more boost in the tank, but he at least keeps himself close enough to the ball that it's not going to get cleared off the half, and Lethmere can take over. No boost for him either, so despite the multiple approaches at net, they don't really muster much of a shot. Maybe they can here. 5 up. How on earth did he get that much power? It'll work out, though. Pass out center, and still, again, a lot of build-up right now here for Lethmere's team. We've talked about this. They like to get this offensive pressure. They like to get these build-ups, but when it comes time for the shot, they're just a little bit shy to it. Not here, they're not, though. Lethmere, good 50 to the backboard. Shot from 5 up, denied. How on earth did Cam get back?
It was a really great effort defensively. I believe somewhat of a squishy save. Used the ceiling of the net to get higher up on that save. Because of it, they keep the lead in this game. Too fast. Up to this one. Searching for potentially Cam upfield, who I saw lurk earlier. Does he get the double tap read? He does! Such an easy 1-2 touch for Cam, and they extend their lead further.
This is so clever out of Too Fast as well. You can see him just baiting out the defender mid-air, and unfortunately for Lethmere, look, you're not even playing that one wrong. It's more the fact that you even gave Cam that shot in the first place. It's a narrow angle, but it's also Cam. You just gotta expect that he's gonna put that one on target every single time. And he does it again. 80 to go, and Chicksa, I think we're going to Game 5. Oh yeah, we're going to Game 5.
What did I say earlier? Like, notoriously, yesterday, Bundle Bash likes to go the length of the series, and well, this will be our 3rd Game 5 of the 4 series that we've seen today, and I wouldn't doubt our last one would also go the distance, but it's also a testament to the level of talent that we have in this tournament. We've said it time and time again, there just isn't anybody that's actually bad. Well, maybe some of our captains are a little under, but when it comes to our drafted players, they are so good on the pitch.
They truly are, and even the captains. Okay, well, not the greatest time for me to say, hey, the captains in this one are truly showing up as well, as Too Fast misses it off the backboard. This would be a heartbreaking way for them to go to OT and lose. Please tell me they can just lock it down for the next 30 seconds.
Are you really saying please, or are you kind of saying please?
I am really saying please, just for the sake of, again, one of these players needs to get out of here, and it's not currently on the team that's losing.
There you go.
There we go.
Feel better now?
I bet Cam does. He's got a hat trick.
Yeah, it's a really great 50. Granted, I'm a little worried that Cam's playing these kind of slow-mo, very patient plays upfield. It can be a little too much sometimes when all he needs to do is shoot it on target.
Hey, look, as long as he is getting the goals, I'm not going to be critical of anything Cam does, mainly because of the fact that Cam's a unique player, let's put it that way. He knows how to score from pretty much anywhere at any time, so, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it's not wrong right now. It's working out for them as they have forced a Game 5 that I truly did not think they would get to after the start of this series and the shakier way that this game started off as well. But they have found it. Too Fast will extend the series to at least one more. Let's see if Gababy can survive getting kicked out of his esports facility.
He'll be fine. He just needs to know the right people. Hopefully. Okay. As someone who has students and coaches college players, my facility also does close at 10 o'clock Eastern. So, we've extended the time before for circumstances, including games or special practices. So all he needs to say is pretty please, whoever the hall monitor is, extend me a little further. I'm in a very important tournament. And hopefully that works out. Pretty please. I don't want to seem lame.
I think they got this. They got, 5 more minutes. What is 5 more minutes in the grand scheme of things? Obviously, they've got this, right? Well, here's the issue. If they don't got this, you're pleading for another, 4 40 plus minutes at this point, because there's definitely a potential that if they lose this, they got to go all the way to game number 5, or go all the way to round 5, and then another game 5, considering the caliber of the players. So, Too Fast, I'm going to just say, you got to close this here and now, man. This is your chance. You have to if you want a chance at tomorrow.
I agree. I think, honestly, with the level of talent that they have to face in that 2-2 bracket, that's not somewhere you want to be. You have to end things now as quickly as possible, because this 2-1 that they're in right now is just as difficult as the one moving on forward. So hopefully, whatever team, they finish it out here. They have to end it out all here and now, or else they're going to have a very hard time having that comeback after a loss in that 2-2 Swiss bracket.
Well, they got a chance now to close this one out here and now. For whatever team finds themselves in round 5, I wish you the best of luck. But in order to avoid that, all you need is one more win. It doesn't matter who gets it, as long as you are able to. And maybe could be Too Fast off rip. They've got some offense brewing. Fast in the corner, touches to the backboard, and that one floats out in a dangerous position, but 5 up at least there to clear the lines, and oh my goodness, Profile to follow it up with a shot on target.
Another save, yet again credited for Baby, who has been putting his literal car body out on the line to block just about everything we've seen thrown at the net by Team Left. Now 5 up in control out of the back wall, quickly gets 50'd. And now because of it, Team Too Fast, they have a little extra pressure upfield. The backboard, they're lurking, they're looking, they're bumping Left, who is sitting there. They're adding the aggression, and yet they still can't seem to find that shot on target quick enough.
Nobody's finding anything here through the first minute of play. Baby, a long ball downfield. 5 up, full tank of boost. What can he do with it? Not a lot. It's a good pinch out, but I don't really think that's going to turn into much for his team unless Profile, completely uncontested. Eventually Too Fast will get there, but a little bit concerning as he gave a lot of space and time for his opponents, and now that's let them set up shop on offense. Left through the corner, gets around 2, just needs to pass out center, and he gets a little too much of that as well. Unfortunate, as both teams seem to be going for more creative plays, but no one quite executing to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Keep in mind how long this Swiss bracket has been. I mean, we've been live for 4 hours at this point in the day. So with that being said, that's a lot of time to be playing. And you're nearing your breaking point of sanity. Have you eaten? Are you hydrating? What are you actually seeing on the field? Can you connect? I'm being rushed out of my facility. What can I do? All those things mentally are exhausting at this point. And yet, if you lose, you have to play yet another game to follow.
Whoa, Too Fast trying to make sure that they don't do that. They want to end this here and now. Like we've talked about, the pressure is truly on them. I would say more than Lethamir's team, and they're playing like it. You see them diving in without hesitation, and that's how you have to play when all the chips are on the table. They're playing great so far, but they still don't have a goal. Could they find it here? Profile, a good 50 to keep it away from Too Fast, but Camp on backup. Pops it into the corner. Lethamir also pops it out to midfield, and 5 up, flip, reset, a decent amount of boost, but not the dunk on targets.
Baby, with what little boost in the tank, able to pop it up. This one 50 towards the other side, just off target though. Baby still in midfield, doing his best to stay a nuisance. 5 up, tough touch, actually credited with it being on target, but saved by Too Fast. Left to coming through again, denied by Cam. Still a 0-0 scoreline. We have seen plenty of shots from both sides of the field, but everyone just bunkering down on defense, trying to prevent any lead from occurring. This one by Profile, just too far up in the air to even be remotely on target. But now Cam has control, has boost to work with, but good thing Profile cuts on through, prevents him from having potentially another good scoring opportunity.
Ooh, pinch downfield right into the hands of Baby. He's going to fire one directly at Leth, and it's not going to do too much for his team. This could do something. Waterfall down, and no one prepared for it. That's a bit unfortunate, as Lethamir's team have not had all too many chances, or at least solid ones in my opinion. They've had shots, but most of them have been deflected away. 5 saves for Too Fast team versus Lethamir's that only have 2 registered. So it does feel like Too Fast team are starting to take a page out of their opponent's playbook here, as they're just waiting for that opportunity. They're not trying to force it, but maybe if they can just get one good chance, that could have been it. With a shot denied by Profile.
Gotta say, I think the sloppiness is out of exhaustion. We're seeing so many misses, more than we've seen throughout today occur, and just seems like panic is stricken across the field. 50 seconds left, still not a single goal. Someone only needs one opportunity in this game 5, and that could be it to take it all. Too Fast 50ing in midfield, I think gets the better bounce because Gababy's there first to send into the corner of team left profile. Not much boost in the tank, but doing his best to extend further. Pops it over Cam. Cam bumps Gababy. There's no one back, but as well no one for Profile to pass it to. Still trying to make a solo effort play. This one by 5 up, sneaks on the bar and down. Now team left ahead in game 5.
And honestly, it's Profile doing everything here. You mentioned it. He's looking for a pass out center, and then when he sees nobody and also nobody on defense taking a touch, he goes, oh, okay, sure, let me get one more, and perfectly sets up his teammate. That's about as unfortunate as they come. That is a disaster scenario, and unfortunately, the disaster might only continue here. 15 seconds before, unfortunately, Too Fast team will go to round 5 in a round that they desperately need to avoid.
Too Fast has an opportunity, has the solo play! If Too Fast was going to pop off in one moment, it is now!
This is the training wheels taking off. This is the rust sanded away. This is the vintage Too Fast that has taken UNT to national championships. These guys have been around the block, and Too Fast showing I might have been a little bit old. The Unk status is here, but I'm not done yet, and neither is this series. I think we're heading to overtime, barring a shot on target. Where's the follow-up? 5 up there. Does he have the flip reset? He might not need it. He's keeping it up and scoring it on 0. They're heading to tomorrow, and Too Fast is heading to round 5.
The control on the pop has it on the way down. For him to control the aerial, put it on top of his car so it doesn't touch the ground, and then end up finding the finish. That's just crazy. That is, again, a purely mechanical play that only comes out of few.
I am baffled, legitimately baffled that somehow did not get spiked down. I feel like there were chances, and when we watch back on the replay, I really am curious, was there a moment where somebody could have just spiked this to the ground? Because it felt like it. With so many defenders in front of net, all you needed to do was just let it hit, and that would have been it, but instead it pops up just a bit. All right, watching this back, a baby's there, Too Fast is there. Just nobody makes the challenge until it's too late. They just give 5 up the time.
It's again, I still can't believe he came down off the aerial with it on top of his car to pop it. Like, if he makes one minor miscalculation in that control, it touches the ground right in front of net, and we go to overtime. That game could have been completely different. Again, though, another game 5. Another game 5.
Oh, God, we're just going to keep going. Yeah, who's ready for round 5? We got to get there, so let's bring the other analyst back in, because surely we're going to go to yet another game 5.
I mean, Cam always saying he misses her, but I think her in this context was the ball, unfortunately for him. Could not get the connection that he was looking for that time, so we'll have to go back to square one, and in round 5 maybe have another chance, but even then, we'll see how these teams do moving forward. And what a win by the team that we just saw come out on top, Team Lethamyr. Most of us were talking about that, but Taco, I got to go to you on this one. It was so close to being what you thought would come true and Too Fast coming out on top.
I mean, I could see it. I saw the vision there. Also a little spooky there on Utopia. A little confusion going on in their matchup where they gave up a goal early on, but they were able to fight back, make sure it worked. And honestly, as you look through the replays, it is like all back and forth in weird ways. As you saw the weirdest goal of the series going right there. But unfortunately, one team has to win, and it does appear that the people picking Lethamyr were correct, which is, you know, a vast majority of you guys. I saw the vision, but yeah, the execution's a little rough. At the end of the day, just smarter plays, really cerebral gameplay coming in from Lethamyr. How many times they built up a play really, really well, and then when they needed to get that perfect touch, they always seem to be able to pull that off.
Well, this whole event has been pulled off by Progressive Insurance, I do gotta say. So it's easy to bundle your car and renter's insurance at progressive.com. And while we talk about Progressive, we got to progress through our analysis of the series as well. And Talking a bit more about Team Lethamyr, 5UP seemed to be on a mission today. We saw it with the victory over Chief Beef. We didn't see the exact matchup, but now seeing it here, 5UP has something to prove. A chip on his shoulder, Chixa, after we heard everyone just talking trash against him during that draft.
Yeah, most people definitely had beef with 5UP in particular. His name came up 4 or 5 times during our draft. Left didn't know what's wrong, and I mean, the only beef I can assume is him beating you on multiple points. I mean, the icing on the cake is, again, the very last goal of the game that he executes to prevent overtime from happening and winning game number 5. Like, you can't get any more than that. 5UP knows how to play ball. I mean, he's a recent open winner. He is just cooking on all levels. And it's hard to stop someone who is just so individually talented on the field.
Bass, how does this team Too Fast recover? They're not going to have Gababy in the same setup if he's playing on like a laptop or something afterwards, because apparently their like whole venue that they're in is closing down. So we don't know exactly what's going on with that situation, but playing in a different setup, having to switch locations, and then getting back into the game after such a close game 5, almost going to overtime. How do you reset the mental?
Too Fast. You take back the advice you talked about before. It's time for you to coach. You've got 2 players that are most likely going to tilt out after that series, and it is time for you to untilt them. They need to be so careful here because, I hate to say it, dude, if I was in that situation, I'd be throwing my controller. Do you understand how frustrating that's got to be to get to that? Like, you are at the point where you should be at least hitting an overtime, and then 0 seconds forces you to change setups, go to another round. Like, it's 11 p.m. on the East Coast. I don't know how you don't tilt at this point. So, Too Fast, I know you're a very good coach. I know you know how to coach this team, and I'm going to tell you, coach them. They need it.
Well, multiple of these matches went to game 5 this round. So without further ado, let's take our final break of the evening and get into the action once more after we're back.
Hey, look at this.
What?
Saved nearly $750.
With that kind of money, we could fly south.
Except we don't migrate.
No, I'm talking actually fly. Sit back, relax, maybe work on my novel, and I won't forget the little birds out there. Actually, yes, I will.
Wow, money changed you.
Just keeping it real. Do people still say that?
Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds to spend on whatever you dream up.
Maintaining possession of the ball is one of the key elements to staying above your opponent in Rocket League. As you start to climb the ranks, you'll start to see more and more players utilizing the air dribble throughout the game. Air dribbling is one of the most challenging mechanics of Rocket League to learn, but once you get the hang of it, you'll be winning games faster than it takes to make a claim with Progressive. One really helpful tip is to utilize all of the workshop maps that are available in Rocket League. These will help you get comfortable with recognizing when to execute an air dribble, how to approach the wall, and how to carry the ball towards the goal. The first step to setting yourself up for an air dribble is to push the ball up a wall and then follow it. Next, you're going to tap the ball from the bottom and pop it up into the air. The hardest part about this is finding the right speed to hit the ball. Hit it too hard and it bounces off the ceiling. Hit it too soft and you won't have enough time to jump off the wall and turn. After that, you're going to jump off the wall and rotate your car so that you're facing the ball and the goal. This part can be a little tricky to get used to, but with those workshop maps, you can get plenty of reps to lock it in. Once you've done all those steps, the last thing you have to do is guide the ball into the goal. Make sure to feather your boost so you have plenty left over after the attack to get back if need be. Don't be discouraged if you don't get it on your first try. This mechanic will be one that you will continually find yourself improving on the more games you play. Learning to air dribble will feel incredibly awkward at first, but once you lock it in, it's muscle memory. Now that you know what it takes to get started on learning the air dribble, get out there and get some practice. I'll see you guys in the next one.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe it, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to.
One final chance remains for these teams, and it's been a great event that we've had so far. The Immortals Progressive Bundle Bash is all sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto, save when you bundle, and get a quote at progressive.com. And with that out of the way, we do have to talk about this bracket because it has been insane to say the least. Looking at that last round, all but 2 matches going to Game 5. Alpha kept beating JamesBot in an 8-minute overtime to make it through to the 2-2. Coconut overcoming Team Vince as well, where we were kind of expecting Vince to maybe have the upper hand that time. Chief Beef and Tenacity even going to Game 5 themselves. We just saw on stream Lethamir taking the victory with 5 up, leading the charge right before overtime. Could we ask for anything better this event, Jigsaw?
No, it really has been packed with Game 5s. And it seems like we have been just throwing out content and content and content. If you haven't checked out the CCA Twitter, you better. If you could just scroll through and you get a synopsis of the day and how crazy it has been with all the clips that we've posted on there. So it's been phenomenal to watch, to cast, to just geek out over shots. I mean, we have been screaming about it and everyone just keeps giving and giving more. And we're at the point where we're going through mental exhaustion. We are running now 4+ hours, probably 5 by the end of show. So everyone better put whatever energy they have left into it on the field.
Let's talk about our match that we have on our hands. Vince versus Alpha Kep, a team who came from the 2-0 matchup and a team who has gone through so many game 5s to make it this way. Did not have the journey we quite expected in Team Alpha Kep facing off against each other on the stream here and now. As I talked to you earlier today about rosters, talk to me again about these two teams. We saw Alpha Kep earlier, but just remind everyone who they're playing off against in this Team Vince roster.
Now, this Vince roster, honestly, I think is one of the more methodically put together rosters because Vince was talking about it yesterday. You know, he had confidence in who he wanted to take in round 1. He thought Wonder Mike, you know, hey, I've played with him. I've got chemistry. I know how this guy's going to play. And then in round 2, not only did he take the advice of collegiate players, but he went with somebody that he's both familiar with and knows of the skill, and that is Sauce. And I will say, Sauce is a player that I think a lot of our audience would be familiar with if they had been watching for at least a year. He has played for the Kansas team that has done well in CRL before. Not exactly doing the same this semester, though. That doesn't mean that he has lost any step, though. He is still the same caliber he once was, just kind of needs to prove it again. And I think today he's done that. The best way to prove it, though, is to qualify for tomorrow.
That is the best way to prove, and this is the time to prove that we know what we are talking about when it comes to predictions, and hopefully we can all agree or maybe disagree and see who comes out on top in this specific matchup. So Chixa, for the last time tonight, who is taking it?
I think Alpha Kep takes it in 5 only because they just won a very long overtime. They've fought their way up and down through losers and winners. And as for Vince, they've lost now 2 in a row, and kind of taking away that losing momentum is a really difficult thing to do after you've had such a long day.
Downhill and the uphill just meeting at an intersection here. Taco, who is going to take it?
I feel like Alpha Kep is the stronger roster here. The fact that they are in round 5 actually blew my mind. After I saw that first loss, I'm like, it's a tough one, but you know what? It's fine. From here, they got it. And then I'm looking through the bracket, just see them slowly start to slide down. That really did surprise me. So it's unfortunate that they had to go this distance, but I think they are on average the stronger team. But you know what? I doubted Wanda before, and maybe they could pull it out again. He played fantastic for Fisher earlier in the semester, and maybe he still got some magic with Sauce.
Very true, very true. A lot of potential there. And as you mentioned, with the Fisher roster that we saw before with Wonder Mike, there was so much potential there until they had to make a change. So now seeing Wonder Mike back on the field here, performing as best they can with this team, Vince, I mean, who do you think it will be that comes out on top, Bass?
Well, here's the thing, is that we're talking about Wonder Mike doing well, and he did do well, but the unfortunate truth is that he did kind of get cut off before what I think was going to be the pinnacle for the team, beating a Northwood that they have had their number for so long. In comparison, we've got maybe the king of clutch on the other side. I have mentioned Polar being slept on throughout this tournament. He continues to be. This is a man that has willed his teams into CRL before. I think he's taking the win again here. The clutch factor undeniable. I think this guy's got it.
Okay, well, we think that there's potential from the side of Vince, but I am also going to go with Team Alpha Kep on this as well. We've been here before, we've seen what's happened, but we'll see who comes out on top at the end of the day. These teams are ready, raring to go. One final match remains. Team captain Alpha Kep is no laughing matter, going to 2 more game 5s since we last saw them, while Team Vince has fallen from greatness from 2-0 to 2-2. One final chance remains to rise to the challenge to make it into the money. So for the last time tonight, let's get into the match.
Oh boy, we have to go the distance, and so do these teams. It's been a long match for everybody, Bass, and yet now we're gonna have to do it one more time, and I think for everyone's sake, for the entertainment, it's only fitting that this one goes the distance.
Part of me says, please, let's go to 5. The other part of me says, hey, I've casted a bunch of Game 5, so have you, and so has everybody in this lobby. I think it might be time to go to bed, but only one of them can go to bed a winner. The question is who? We're all hinging our bets on Alpha Cap here, but I do kind of want to mention, this is not because we don't believe that Vince's team is capable. Again, Sauce and one of my phenomenal players, along with Vince, somebody I think that maybe our audience doesn't know the caliber of this guy, but he truly is a phenomenal player. The only reason that I think we're all kind of stating, hey, it's probably going to Alpha Cap is, it's Alpha Cap. It's Alpha Cap, Adam, and Polar. That trio alone probably shouldn't even been here in round 5.
That's kind of my thought, but then again, you do have a rank 8 player in Sauce. You have Wonder Mike, who's obviously played in a lot of high-level lobbies, both in collegiate and otherwise. And Vince, respectable player in his own right, but playing against him a lot in ranked and always someone really annoying to go against, and I love to have him on my team. So definitely a player that is going to be able to hang with the speed for sure, but the biggest issue is that Adam, Polar, and Alpha Cap completely different speed, especially this kind of new phase Alpha Cap, who's really been trying to improve himself as a player individually, and he maybe can show it with the redirect right off the ripper. Not the easiest touch.
Okay, Alpha Cap, I get it. You said, hey, it's been a long day. How about we close this one out quickly? Unbelievable foresight to be able to recognize that no one's going up for this. You've got 2 defenders back, but neither of them are on boost, so he doesn't even have to go up for this shot. He just needs to jump in front of net, get the touch required, and boom, it's the first goal on target. Well played, Alpha Cap off the first goal. Let's see if they can maybe double their lead as they're already back in offense.
Polar, that's a little bit of a precarious touch, but fortunately for him, completely in his range still, as the ball backboard will be met by Adam. And I think Team Alpha Cap not going to be content with that one goal. And honestly, the way things are going, it's not necessarily out of reach that more shots could be raining in for Vince's side, especially when they dive in like that. Polar taking his time, and Wonder Mike almost made him pay.
Not quite, though. Still going to be scoreless here for the Vince side as, oh my goodness, is this just the plan? Just last second redirects catches us, the defense, everybody off guard, and it seems to result in a goal every time.
Honestly, it feels like that's perfectly timed on by Polar, and it's so frustrating as a defender because you know they're right next to you, and you know you have to get to the read, but you don't want to be able to risk getting a bumped. You also don't want to risk being able to go too slow, and it's kind of all these considerations they have to balance in their head, and sometimes it will not come in the time that you need it to. So a 2-goal advantage. Team Alpha Cap, exactly how they want to start game 1. Wonder Mike would love to be able to start off his account with a goal, but it doesn't seem like it's that easy to get to the backboard. Well policed.
Nobody really getting much here for the blue side. They're at least getting a couple of shots now, but Adam up for this one quickly, so Vince won't get a follow-up. Polar, probably not the touch he was looking for. He'll make up for it with a 50 as well, and so far, a little bit of a lackluster chance at offense here for Vince's team. They're launching into it, but not doing all too much with the ball. Maybe Sauce can change that. No, Wanda biting off more than he can chew. He will lock into a flick, which will at least prevent it, but overall, it still kind of feels like there's a lot of build-up, but not a lot of payoff for this team. And as they keep getting sent back into their half, I don't know for how long they can keep this up.
Sauce going to lob that one to the corner. Wanda should be able to get the boost steal, but that is if Alpha Cap isn't just straight up faster to the read. That demo going to get their next attack going as Adam skims off a sidewall. Honestly, every single time I think I've ever cast Adam, at one point in one of the series, he will hit a shot exactly like that. Unfortunately, there just happened to be a defender in the way that time.
I mean, they're all going for redirects right now, and as much as I would be like, well, I don't know if they'll hit it in this one with the, caliber of the lobby, they don't really seem to be impeded on any of these redirects thus far. So until somebody puts up a hand on defense, I have to agree with you. Something's got to change right now. It feels like Vince's team is maybe just a little bit too timid against the caliber of team that they are playing. Now, granted, part of the reason why is that this has been a long day. They're going on 4 to 5 hours of Rocket League gameplay, and that'll take it out of anybody, no matter the caliber of player that you are. So you just got to lock in. Mental fortitude important here in round 5, and oh boy, same with the mechanics. That is not a great clear off the backboard.
But at the end of the day, it works, and that's all that matters, especially with the respect being paid, because even with the weak touch, you can see everyone kind of just delaying and waiting for the next read, but you can't wait when Wonder Mike bearing down on the read. He's playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He is trying his hardest to be able to get these shots off, but Team Alpha Cap, they're not being easy to deal with. They are not negotiating here. This is just straight up them taking all the pressure, and at least in their sake, the goals. Polar not able to angle this one, but fortunately, Alpha Cap wins a 50, and now can dish it into Adam. Free jump, not fast enough.
Minute to go here. The question is anybody going to be able to change anything up here to change the results? And I don't really think so. Not at least at the moment. Again, we just haven't seen enough out of this Vince team. Not only are they just being dwarfed in shots, 8 to only 4, but on top of that, the shots that they have fired off just haven't felt the exact same as their opponents. And really, I hate to say this as well, but Vince hasn't exactly been the X factor that the other captain has been here. We talked about it. Alpha Kep, an individual player that anybody would love to recruit in a draft like this, regardless of if he is the captain, and he is showing up again. The 2 goals for his team thus far. He is truly putting the team on his back and performing as he needs to.
Yeah, poor Adam, actually top of the leaderboard with 7 shots and 2 saves and an assist, but he has yet to get a goal. Up until right now would have been the flawless call there, Adam. But no, I suppose we'll just have to keep on waiting. It's not like they need it. 2 goals to the good and not enough seconds on that clock. Game number 1 going to Captain Kep.
That, look, Adam, nobody saw it. No, nobody saw that. Nobody has any idea what we're talking about. Nope. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Especially considering, like you said, I mean, they win the game regardless. It's not as if this is going to change the results, and it's also not as if it's going to change the caliber of play at which they are putting out right now. Again, all 3 players playing the roles phenomenally. The passing plays they're developing feel like they're full of vigor. The shots they are taking are catching this defense off guard, and despite the multitude of saves that Vince's team made, still overwhelmed by 10 shots from only 2 players. You remember last time we saw Alpha Kep play, and it was the same idea? Polar went, hey guys, if you want me to get involved in offense, I can. But when your teammates are putting up 10 shots and 2 goals, do you really need to?
No, and that's the biggest thing, is that when everyone is playing well on your squad, it gives you flexibility more than anything else. Obviously, both in making chances, but also if a player is playing a little off, it doesn't ruin you. There's other teams where that does not happen. It's like either one cog in the machine goes wrong and then everything just crashes and burns and really just a disaster. But I don't really think that's an issue for either team right now. It's same with Vince. I mean, ultimately, even if you are on this team and you're not showing up like you're demanding everything, you're controlling everything, all he needs to do is just be a solid third. That's really the key in ranked sometimes, and it's the same in tournaments as well. You just need to be able to support your squad, let the rest of them cook. One Dead Sauce doing a great job of keeping pressure. The issue is it's pretty much a wall they're trying to get back in the back against Alpha Kep, still holding 0 goals given up so far in this series after game 1.
I'm sorry, did Polar just get bumped into a save there?
Sure.
Did I watch that correctly? How on earth did he not only recover, but I guess launch his team now into an offense? Adam? Not going to be able to keep that offense going, though. He'll be sent to the Shadow Realm, and the respawn's going to be right on top of his teammate, but it will make no difference. Sauce a little bit hesitant there, and I don't necessarily blame him, but they need to do something now with... That's an own goal. That is an own goal, if I'm not mistaken.
Bass, come on. You're going to call this an own goal? Wonder Mike had the flip reset, and then it's kind of an own goal. I don't know if that should really be debated. I thought it would be a little bit better, but no. In fact, it was in, because you see that coming through. I think the goalie probably has a better angle at that one, but I don't really blame the impulse there, you know? You have to cut in at one point, and if he gets there slightly before that last touch came in, probably could have been a save.
Okay, so my mind's a little bit of a blur considering we were going on 5 hours casting today, but I need to make sure. Did we have an own goal in the last series? Because if we did, we have had an own goal on every single series we have streamed today on the channel. Every single one so far. Maybe this is just what Bundle Bash brings out. It brings out the chaos, it brings out the calamity, but I really did not anticipate that going into what we have been calling the strongest draft class we've ever had.
And not only that, but we've had some top-tier entertainment. For those of you who are just tuning in, you're seeing an equalizer, but on top of that, I believe, to add on to your point, I think we've had 4, maybe 5 goals that have gone in at 0 seconds, or at the very least with under 3 seconds to go. Like, ridiculous amount of important goals going through. I think technically we have even another one, but some of those don't even count. It was just like a garbage time goal at 0 seconds. We're not even counting those in those 4 or 5.
It's crazy to think that we're still got another day of this event, and realistically, I don't think we're going to see the end of this. I think we got more overtimes on the horizon, especially considering that it's now the best of the best. Our top 8 will move on to tomorrow, and it's best of 7s after this. So, yeah, strap in, get ready. We got a long day tomorrow, but we still have a long day ahead. This is only game number 2, and what could be a best of 5 that will go to 5. And again, if trends are anything to be believed, we're going to game 5 again.
I mean, that's really all most people would want, is being able to see as much high-level Rocket League as possible. And this is the highest level Bundle Bash, only fitting that it's going to be our last frowny face of the year. But at the end of the day, this is really what it's all about, is players playing to their maximum potential. And right now, really do like the adjustments we're seeing from Vince's squad. Who came into game one, I'm thinking to myself, this could be a long series if they don't pick it up a little bit. They have picked it up, and they're looking a lot better, especially now, starting to dictate pacing. And with Wonder Mike, the car change, seemingly all he needs to be going for these bump plays and throwing Team AlphaCap a little off.
I do like that they're also starting to silence AlphaCap a little bit. We've talked about him being so integral to the offense. He's got 30 points right now. He just has not been able to get involved in the places he wants to, and I do think it's intentional. They're challenging a lot earlier, not giving him the space to develop flicks and pass plays like this. The one time they do, they might get punished, if not for Sauce, getting the most delicate of touches off of the backboard. It will lead way to some offense, though. Pop up high, AlphaCap fakes it out on the line, and Sauce does not flinch.
I think he was going for like the lightest possible touch on that one, but it doesn't actually work out. So unfortunately, you're just going to have to keep on moving and see really how the rest of the game is going to transpire. If it's anything like the midfield, it is going to be a calamity. A lot of demos to clear out that space for Wanda has to rejoin the attack, and yet the ego challenge going to work for him. That's a weird clear by Adam. Vince trying to get on top of it. I think he played for a 50 and it just never came.
He was trying his best, but unfortunately for him, just little shots like that have kind of been the difference maker right now. We've talked about it again. AlphaCap integral to his offense. Vince, I think, is starting to get involved in the offense, but hasn't quite been the cog that they need him to be to continue turning and getting involved in every play. I do like to see the turn up, though. That gives us some chance at a longer series, but for right now, they still need another goal. 90 seconds to go. More offense here for our orange side. A shot denied by Vince. Maybe he's not exactly getting involved in the offense quite yet, but he's doing his most on defense.
Really quality save there, and that's really what all defensive stands are throughout the day, is just being able to make sure that you time your challenges so well. Sometimes it's pre-jumping him and hoping that you can take away options. The other time, it's the only option you have, and you have to do it with a lot of precision. Vince did it there. He can maybe do it again. That deflection will at least do a partial clear, but not past Kep. As he mentioned, he's on his ones arc. That's past two, not past Vince, who will get the optimal clear on that one. High lob to reset rotation.
It's maybe not getting involved in offense, but truly getting involved in defense right now. He's got the most saves on his... Oh, actually, excuse me, that's his first registered. Guess the one prior doesn't exactly count, but it's not going to make much of a difference because he's kept the goal out regardless and has now, I was going to say, given his team an offense, but that is a long ball downfield, and even Wonder Mike caught off guard just a little bit. Luckily for him, he's got full control and a full tank of boost, but he can't get it around Polar. A 50 will have to do as we go into the final 30 with an offense for the blue team.
And Wonder Mike getting really nice touches. It's why his full legal name is Wondrous Michael, and because he's able to get these really fabulous touches. And you can see that really his optimal strategy. And I think that's honestly, if I'm team captain like Flitz, I'm just saying, hey, Wanda, if you get a chance for Soul, I want you to take it every single time, and we'll adjust from there. But not too much adjustment. We have an open setup from Kep like that. Kep is kept out by Wonder Mike. He's going to keep on with another 50, but Vince, he's huge. He's a wall, and that will get them to OT.
We have overtime, game number 2 here, and again, overtime number 47 for the day at this point. Honestly, I've lost track of them, but AlphaCap has not lost track of this ball. He's got a flip reset and a pass out. Adam, almost the skim necessary. That shot is not going to be enough, and I'm struggling as I truly thought this overtime would already be over.
Apparently, we all thought different things throughout today, and mostly we've thought wrong. Predictions have been going pretty well for the most part, but other than that, it's really just going to be a bunch of unexpected twists and turns, kind of like an open dribble into Polar. AlphaCap involved in it yet again, and that's another dub.
Unfortunately, the dream of a Game 5 to end the day is starting to look more and more unlikely as another win here for AlphaCap's team, and despite the response and the upturn from Vince here in the second game, it's the same result. And I gotta say, it's nice to also see Polar getting involved in the offense, because like we said, before he didn't need to get involved in the offense. Now, not only is he getting involved in the offense, he's got the 2 goals for the team.
And really getting that goal through is nice, being able to get that 50 as well. And I do really like those plays where you look for these infield passes, all these backboard reads. But sometimes Kepler understands, if I just dribble this and go as fast as possible on the near post, don't even jump, just let them take that 50, it's going to deflect in a weird area. And it certainly did. Unfortunately, Vince, even getting closer in game 2, it's not quite enough to be able to summit this challenge.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. Yes, they did keep this one close. Yes, it was a tied ball game for a majority of it. it was also an own goal that got them that goal. So there still needs to be a little bit more to be done here for this Vince team. Not only are they still struggling on offense and getting the shots that actually are lethal and penetrate the net, they're also just struggling to get as many shots as their opponents. Outshot by 2 times the amount in this one. So while they are generating offensive chances, there still needs to be just a little bit more. Volume knob has to go to 11. Them just kind of continually thumping base and getting the 10 is not enough. If they want to take over this Alpha Cap team, if they want to see a path to tomorrow, they need to be more or less perfect here in this final game.
And that's the issue, is that being able to play perfect, I think players can do it. Obviously, it's not going to have a perfect game of Rocket League, but you can play at your top potential. Can you do that when you're maybe getting a little hungry? We're here behind the scenes. Apparently, Vince is having himself being fueled by a single slice of pizza. Is that enough to be able to get past Kep? We simply just do not know.
Wow, that's, I mean, look, I at least applaud him for eating something before the day. You know, a lot of players would just come into this one with a belly full of caffeine, and that's about it. Oh, my goodness. Alpha Cap, I don't know what you've been eating, bro, but I need your regimen at this point, man. You have just played phenomenally today. Again, a player that is a captain in this trap and continues to just be such a force on offense.
I don't give those blue tags to just anybody, just the washed players. I'm kidding. He's still captain. He's still a good player. I just fun to tease those players, as after all, that's really what they're there for. Captains are the face of the team. You kind of have to lead by example, and right now Vince is trying to do just that. The deflection off the side, well, perfectly read by Polar.
One to Mike, trying to get something started for his team. A pass out center will be received by Vince, but muscled through on the 50 is Alpha Cap, and on the follow-up as well. The problem is it bounces... Never mind. Not a problem whatsoever. I was going to say it bounces out to one to Mike, but he is very quickly sent to the scrap heap. And again, this kind of feels like the issue right now, Taco. They're getting so close. They are doing great development on these plays, but just as soon as you think, hey, it's time for a shot, somebody from Alpha Cap's team is there to disrupt, and it just completely breaks down.
I like it, Vince. The teammates approach. Demo into one to Mike. Wondrous Michael. How do you get this angle?
I don't exactly know, but it's a good idea out of him to just stay on the backboard. Brilliant play all around, and that's the execution we have been looking for. A great shot off the backboard, a good pass from the corner. Every part of that needed to be perfect, and Taco, you said, hey, I don't know if they're going to be able to do that with you. Oh, boy. Oh, man, I was just about to be so complimentary to Vince's team, and they immediately concede.
Nothing worse than a kickoff goal as well, you know, where everything seems to be fine. And poor Vince, he actually had that red, but that's exactly why Polar fakes underneath. He knew Vince would have the good break on him, but if he jumps early, he can hope for underneath. And what does he get that perfect 50 to be able to just slide on in? So all the momentum wiped out, and off kickoff, it's not going to get any better. Adam immediately off the ceiling.
Vince, a great first touch. Can he find another? Absolutely, and pinches it to the backboard, but Alpha Cap able to get in the way. 50 after goes to the backboard where Adam is now waiting, and I'm not even sure how Vince gets that touch, but it'll benefit his team because here comes Sauce. Extra touch, not going to be enough, and oh boy, I'm getting a little bit nervous because before we were critical of the defense out of our blue side. Now I'm starting to wonder if these just individual challenges on repeat are doing enough for Alpha Cap.
Oh, pass inside. It was exactly policed as it should be by Team Alpha Cap, as they're definitely using that high-level IQ to be able to shut down a lot of these plays as much as they are able to start them up on their own half. Thing is, I feel like we have a little bit almost like a wild card situation coming in from Team Vince. They're taking some weird approach to the ball, and honestly, it's kind of working. That shot wasn't, but close enough to that back post to be able to keep things alive. One to Mike, off the double, into the ceiling. Adam, temporary clearance right to Sauce, and the distance too far to be able to beat out Kep.
The only concern I have right now is that Vince's team are starting to give more and more time both on and off the ball for this Alpha Cap team. They're starting to get some boost, and I think they have finally found the breakaway they've been looking for. Touch to the ceiling. Is anybody there? One to Mike. Booms it to Sauce. Sauce booms it to the top right. Redirects abundant here in this series.
Well, if you got this man on the team, you want to lather it all over the contents of your offense right here. That's a really solid flick. If he just leans into that and lets that skim, that's still on target. Probably just deflected corner. That extra leap up, you can see Adam kind of saying, hey, I have that covered, and then suddenly just gets the jump scare, only fitting for the Halloween Bundle Bash.
Oh, Polar, they got the fake kickoff to work in their favor. Can they do anything with it? No, they cannot. But the back pass will go not to... Okay, all right. We talked about individualistic play starting to become a problem here for Alpha Cap's team. I'm going to reiterate that problem because, my goodness, they are starting to get crossed wires in every situation possible. Double commits in places they don't need to. Defense that is kind of saying, oh, you got it? No, you got it. No, you got it. And nobody really clearing the lines in necessary moments. This might just be one of those deep breath games. With about 100 seconds to go, this is still a turnaround game. It is absolutely possible, but they need to calm down just a little bit.
And speaking of, you can see all of Team Alpha Cap creeping up, and then Vince gets a long clear over the top of Alpha Cap, and they have to just take a deep side and say, all right, fine, we'll restart from the midfield as Adam tries to do just that, finding Polar, but instead it's going to be Vince with a wide open shot. The pass from one to Mike gives them another goal to add to the lead.
And it's just kind of the panic here, if I'm being honest. That ball was never going to get to Polar, and I think Polar probably should have noticed that as soon as he had multiple players out at midfield. And unfortunately, rather than just trying to opt for a 50, he does just still try to go for the clean beat. And, well, again, that's not 100% problematic. It is problematic when Alpha Cap is all the way downfield, stealing boost in the opposite corner. No one behind you. You have to play the safe rather than sorry approach in moments like that, and I don't think that's been the mentality in this game here for Alpha Cap's team. They're trying for these low percentage plays that really can only be executed to perfection if they want to try and get goals, and it's just not working. This has got to be a learning game for Alpha Cap's team. We said we wanted this one to go to 5. The possibility is back on the table. This is a much better game out of everybody on Vince's team.
Nice speed from Vince. Unfortunately, he is bumped before he's able to get the next redirect, but it almost didn't even mind. One to Mike gets the wave dash. He's still chasing down all the players on orange side, and this is a confident offensive look from Team Vince, and I think this is exactly what we were waiting for. And this is why you look at the squad of Wonder Mike, Sauce, and Vince and say, hey, well, they got pretty far, but I mean, they're going up against Team Alpha Cap, which is kept along with Adam and Polar, really high-ranking players, both in collegiate and otherwise. How is this going to transpire? And this is why teams just kind of get formed on the day, and sometimes they do peak, even if you don't really expect them to, and especially in the time that they need to. Sauce near post, not quite able to fit that through.
Well, they're going to get the win here, but I do like one word you used, peaked. And unfortunately for me, I think they got to peak again if they want to take this one. And there's a reason that we call it the peak, not like summit number 1. You have to make sure that you are able to get here and consistently stay here, and that is such a more difficult task than I can even describe. Phenomenal play from all 3 players on Vince's team. Now they got to replicate that 2 more games in a row.
It does help that this is not only a really solid game for them, but when you look at the offensive stats, you're thinking, man, after the first 2 games, thought it would be a little bit more dominant, but 3 shots from Kep really shows that the midfield became a lot more contested, and I think more importantly, when Team Vince got forward, they're able to force more offensive pressure. Obviously, look at the replay, that brilliant tap down off the backboard from One to Mike is one thing. They got scored back on off the kickoff, but after that, felt like they were understanding the space, how much to take, when to be able to speed up, when to slow down, and that really just threw a loop for Team Alpha Cap that they really didn't know how to handle.
It does feel like Alpha Cap are having to make some adjustments at this point. It does feel like they came into this game with the same game plan. The game plan from the opposite team was obviously not the same, is why they take the win here, and now they're the ones that have to make the adjustments, as you mentioned. I believe in them to be able to do so. All 3 of these players are extremely high level. Again, Alpha Cap's rocking an RLCS tag. You don't get that for nothing. It may have been a couple of years ago, but we've mentioned it before. He is still a high-level player who's used to scenarios like this, and obviously Adam and Polar, well, the results speak for themselves. They need to lock in. They need to make the adjustments here. They need to be careful because, again, like you said, Vince's offense is turning up, and if they're turning up, their defense has to be able to respond.
Yet another game, seeing if we can go the distance yet again, which would just be outright ludicrous, but it's not out of the question if we're not careful. Kind of like this one from Polar, a rare miss, unfortunately for him, does not turn into anything.
This could turn into something. Oh, never mind. I was going to say, Alpha Cap with some space afforded on the side. No one afforded any space right now. How did Wanda get that read? Okay, I'm starting to see the strategy here, Taco. It's dive at every play and win every 50.
I mean, you just got to set One to Mike off the chain. Just let him run. Just take him off the leash and just say, hey, go for everything. Kinda like this one. He's going to dunk Kep into the back post almost. The most disrespectful goal of the day.
One to keep playing disrespectfully. Please, I beg of you to do so, because if you hit one of those, that's obviously play of the day without a second thought. I can't believe he even got close, and, well, they're going to have to try again, though, because here comes the defense necessary. Polar, clean beat. Is anybody back? Vince just barely in time, and Alpha Cap's team finally setting up shop on offense. The big question, can they finally do something with it?
The light touch from Sauce will keep danger out for right now, but that's why you can't always just tap it down. Polar just happened to land right in front of it, and thanks him for the gift.
That's a rough one, unfortunately, and it's not a bad play at a Sauce. I can understand what he's going for. I think he's just trying to keep that close enough to where it's not a guarantee that the 50 is going to spike it through, but at the same time, you just can't afford risks like that against a team that you know is going to dive on top of you before you can even blink. Unfortunate scenes here for Vince's team as they're going to have to play from behind, but if any team's going to be able to complete this comeback, I believe in them.
It's certainly going to help if they can get their pacing back. Right now, it seems like they are playing a second fiddle right now to Team Alpha Cap. They're able to outspeed them to pretty much every single challenge. And yes, there are some ego chows that are coming through, but demos are starting to also come in. Vince is taken out of the attack. Wondamike trying to preserve it, but he can only do so much. Vince spawns back in, does get the save, a crucial one to keep it at 1-0.
Adam, what can you do here? Trying to cook off the backboard, and my goodness, does he ever. The pass just a little bit inaccurate, so Polar can't take a shot. But it gives now space for Alpha Cap to work with. Pass down to Polar. Again, just a little bit off. Polar's really there for all these passing plays, but he's probably looking at his teammate like, guys, just a little less mustard behind this one and got you. But every pass so far has just been a bit off the mark, and unfortunately that's left them without a second goal, but it has left them in offense. This elongated stay in the attacking third is something we haven't seen since game 1 or 2. It's good to see it finally back for Alpha Cap and crew.
Sauce, even with no boost, knows he just wants to stay behind it, but he didn't expect it to go over him. Now Wondamike not making the same mistake. Kept on the follow through. Gonna be met with a 50. Adam, sidewall, no pinch. Sauce downfield. Wanda's sniping it. It's off the bar. Sauce is up for again, just denting the crossbar. And finally, let's just call it a 1-2.
I'm gonna blame Adam for this one. I like the idea. Again, we've talked about it. Adam loves to go for those sidewall redirects, but when you go for that at midfield as the final defender with 2 teammates who are on 0 boost scrambling back, you cannot afford to go for risky plays like that. You need to either keep it close or boom it away and give time for your teammates to recover. He does none of that, and immediately the counterattack is lethal and punishes them for the mistake. Unfortunate scenes here for Alpha Cap's team, as that really did feel like a preventable goal.
Yeah, but it's also one of those plays that at a caliber player like Adam, that's not really a risky play, but it's more rare that they miss that than they do really hit that. So I don't blame them going for it, but yeah, it's a rough one to be able to give up your lead, especially when you're sitting on match point. Maybe a redemption here. That one trying to beat the defender, going to go over, and Vince, rightfully so, will want to slow this one down, give his team a chance to be able to cook something up. Kind of like Wanda scooping that one high. Maybe wanted to pass middle, but just wasn't in the cards to Sauce.
Adam, off the backboard, does still have some heavy lifting to do here. A couple of good 50s in a row, but where's the stop on the shot? Wondamike breaking axles in front of net and takes the lead.
And you just knew this was going to happen when you're watching this on broadcast. It's way too far out from the goal. Wanda has complete control, and even though they know on Team Alpha Cap's side that they have 2 defenders back, someone's going to have to dive, and typically it's not going to be at the ball. Really solid fake, as well as a variant of the kickoff with Wanda stealing the side boost, which means he's the only one up in the air with anything. Adam gets the first 50 and just enough to stall things out.
I like the idea from Polar there. He's trying to see, hey, Sauce, do you have enough in the tank that you can catch this one if I just pop it over you? Unfortunately, he did, which means no more offense here for Orange side, except for, I don't know how Adam gets the space here or how he gets the pass. It's not going to be enough, but my goodness. Vince's team, don't start getting trigger shy now. You got 80 seconds to go. Backing away from the ball and giving extra time to Alpha Cap's team, I don't think is the right idea.
But they also know just how far this journey has taken them. They've gone 5 rounds. They might even go 5 games in the 5th round if they can pull this off. But it's so easy to just say, well, we just got to play defense, because I agree with you. The last thing you want to do is just say, all right, we're going to play prevent defense. Everybody get in the goal. We're just going to bat down the hatches and hope for the best. That is the one-way ticket to pain. Same like this from Adam. Another bar. Man is setting a PR for Bundle Bash crossbars, at least on broadcast.
Dude, this guy just absolutely hates the woodwork at this point. And I can't blame him either. This should nope, I was going to say should be a goal, but Wondamike gets back. I don't know how he reads that one or where the pass is going to be received, but he does. Keeping his team in this one and potentially sending them to game 5. A shot on target denied by Polar, but we've got 30 seconds left. All that Vince's team needs to do is hold on.
Such a smart play there from Vince. Look at him keeping it close, playing for 50. He's now off ceiling. Would have been a pass to Wanda, but I don't dislike the idea of rotating back. Play the ball forward, force the defensive play, and then be able to clean up the next rebound. And all you got to do is do that same strategy on loop for the next 5 seconds, or really just this next foray forward, because it's going to have to go coast to coast right here and now. Adam with time, high flick to the corner. Wondamike should have more than enough to be able to escort this one all the way back down, even though Cap trying his hardest to keep it in the skies.
Adam is going to keep this one up. I'm not sure where it's going to pop after the demo cam here. And I think it's going to be a shot from Adam. Denied on the line again. One more time. The woodwork will not be his friend.
And even it was a help out by Polar. He's just trying to go above it. So even if the clear does come in, maybe he gets a dunk. It instead pinches out to the side. And I have to say, even though on desk I was saying I think Kep has this one, when we were choosing matchups, I'm thinking to myself, I do see this potentially going the distance just because it is at the end of the day, everybody's tired. And ultimately, if you get to this round, you are evenly matched with everyone else who is at this round. It's just about execution. And boy, I got to say, Vince's squad definitely stepping up, more so Wonder Mike, always seemingly where he needs to be, earning that first round draft pick status.
I'm glad you mentioned Wanda because the turn up from him is quite literally the difference maker, in my opinion, for this team. Game 1, nobody gets a goal. Obviously, it's a shutout in there against them. Game 2, he is the singular goal for his team. And then in games 3 and 4 is where he really turns up. Game 3, he gets a goal and 2 assists. And in that game, he's got 2 goals for his team, the 2 winning goals for his team at that. Wanda has come to life. And if you are Alpha Kep right now, you are terrified of that fact. We've seen what this kid can do when he is firing on all cylinders. Good luck stopping him here in Game 5.
Particularly because it is the all too familiar reverse sweep on the table here from Team Vince. We've already seen a couple in Bundle Bash. We've seen one today, and honestly, we almost started off with the ideal start for our blue side, but instead, it might be the opposite. On the counter, Polar underneath, flicks it over. Vince with the reaching save, and the captain able to make sure this is not a goal quite yet up until the immediate next one.
That is honestly a perfect play. Every single player on Alpha Kep's team made the right choice at the right time. You might look at that and be like, Polar, why would you flick that? Because there were 2 defenders back. What do you want him to do? Just let them boom it off the half? Flicks it up high, keeps possession in favor of Alpha Kep's team. They cycle through the corner, and immediately the follow-up shot catches the team off guard. That's the offense we have been waiting for games, and finally, Adam, not plagued by the woodwork. It was an open goal, but you know he was going, please don't hit the post, please don't hit the post, please don't hit the post.
That's a tough one from Vince. It's an angle that he really should have slowed down on and reevaluated. Not really a danger in the middle. He tries to take a 50, but you can see Polar almost angling his car immediately. Take away the corner, but also lean to the left so that it deflects, if anything, off the sidewall and in. And now, when we're contemplating, can this be the reverse sweep? Team Alpha Kep has had the ideal start to be able to kick off our last game of the night.
See if they can keep it going, though. They have a long game ahead of them, so as much as I do want to say, hey, great job on, sort of correcting the defensive errors from games past and getting the offense back into form, it's going to leave a lot of time for a response here out of Vince and co. Will they get it here? Good 50 out at midfield from Sauce. 1 to Mike. That's definitely not the follow-up he was hoping for. The demo will prevent the counterattack, and Sauce will get a launch out to the corner, but can they do anything with it? Touch off the backboard, Wanda there, shoots it high. Where is Vince? Not there in time, and Polar continues to come to the rescue for his team. His turn up through the back half of this series has been phenomenal.
And right now, Sauce and Wonder Mike starting to cook with each other as now that's a really nice setup into Wonder Mike. You can see the respect that he gets on the field. No one wants to challenge until they're absolutely 100% sure that they can get in the way if there is a flip reset. Polar has quietly had a highly productive game or series throughout this side with Alpha Kep, really been trying to get a lot of those rebounds on in, and right now, all 3 of them are going to be required to be able to keep Team Vince at bay, because even though they're down, they're certainly not out. Adam maybe trying to correct that fact. A 3rd off the backboard.
Hey, remember how earlier I said, hey, you don't want to let Wanda Mike come to life, because if you do, you lose the series? You don't want to let Adam come to life. If you do, you lose the series. This man finally starting to fire on target, and good luck stopping him.
3 to the good. And I'm going to need some Vince copy pastas or something to be able to keep the vibes alive, because this has got to be one of the most frustrating aspects when you try so hard to get to Game 5. You have to be able to lock in. You start off poor, and then it just keeps going downhill from there. Granted, 3 minutes, not necessarily something that you're going to be having to full send on every single attack, but at a certain point, you're going to have to really press that pedal down.
They're trying their best right now, but again, against a surging Polar and Adam, I wish you the best of luck. It's going to be a really difficult combo to stop, especially considering Polar, the most consistent player, I think, in this entire lobby. Since Game 2, he has had at least a goal a game, and while Adam has been a little bit of a drought, it goes to show once he does start firing, he just keeps on shooting on target. Let's see if Polar can keep his scoring alive. That one goes a little bit wide, and Wunda will have to flick it high. Kept in the way, looking for a pass back to Polar, and he will not find it. Wunda Mike in the way, and now finally a little bit of defense required at Alpha Kep's team, quite literally only momentarily though.
Really solid continuation by Adam. Alpha Kep will follow through, and everybody will rotate back because they got a man mark. Wunda, no shot, he gets this angle. He is able to actually touch that again, and there was a brief moment of hesitation, not really sure where it was going to go, but looks like Team Alpha Kep not only going to survive, they're going to thrive with a demo and a discombobulation of Wunda Mike as he's forced into a back pass.
Like the idea, but unfortunately Vince was already up a little bit too early, so no contact found, and Polar can start launching an offense for Alpha Kep's team. Vince, boomer out, right into the hands of Kep. Sauce knows that, so we'll meet him for a 50. Adam, not the touch he was looking for, and it's not actually going to really punish him for that. Again, space being afforded. I'm starting to think they're getting timid here, Taco. We talked about it. You can't go into Game 5 and then all of a sudden start pumping the brakes. You need to be go, go, go. If Vince's team starts to doubt themselves, this series is already over.
And the issue is that it's really hard not to doubt yourself, I feel like, in these scenarios. They're down by 3, there's 90 seconds to go, and Team Alpha Kep, they're just not missing. Hat trick from Adam after a pretty relatively quiet series.
He has had 0 goals this entire series up until this game. Finally, he does get one, and he gets not just 1, not just 2, but 3. A hat trick to solidify what I'm going to almost guarantee a win at this point. 80 seconds to go. Look, it's possible, but they need a goal every 20 seconds, considering that not only has the offense stepped up, but the defense of Alpha Kep's team has barely allowed balls to pass midfield. Good luck, especially when Polar, flip, reset, cannot get it around Vince, but again launches an offense.
One is trying to stay involved, but unfortunately, too fast is the orange side. Vince will get it clear. He's got no boost to continue. Polar just intercepts, and Kep can put this one to bed with another goal into the open net. And the heart's got to go out to Team Vince. Honestly, there's a lot of rough ways to lose, but Game 5, Round 5, definitely something I would wish on nobody.
This is, especially in the fashion in which they are losing right now. 5-0 at this point, and oh boy. Wow. Alpha Kep not only doing that, but he is taunting Wunda Mike right now in game. That's gotta hurt, especially considering we said, hey, Wunda finally came to life. Good luck stopping him. I'm gonna answer the question. Yeah, they figured out how to stop him, Taco.
Yeah, there's definitely always a lot of banter going back and forth. There was a little trash talk, it seemed like, in the beginning of the matchup. But a lot of these players, they're friends, but also when the competition starts, you're not friends anymore. You're there to win. You want to be able to lock on in. And my goodness, did they lock in. There was questions about Team Alpha Kep. Are you actually really choking it down? I mean, you have like 2 really high-level players on your lineup, definitely 2 of the best individual players within the collegiate scene. Obviously, Kep, you're doing great. What's happened? I think this is what happens when you truly allow them to cook everyone. Polar nearly did it himself just to demonstrate.
Hey, I'm just going to say, because I've got, 10 seconds to say so, to everybody who skipped over Polar throughout this draft, I think you made a mistake. This kid has just come to life. He has been integral, and he is part of the reason why they are moving on to tomorrow. Wunda Mike, unfortunately, couldn't show up in Game 5, and while we did see the turn-up from Sauce and Vince in the moments that matter most, they couldn't get the job done. And I'll be honest, I don't know if I want to blame any individual on Vince's team as much as, hey, Alpha Kep's team, they all came to life. Every single player at least getting a goal or an assist. And Adam, we mentioned it before, it's not a player you want to start actually shooting on target, because when he does, he puts up a hat trick.
And we will be able to see a solid performance, be able to close out our evening and also close out our 8 teams that we'll be able to get on through. This one going the distance, as it should, for our last broadcast match. Honestly, we started off with an okay match, and then from there, we just were really trying to elongate this broadcast, it seemed like. Shout out to the players for staying with us, staying conscious, and also apparently staying fed. Vince had that 1 pizza slice. Maybe if he had more, maybe we could have seen a different result.
Well, unfortunately for Vince, he's going to have to hope for another result in a little while. It's the final Bundle Bash of the year. I'd like to hope if this comes back, hey, Vince, you deserve more invites, man. You played this phenomenally. You not only played well in today as well, but you really studied the draft, and I got to give credit to any captain that comes in here and plays his heart out, knows how to play, and does his homework. So, unfortunate he's not going to make his way into tomorrow, but we appreciate you coming through here, as well as I appreciate the desk, because I've had enough talking for the day. Let's let them talk instead.
Yeah, it's been a long day and a lot of game 5s. We usually have most of the matches go the distance during the playoff bracket, but today we had all but one extra game played at the beginning of the day, all game 5s from then on out. And speaking of game 5s, your Jixa, Alpha Cap had to play 4 out of 5 matches that went to 5. How does he gotta feel as well?
Yeah, I mean, I would get in bed, I'd hydrate, I'd fall asleep. You know, it's time to brush your teeth and sleep, because it has been a long day for Alpha Cap and his team in particular. And I think of most of the teams, even both of these in the matchup, we didn't expect to see them both here in the last round of Swiss. So it's a tough pill to swallow. They managed it out. They put their last bit of energy in that game 5 as well to really cement themselves into tomorrow. I mean, the nice part is they really warmed up. They understood who is in this bracket and who they could be potentially facing tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be interesting once we do get that final bracket as well to see who actually is able to face off against each other in those first rounds. If I'm doing my math correct, though, we are still going to somehow have Team Flitz facing off, I believe, against one of the teams in the same side of the bracket as Team Cosmic. So potentially Cosmic and Flitz play before the finals, which is unfortunate on that end. But talking a bit more about this matchup here, Alpha Cap, again, went through that journey, but it felt like in that game 5 here, Bass, that they just dominated. What was really the flip that was switched at the end of the day for them to like turn things up a notch and really showcase their skill that we kind of expected going into this matchup?
One player and one player alone. His name is Adam. It's actually a teammate of Wonder Mike here, so it's kind of ironic that that's the player that's going to shut his teammate down. Adam, again, like I said in the series, he had 3 assists through the first 3 games and nothing else in terms of his offensive involvement. Not a single goal the entire time. And then he gets to game 5 and he puts up a hat trick. I don't know what more we can say. When Adam is finally coming to life, he is a dangerous player. The entirety of the collegiate scene knows that. Heck, the entirety of the pro scene knows that. This dude has been around the block for forever. So letting him come to life is a problem, especially when you have Polar, who's also playing phenomenally. Massive shout out to Polar. Dude averaged a goal a game. That is not easy in a lobby like that.
You were gassing up Polar before we even started this matchup, and another integral part for this Alpha Cap roster to get the victory at the end of the day. And we have some really great rosters who have made it through into that top 8. So let's take a look back at the bracket and see how we got here into our final round of competition, what went down there as well. And another game 5 on the other end of things with Team Too Fast getting the victory over Team Chief Beef. It's gotta feel rough and heartbreaking for Team Chief Beef again, as well as Vince, as we saw there, to not make it at the end of the day. But also, a lot of us were saying, oh, you know, Team Spood's probably got this over Team Mizu. We see the 3-0 here. Mizu's here to make a statement, Taco.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing is when we looked at all these rosters and saying, ah, man, Mizu, you're really far down there. That's unfortunate. I mean, we know how good you can be, and unfortunately, in that 1-1, taking a 3-0, a lot of teams tilt out after that. You go down to the 1-2 and say, like, wow, we just got decimated. I mean, what are we even doing here? But no, they get the 3-1, a little bit of fortunate playing against Tri-House, which is admittedly, unfortunately, like the match where, you know, that might be something you expect to win, but you still have to do a lot. And what do you know? You get the 3-0 against Spood, be able to clutch it way through. That's something that you just say, whew, okay, good job, guys. Let's get some sleep, and then hopefully tomorrow it'll be a lot cleaner.
I mean, Bass, you're kind of taking a look at this run here as well. Give us the vision of what happened with Chief Beef's run to make it all the way here.
If I can be so polite, he got screwed. What is this? What am I looking at here, man? He goes up in round 1 against Mizu, a team that makes day 2. All right, loses to them in game 5, or wins against them in game 5. That's a rough one. What's his reward? He goes up against Vince, another team that made it to 2-0 and got to round 5, only losing to Keb. All right, rough matchup. Let's go to round 3. That'll be easier, right? Nope. Let them here. Another team that made it to day 2. Finally, he gets a little bit of reprieve in round 4, or so you thought. And Tenacity takes him to 5, and then he gets to the final round, and he goes to 5 again against another team that makes day 2. Chief Beef, I love you, brother. I'm so sorry that this is how this turned out.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. My goodness, looking at that run, it's basically the same, but just not making it through, like we see from Alpha Cap too, where all but one series went all the way to 5. A rough spot there as well. But I mean, let's talk about some of the performances from some of these teams as well. I think the biggest surprise run that we saw was from Team's James Bot, because when watching that series on Alpha Cup stream and seeing the way that they went to 8 minutes of overtime, I'm just thinking of, okay, if that wasn't a 1-2 matchup, what could have been for that roster there? So I got to give it a little bit of a shout out there as well. But Taco, when still looking at the Swiss stage bracket, or not Taco, actually, Chicksa on this one, I'll send this one your way. Who is the team that you really thought would show up a lot more that didn't throughout this tournament?
Ooh, that didn't show up. Ooh, I would say probably Spoods at some points. I think could have done better than he did. Like even dropped a game to Team Try House and struggled to not even take a game off Mizu today. Similar with Team Too Fast, kind of struggling at times during the day. I was gonna talk about my surprise for Team Coconut's kind of victory run. They start off the day 0-2, and then they kind of, they lose against Cosmic, they win against Spaceman, and then they win against Alpha Kep in 5, and then they win against Vince in 5. Like they seem to get better. So that was my kind of surprise of anybody today being in that #1 pick spot.
Well, we finally have the playoff bracket for us all to take a look at here and now for these matchups, and the storylines are making themselves here, Baz. Look at these matchups. We have Cosmic versus Alpha Kep, Lathamir versus Coconut, T-Bates, Mizu, and Flitz versus Tubas, not Tubas. Potential for Cosmic and Flitz to meet in the finals, but other than that potential, I mean, what is your favorite matchup that we see here in this first round, Bass?
God, this is a rough one, man. All around, I think all of these matches have the ability to go to 7. Reminder again, tomorrow is all best of 7s exclusively. I don't know if I can pick a favorite. Part of me just kind of looks at the Too Fast and Flitz one because those are just truly core collegiate players and people that have been around the scene for forever, so I really wish them best of luck. I'm more or less not looking at a matchup, but at a team. Dude, I think T-Bates might have gotten the bracket he wanted. This is actually a world where I could see Bates making it to the finals. I still think Flitz has a great chance, but Bates has set himself up in a very good way.
I don't know. We might be underestimating Team Mizu a little bit too much here,
True.
Especially getting that 3-0 over Team Spood. They had a bit of a rough run themselves, but even then, I mean, potential for rematches across the board. I think that Lathamir Coconut one is going to be interesting too, because we didn't have a chance to really see Team Coconut this past time, neither for Team Mizu. So now we're finally going to be able to have that chance, look at these rosters and move on from there out as well. And looking forward to that, Taco. I mean, I believe you're on break tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, and you'll be back on Sunday. If that's the case, I mean, do you have any predictions for a team to really make waves in this playoff bracket?
It's so tough to be able to understand that because, like, it's one, you don't have the momentum of Swiss anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of games you warm up, you then place round 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially 5 or whatever, and you, at the end of the day, yeah, you might be tired, but like you are fully locked in. Like you are playing your best, and that's really, it's just about mental exhaustion. All these kids are like 20 anyway, so it's fine. That's not like they're the boomer captains, but for the most part, a lot of the rosters here, I could see them doing a lot of damage if they're on their day. And I do agree with the point about Mizu T-Bates. That is the match to watch because T-Bates really impressed me with how well he fit in with Patty and Bullseye. Can he replicate that again? We'll have to see, because I still look at that Mizu lineup and I'm baffled by how much they struggled based on the talent that they have in T-Corral and TNT, two phenomenal players for their schools and respective, along with a rank A captain. So I definitely think that is probably the matchup to watch, and I think Coconut also has a lot to prove as well. Yes, they're playing with the last round pick of Nando, but I do know how good Nando is, so that's not really a downside of having a player like that. It's really just trying to unlock everyone's full potential and get that coordination in time, especially now that the money's really starting rolling in every round you get through.
This is the most competitive bracket we have had so far here today. And Bass, I mean, we do have a really competitive snapshot play of the day that we have to go over this time as well. It is going to be that 5-up goal, and why don't you break it down for us a little bit here?
I mean, if you watch this, you probably were on pins and needles the entire time. It's a 0-second goal, and not only that, but it's the control from 5-up in particular here. Goes to the sky, catches it perfectly, lands on the ground, and immediately recognizes there are two players who do not have him marked, and that is their mistake. Brilliant control, brilliant heads-up play from 5-up, and it earned his team a spot in tomorrow.
What a way to do it, too. Right before overtime, 0 seconds remaining. That is our snapshot play of the day. Brought to you by Progressive, but even then, we still have more action to come after today. We had an amazing event with ups and downs for so many teams, heartache, but also just amazing performances across the board. Even the teams who didn't make it the distance gave it their all, and I have to give the biggest of thanks and shout for them for showing up today. But only 8 teams remain, all of them in the money. $7,500 prize pool is on the line tomorrow. Final thoughts across the board before we send things away, starting with Jigsaw.
I mean, we said it would be good after draft. It was a killer day today. Notoriously, we get full series. I don't think tomorrow is going to change. I'm very excited to be on for tomorrow. So definitely stay tuned for what the players have been bringing to the field. And yeah, that's all I got. I know we want to go to sleep, so I'll keep it short and sweet.
Appreciate it. What about you, Taco?
Honestly, last year we had a bundle bash in which we had a final bracket in which there's 7 best of 7s. I think we went to 47 games
again, no.
out of those 49. And I'm like, I've been chasing that dragon for so long. I'm thinking, like, of course we're going to get there. If this day of group stage, this is by far the most entertaining group stage I can remember in the bundle bash. If it's anything like today, I think we're doing great tomorrow.
There we go. What about you, Best?
I'm just ready, man. Every time I've got a knack for this in particular. So much so that production hates me for this. They continually tell me, hey, just maybe you don't show up today. Maybe you don't come to this one because we'd like to be able to go to sleep before 1 a.m. I don't think that's gonna happen tomorrow. I really do think, agreeing with Taco here, I think we're going the distance for a lot of these. I don't know if there's a sleeper series, so the only thing I can ask is that if you enjoyed today, show up again tomorrow. Same time, same place. It's gonna be just as entertaining.
As you mentioned, same time, same place, 7 p.m. Eastern time, and it is going to be a great time to be a fan of Collegiate Rocket League, a fan of Rocket League in general, a fan of these content creators. 4 back-to-back best of 7s, all gas, no breaks. It's going to be a great time. We'll see you tomorrow, so make sure you sleep in, get some good rest, and get ready for some more Rocket League action.
Sunlight
Okay, when you turn around, you're gonna see some more.
You have a turkey and cheese.
Let's imagine that LL Cool J has a bubble around him. Do we want to be
Hey, I'm
inside?
Keith.
There are some situations that young homeowners turning into their parents just can't handle.
Yep, there he is. There's my nephew.
Very
Now, I got a
cool.
video of him playing piano.
That's not how you take a selfie.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
3, 2, 1.
We don't need a countdown. Just take the picture.
Good old demolitions, one of the most fundamental elements in the game. Being a big component for ground play in Rocket League, it really doesn't matter what rank you are. From bronze all the way to supersonic legend, this mechanic will be an essential part of every game you play. There are 3 things that must happen in order to demo an opponent. First, the hit location must be at the front of the car. Second, you must be going supersonic. You know, the little white lines that show up when you boost. And third, you must be facing within 45 degrees of the opponent's car. The key step to demos is identifying when to do it. A few good examples to try are hitting their goalie to score, getting someone out of your half when playing defense, and interrupting a team when they don't have the ball. On the flip side, you may be wondering how to avoid getting demoed. One good way is to keep an eye out for the other team's positioning throughout the game. When you can see what their next steps may look like, it gives you a higher chance of not letting them get close enough to demo you. Brake checking is another good way to keep your opponent on their toes. If you see them leading to the direction that you're driving, slam on the brakes and watch them fly past you. Demolitions, while frustrating at times, have continued to be one of the biggest parts of the entire game. Remember some of these tips the next time you load up a game and start climbing ranks.
diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light, future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry. Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances till we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted, we had but no choice to concede. As the stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light, future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry.